the research. So this was decades after, but he was able to find people who remembered him. The story was John Cyril had basically this device that he constructed. He would take it to the county fair and he would say, we're trying to build this Cyril effect generator. And, you know, if I remember right, he was raising funds to construct it. What the Finnish student said was nobody had ever seen it work, you know? And so it was one of those things where it was people got excited about it, and Cyril was doing a lot of showmanship, but nobody was sure if it was real or not. Now, as you all know, there are photos of the Cyril effect, the IGV, inverse gravity vehicle flying. Nobody knows if those are real or not, right? There are rumors, hey, maybe he suspended this from a cable. Maybe they faked the photos somehow. It's completely possible. But at the same time, Cyril always said the thing was real. And of course, he was imprisoned for supposedly stealing power. And when he got out of prison, all of his stuff was destroyed, and they've been trying to rebuild it ever since then. So Paul Murad was one of several people who wanted to test this. And actually, he worked on that with John Brandenburg. They worked on that together. Paul got excited about Godin and Roshan in Russia. And Godin and Roshan did a replication of this in the 90s. And they said that when they reached a certain RPM level, they started to see self-spin, right? Which Cyril had reported. Now, Godin and Roshan changed the way they constructed it. They did not follow Cyril's, very detailed construction blueprints step by step, but they still said that they saw anomalous effects and they started to see self-spin and they had to apply brakes, remember, right? So Paul saw that. He said, well, okay, you have this original set of claims, and then now you have this replication, which claimed to see some of the same effects. He built this Morningstar energy box, and they did see some transient weight reductions with this. They tried to do measurements. One of the things that Paul had said was that this was a really heavy device, and they had to spread this, if I remember correctly, they had to spread this across several different scales and then average out the weight. Obviously, kind of like Ross's device, when this thing runs, it shakes, right? And so there are always all sorts of challenges with trying to measure that. But they did have several spikes that they believe, without a doubt, were weight reduction. And they did have one period where it looked like it basically lost mass exceeding 20%. So Paul came on and presented about that. Mr. Murad is no longer with us as well. He was, and Paul was a dear friend for years and years and years. So I truly miss him. Then we had John Brandenburg talk about pointing vector anti-gravity. So John did the theory to try and explain what might be going on with the Morningstar energy box. And he believed that pointing vector could explain it. And that's actually an explanation that I've heard in the past. We also had, after that, we had Richard Van Durik come on. I believe Richard is with us today. I think I just saw him, but maybe not. Richard has a DARPA-funded project in relativistic electrodynamics. And he walked everyone through his explanation. And then we had Eric Hermanson on as well. And I think I saw Eric today also. And he talked about Alzofon, superconductive anti-gravity, Van Durik's model, and many other things. So that was right at the beginning. After that, we got into one of my favorite areas, which is high frequency gravity wave engineering and quantum NMR gravity. That's Gary Stephenson. And so Gary and Paul Murad and Bob Baker. Bob is kind of the heir to Robert Forward's work in this area. And so Bob Baker did decades of work on high frequency gravitational waves. Those do follow, what's in relativity. There was always questions about how much of an effect you can produce with this. One of the things that's really exciting about this, and Gary got right into this right at the beginning, was Mr. Jack Sarfati, who was with us today, had said gravitational metamaterials can enhance these effects. And Gary had said, well, okay, if high frequency gravitational waves by themselves aren't strong, what if we apply those using gravitational metamaterials? And so he came up with a model for that. And he felt that basically using the model that Jack had developed, he might be able to create something that would produce, substantial power output levels. So that was number 3. We got into that pretty heavily. As you can see, we're going down the rabbit hole with Tic-Tac UAPs. We just keep talking about them more and more and more. We also had Todd, who was with us today. Todd was talking about quantum gravity from atomic resonance effects. This has been a long, ongoing project from Todd. Todd is actually building stuff. He's constructing stuff. He's also been working on a model. And again, this is similar to the Alzofon effect. You guys are kind of getting out of my level of knowledge on it, but I've always looked at those two as being very similar, if not the same thing. And so Todd, you presented on that, and he has done many other presentations on it. Basically, he was talking about utilizing nuclear magnetic resonance to stimulate the more. And what he was basically an anti-gravity effect, a propulsion effect, right? It's similar to maybe another explanation of what Alzofon saw. So, we had that. And after that, we started to move. As you can see, we're going down the rabbit hole. Again, this is all 2021, right? This is right at the beginning. But we had a lot of energy. These conferences at the time, we were seeing 50, 60 people. And I'm really excited about this because Green Glow was one of those things where it has been in the email lists. This was a project that it was BAE Systems. They pursued in the 1980s. They never had the level of funding that projects here in the US have, but Ron Evans and then I'm sorry, his name is on the tip of my tongue, but Ron Evans and Rob Chambers are kind of our two representatives who still remember the Green Glow project. Ron, of course, is a mathematician, but he ended up being kind of the chief scientist on this project. And with Green Glow, it started with a UFO sighting in the late 70s. And Ron was able to go to a friendly, open-minded boss and say, we should start a project to research this. And again, they were able to kind of start this looking at essentially UFO reverse engineering, right, in England in the 70s. Rob Chambers was more on the support side of things, as I've always understood it. And he was working with a lot of the administrative stuff, similar to kind of what I do in many ways. And so they both kind of carried the torch there for the work that was done. And, if nothing else, this was the biggest, best project looking at, alternative propulsion systems ever undertaken in the UK. We also had Nick Pope spoke. He was talking about UAP, UFOs, and government. Nick Pope has been, I think that he has become a lot more popular recently since the UAP phenomena has kind of gone mainstream. And the reason is Nick is able to speak to things from a more reputable perspective, right? He's able to speak authoritatively. Again, Nick Pope was working for the Ministry of Defense in the UK. So he was in England, not in our system, but he is familiar with the structure of how those programs work. And so he's able to speak very authoritatively on how governments investigate UFOs and, and what those things might mean. So let me see. Then I'm going to launch into, this is again, only by the end of January. So we're only 2 months into it. We've already had that. We had Bill Alec. Bill is with us today. Bill was talking about, let me see. he talked a little bit about the ARV. He was also talking about a 0-point energy devices that he 0-point energy device that he built from PCM resonators. That was a little bit outside of our sphere at the time. We're still not that much into energy, but that's definitely an area that we're interested in. We had David Chester, and I have Mr. Sarfati's photo there as well. David Chester, this is probably one of the most brilliant physicists I have ever met. Jack, obviously, is also one of the most brilliant. So David got really excited, and he talked about quantum gravity engineering, and that's his whole thing. He is a quantum gravity guy. If you ever Google him, you'll find all sorts of information about it. So he ran us through a breakdown of the physics there, and basically different approaches to understand how to modify gravity. And then Jack also got involved. Jack and David know each other, and so Jack had described UAPs and Tic-Tacs, and that was, again, right at the beginning of it. So then we got into, by February, we were into, let me see, we started out there. We had some ships around that day. Jean-Francois Geneste, anti-gravity and gravity shielding. So there has been a lot of work in this area, in the UFO area, UAP area, by Guy Pan in France. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. And Jean-Francois Geneste, he was the former vice president and chief scientist at Airbus. And so he was familiar with the Guy Pan work, and he's also had a long-term interest in gravity modification and alternative propulsion. So he came on and walked us through his approach to it, which again was absolutely wonderful to have him. And he was representing some of the work that's been done in France. There's other work as well that we weren't able to get on. We also had Mike Gamble back. Mike was a regular for close to a year, maybe over a year. And Mike had a ton. Now, this one was interesting. Study of the Earth's gravity. That wasn't about modifying the gravity. It was basically Boeing work that was done back in the days of early satellite deployments, and they wanted to really understand how the Earth's gravity works, so that they could basically more effectively deploy satellites, right? And and so I remember Mike running through that, and there were lots of just little details that came out of Boeing, and so he managed to capture those. We also had Jeremy Reese, space age materials for spacecraft manufacturing. This was a massive presentation. I'm so pleased that Jeremy was able to present this. One of the things that Jeremy is really good is he's good at aggregating these different ideas. And so what he had done in that one was he literally went through all of the materials that would be involved with building these kinds of craft. And he tried to get, okay, what is it that we're working with? If you're building an alternative propulsion device, you're going to have, an airframe, you're going to have different kinds of drag and different kinds of materials requirements there. And so he tried to look at different compounds. Some of those, he looked at stuff like bismuth and liquid metal compounds. Those might be involved with propulsion systems, right? Like bismuth is one of those magic materials that keeps coming up in the mythology. He also looked at, I can't remember the name of many of them. He looked at structural materials. He looked at basically materials that would go into all different types of propulsion systems, as well as airframes, and help these craft work better. So again, that was really exciting. And as you can see at the bottom of this, I don't want to leave him out. I will mention him several times. I'll highlight Mark Sokol's open discussion on anti-gravity and propulsion. So Mark has spoken at every single conference that we've done. He does lab updates for the stuff that is going on at APEC, and he continues to do lab updates, right? They've had ongoing projects. And one of the things that's been really exciting for me is seeing Mark's lab grow. He's got a pretty big lab now. And just last night I was on the phone with him telling him he needs to put down tape lines, make it look more official. So you know, by mid-February, we got into, again, Paul Murad's UFOs and Culture. This came out of a long-term research project that Paul did, and for many years, Paul was collecting kind of his best of the best in terms of photos, things along those lines. And what he tried to do was run people through the things that inspired him about UFOs. He also got into UFO propulsion reverse engineering and did a Q&A session on it as well. So this one is worth going back and rewatching. There is that one moment where he pulled a slide from the internet. He pulled an image from the internet to try and highlight what a certain type of UFO looked like. And behind it, there was a CGI X-Wing fighter. And everyone caught that. It was one of those things that you'd think people would miss, but instead everyone saw it. And so I had tons of people going, is that a Star Wars X-Wing? It's supposed to be a UFO. You know, and I said, well, he found it online. He was in a hurry to put his presentation together. You know? We also had Mark presenting on Alzofon and easy Alzofon experiments, and you know, as well as his anti-gravity propulsion experiments. I'd forgotten on that one. He also did laser deflection. We had laser deflection in water, and I'm not sure. I thought it was on that day as well, but maybe not. I do remember a couple of days where things were exploding, so that may have been further on. So after that, we get into Paul LaViolette talking about the Pace Navy gravity engineering patents. So Paul was basically talking about Salvador Pace gravity engineering, and he went through and tried to review Sal's work in the context of his subquantum kinetics model. So I think it was valuable from a couple of different perspectives. One was just kind of, here's an overview of what Sal worked with, right? Here's an overview of some of the things he's developed. Two was, here's subquantum kinetics. And three is, here's how it might work in this model, right? So we had that. We also had Mike McCullough discussing quantized inertia and the horizon drive. This was really exciting. I think this is an exciting idea, right? And again, this is kind of, it's too in depth for me to get into here, but I would definitely, if you're not familiar with this, or if it's been a long time and you're forgetting the details, maybe go back and rewatch this or Google it online. You know, the idea is that there's an event horizon for physical effects, and so maybe that could be utilized for propulsion effect. We also had Jeremiah Popp. He did an overview of various gradient field drives. And let me see, he was examining, I have it listed here, T.T. Brown, LaForge, Nasicas, Jean-Louis Naudin, Froloff, Van Duyck, and NASA. So he went through all of those. We had one by SPFL called How to Secure the Future. Now, we now know that SPFL is our very own Michael Perrone. We did not know that at the time. So he ran us through this. I think at the time, I think we weren't ready for this yet. So maybe at some point he will run us through this again. That would be exciting to go through. At the time, we were very laser focused on just the propulsion aspect of things. I think now things have diversified a little bit more. We're able to look at some of the novel insights. You know, he talked about, here it is, topological Tesla coils. He mentioned that a couple of years ago. You know, as well as Tic-Tac UAP technologies. He was looking at vacuum energy drives. He also talked about some social trends and things along those lines. And that was the reason why it was difficult at the time to make that fit. But again, maybe we should revisit that. So that was March 6th. You know, we had, let me see, gravity modification in electrets. And so Benjamin Solomon and Ron Kita in this one. So with Benjamin Solomon, he has his own model, and he ran us through his model. He looked at basically how the Podkletnov rotating disk and other experiments like that might help to support his model. he ran us through that, which was really exciting. Again, he is one of those individuals who's been in our community. He's been doing work for a very, very long time. And so it was an honor to have Benjamin Solomon present. Ron Kita, who had been with our conference since the very beginning. Ron is an incredible wealth of knowledge, right? Ron is one of those people who knows so much, he doesn't know what he knows. And so Ron ran us through electrets. He also talked about propulsion using gyroscopes and a bunch of the other ideas that are out there. Ron came on many times back towards the beginning and basically did a data dump. So if you're watching those early APECs, you've got a lot of Ron there just kind of running people through, this is what we've got, right? Okay, so by April, again, year one, I hope I'm not boring you guys. I'm going to have to move fast here. Otherwise, this could end up being a 2-hour talk. We were blessed to have Roger Scheuer come on. Yes, Roger Scheuer, the creator of the EM drive, right, in popular mechanics, popular science. I mean, the EM drive was everywhere for a few years. Critics have come out and said it doesn't work, but those same critics have found other reasons why it might work. So it's one of those things that ends up being, again, it just needs more testing. It may or may not be related to what Sonny White was doing at NASA.
He won't be able to hear
many
us.
people have said that it was.
Jeremy,
so Roger Scheuer has been working on this thing for many years. He came on and gave us an in-depth presentation on it. I do remember there was one substantial critic who said that it won't work for reason X, Y, or Z. I don't recall what. Scheuer actually rebutted that during the conference, and that made it into, if I remember right, it was Popular Science Online. They published his rebuttal there. So, again, these ideas are discussed and debated. Experimentation is really what validates a lot of them at the end of the day. And in Roger's case, it was just an honor to have him with us. And, I hope over time, I hope that more testing provides more validation for his work. We had John Clymer came on, and he was talking about the material universe. This is more of a hypothetical model. It's a scientific model. It's kind of a computer science model for physics. That's what interested me about it. It's how can we reformulate physics so that it's a little bit more formulaic, I guess, in its approach. And Amar Vakil did modeling and analysis of the information universe. Again, with both of these gentlemen, they've been working together. It was an honor to have them on. The idea was, can we simplify and streamline physics so that it can be understood and computed more effectively, right? One of the challenges, of course, is there's such a vast body of work that's already been done in existing models and theories that when you reformulate, you're really kind of starting from scratch, trying to fit pieces in, So they have a lot of challenges, but also, a wonderful effort and tons of work that went into it. So then we got into, let me see, I believe Catalina UAP sightings. We had Michael Boyd. He did his presentation on UAP and gravitomagnetism. Michael should be here today. I think he's here. He may or may not. He's here just about every time. He is a super regular. Michael has been a massive blessing to this conference. He's just this wonderful, uplifting voice. He's very supportive. And he's presented many, many times. So Michael also is an infrared. The title escapes me, but he specialized in infrared systems for many years. And so when it comes to UAP, he has his own model for gravitomagnetism, and he was able to try and fit UAP into that model as well. And one of the other things that he has always been more than happy to discuss is how those black and white crummy UAP videos can be understood better in the context of the IR systems that we use to film them. And he has worked on those IR systems in depth. He has expertise there. So then we also had Frank Milburn. And Frank, I absolutely love Frank. Frank is one of those, you could think of him like as an investigative journalist. That's how I think of him. Again, Frank is a true blessing. He's with the SCU. He's been with the SCU for quite a while. And Frank is really good at digging for data, right? So he was the author of the Pentagon's UAP Task Force. I first heard about this on Jack Sarfati's email list. And what Frank did was he went through and did just this incredible amount of research. In that document, it cites Jack very heavily. It also cites Eric Davis. He went through and basically tried to get the more credible people there and tried to take the best theories and organize them into a single paper. Again, this was discussed on Jack's list for quite a while. That's how I met Frank. Frank later did, excuse me, he later did the American Development of UAP Technology, a fait accompli. So that was kind of the follow-up. That second paper didn't get the publicity that the first one did. Basically, it was a drill down more into reverse engineering. He was asking, are there black projects that attempted to reverse engineer this? Did they have any level of success? The information was a little bit more difficult to get, I think, in some ways. And in some ways, it was a little more speculative than the first people. But again, Frank, he's been an absolute blessing. The Catalina UAP sightings was one of several presentations that he's done at APEC, where he would take a specific case that was exciting to him and dig and say, here's exactly what was seen, how it was seen, how it all came together. So Catalina obviously has been a hotbed for UAP activity. That's near the area where the Nimitz encounter occurred. It's near the area where the USS Kidd encounter occurred. It's also there's UAP activity that goes back decades there. As it turns out, people in that area showed no surprise whatsoever that UAPs have been sighted there. The rest of the world was kind of surprised, but to them, they said, no, that's been happening for quite a while. Todd Desiato presented derivation of gravity from the uncertainty principle. Again, Todd has done several presentations. I am so thankful. Todd has been one of those folks who has always had something where he could fill in, right? It's like, hey, Todd, we're trying to schedule things. Can you help us out? And he's like, yeah, I can do this, So, hopefully he'll be able to continue doing that in the future. I know that he is working on, he is not going to demonstrate it today, but Todd is working on an ion drive. I have seen it. It looks really cool. And so hopefully in the next month or so, he'll be able to present that for us. And then of course, more every session by Mark, right? Who continues to build and work and refine things. Okay, so man, I'm just tired going through this. I'm gonna have to go through again. I'm gonna go faster, guys, because I want to keep up on time here. We have a lot of them. Tom Vallone, electrogravitics and electrokinetic propulsion. I would say that when it comes to T.T. Brown, when it comes to kind of historical perspective of standard electrokinetics, electrogravity, Tom is probably the best historian out there. I believe, I'm positive that he's written books on this.
Tim?
Yes.
Bill Alec has his hand up. This was supposed to be open discussion, by the way, where we could all talk and reminisce about these past things. And it'd be better if we went overtime, because there's no way anything's going to be ready in the next 20 minutes here.
Okay. Well, let's do that then.
So how about you unspotlight yourself and just allow anyone who's talking, or we could get like a panel of people up to discuss these past conferences. I wanted to hear from Jack how it was before APEC, because he had his email lists. And before that, there was also snail mail conversations between these researchers. Jack's been at this a long time.
Okay, well, so let's start with Bill. Bill, your hand's up. What you got?
Yeah, Tim?
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, you mentioned, what's his name? Ryan from Greenglow?
Ron Evans from Greenglow.
Yeah, he gave a presentation. I thought it was rather interesting because he put up some gravity equations. And I was wondering, maybe you can invite him back to maybe go into a little bit more detail about that.
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah, that kind of caught my interest.
Okay, yeah, I can ask. So and then let me see, Mark. What did Mark have? Sorry, Mark, are you still there? Okay. Well, so yeah, again, if you have other things to share, just jump on in, and I'll just kind of keep going. So again, Tom is definitely.
Michael Boyd.
I'm sorry. Sorry, who's there?
You were talking about Mr. Boyd. He's definitely here.
Yeah. No, he is. Well, so guys, do you want? I mean, do you want me to just open this up? We just have open discussion. You want to do that? Let's do that. Okay.
I don't know. I think you're doing a pretty epic job there, Tim, giving a rundown of the history.
Oh, okay. Well, hell, let me get. Yeah.
I'm curious about what was going on before APEC. I'd like to hear from Jack about that. He brought that up. That would be okay.
Oh, Jack's muted. If you're trying to talk, Jack.
Yeah. Well, I'll switch things around.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I don't remember. There was never any snail mail. I mean, because I've been on the internet since 1990, early 1990s, 1991, 1992. So I haven't used snail mail for 30 years. And we didn't really get into the UFO thing until Joe Firmage. What happened was 1999, somehow or other, I was contacted by Joe Firmage, and he had $24 million that he invested. And it didn't lead anywhere because he didn't actually listen to us. But I was involved in it with, with Hal Puthoff, Creon Levitt, Larry Lemke. Who's that other guy? Who's the guy that Hal wrote his 0-point papers with, his PV papers with? I forget now. The guy, he was well, in any case. And that didn't really lead anywhere. We spent a lot of money testing all these people's designs, and none of them worked. And at that point, the metamaterial was not really, in fashion. And I'm looking back on my notes, my technical memoranda from like the year 2000, and I started looking at like little lattice arrays, networks of small LCR oscillators, and I don't know why I was doing that. But basically, it is like a metamaterial lattice. But I really did not have the basic idea of what was really needed in terms of general relativity until 2011, when I was involved again with Creon Levitt at NASA Ames and General Pete Worden, and I was in the organizing committee, about 30 people. I guess maybe in 2010. Maybe it was 2011, I'm not sure. But to set up the 100-year Starship program with
I'll be right back.
with DARPA and NASA. And so at that time, I don't remember now how I got the idea, but I got the idea of using metamaterials to amplify the coupling between the applied stress energy electromagnetic field input and the induced gravitational field output using just Einstein's 1916 field equation. That the induced gravitational field is a coupling times the input stress energy tensor of your source. I remember how I got that. The idea was, the idea was very simple. It was crude. It wasn't quite correct, but that's the way these things happen. If you read Arthur Kessler's book Sleepwalkers, he explains how people just stumble into correct ideas with initially wrong ideas. I had known that Bose-Einstein condensates, like the atomic gases, but at very low temperature, that they slow down the speed of light to practically zero. And then I realized the problem is that when you read general relativity books, all these theorists who are mathematicians want to be physicists, but they're really mathematicians, for the sake of mathematical elegance, these guys set the speed of light equal to 1. Sometimes they even set Newton's constant, big G, equal to 1, just to get to them. So they have that, their Einstein equations, that the gravity field, which is what's called the G mu nu, the big G mu nu tensor, is equal to the big T mu nu. And they just, the coupling is 1. They forget about the coupling. Okay? They forget, which is pretty damn stupid, but of course they're mathematicians. So though almost everything you read in the mathematical literature on general relativity is completely misleading and almost irrelevant to the problem of understanding UFOs. And of course, nobody believed in UFOs then anyway, right? In fact, at the meeting, at the DARPA meeting in, I guess it was October 28th, around that time in Orlando, Florida, of the DARPA NASA 100-year Starship project, General retired of the Air Force Space Command, Pete Worden, paid my way down from San Francisco down to Miami, out to Orlando, to give this invited talk. And the name of the talk was Low Power Warp Drive Using Metamaterials. This is, how many years ago? Almost 11 years ago now, right? And I talked about UFOs. Now, so Eric Davis is there, who's, which is surprising. Eric Davis was kind of done. Oh no, we want to talk about UFOs. Eric Davis was like, putting an obstacle in my path and talking about it. And John Kramer, who was the head of the meeting, and some other people too, and they didn't want to, oh no, UFOs, that's not legitimate, which is kind of interesting since Eric Davis is a big guy in UFO research, right? But I think the reason for that was that Eric was trying, finagling with the money, trying to get money from DARPA, and to mention UFOs, was like, oh, well, that's crackpot, that's, the woo-woo factor, right? So that was very evident. And the only guy who defended me on this was Doug Trumbull, the guy who did the special effects on Space Odyssey, Kubrick, Kubrick's film Space Odyssey. He was there. And Doug Trumbull is a UFO researcher. In fact, Doug Trumbull was actually had mobile SUVs with all this equipment to track UFOs, with cameras, the latest stuff. He had put some of his own Hollywood money into such a project. He was there, actually, at my invitation, with Pete Worden. And so that's what the idea of low power warp drive using metamaterials as a kind of amplification of the coupling. Since the speed of light, the idea is that metamaterials can be combined with what are called further condensates. So you have it's like a Bose-Einstein condensate, but it's non-equilibrium. It only happens when you pump the system resonantly, sort of like pumping a laser into a coherent state. Very similar idea that the metamaterials have what are called like plasmon collective excitations, and they're bosons. And if you pump it, sort of like a laser, where a laser you get a coherent state of photons, but in the metamaterial you get a coherent state of these kind of like these quasi-particles or elementary excitations, but they're bosons, and that effectively will lower the speed of light since it's g over c to the 4. That when you make c small, and it's the 4th power in the denominator, that the coupling should go up. That's the basic idea. Now it turns out it's more complicated than that, but that was the initial idea, very naive initial idea. There are problems when you do that. You have to make sure that everything is mathematically kosher, that the equations still obey the laws of tensor calculus, and that introduces some complications, which I'm not going to go into here. So that's basically the story. But everything was by email. So I don't know why you said snail mail. Snail mail was back in the 1980s, and we weren't. Yeah, I was talking a little about UFOs, but it was very primitive back then. So you may have gotten the snail mail idea from, if you read David Kaiser's How the Hippies Say Physics, he does talk about all of the Ira Einhorn, the snail mail, and the groups of, talking about all this kind of weird stuff.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Well, Jack, I think one of the things is, looking back at the history of this, right? As a community, as a group of people who have an interest in the same thing, you know, one of the things that I've seen is like stuff was typewritten, right? Lots of typewritten stuff going around, people buying stuff out of the back of Popular Science. I wasn't thinking of snail mail with you specifically, but I was just thinking, you know, different people emailing letters to each other with equations and physics and books. And, you know, I mean, that was back in the day, right? And, you know, I
Well,
remember.
you know, it didn't really get seriously into UFO part. I mean, I was always into UFOs because of my contact experience as a kid, right? I'm an experiencer. Like Gary Nolan is an experiencer.
Yeah,
Jim
yeah.
Semivan of the CIA, who works with Elizondo and Chris Mellon, they're all experiences, right? And that's how I got into it when I was 13 years old. Well, I was also into it because the Army, basically, I was in an Army program for kids, U.S. Army program for kids, starting already in the late 1940s in New York. And I'm pretty sure I met Colonel Phil Corso at that time when I was about 10, 11 years old. So I was already being groomed to do this anyway. I was sent to an Ivy League school, Cornell, on government money, you know, and already they were telling us about UFO flying saucers back when I was in high school with these guys from Albuquerque. You know, these guys, these not men in black, men in blue suits. You know, would come. I was part of this special program out of Columbia University with the Super Kids project, and they were. It was kind of like the X-Men. They were testing to see if we had paranormal ability, you know, like Uri Geller. But this is back in the 1950s already. So,
Jack, do you remember duck and cover? Did you do duck and cover when you were a kid?
Oh yeah, sure, yeah, sure.
Yeah, that was pretty standard back then, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I guess what other thoughts and memories from these early conferences do you guys have? You know, I think that was what Mark had asked for. I mean, pretty much I would say the vast majority of people who have here have contributed in one way or another to those. What are some of the memories that you guys have? And you know, and if you want, I can go back in. Do you want me to go back in and start running through more of the conferences? I can run through some of the recollections of highlights, I guess, if you want.
Well, I mean, I can talk about being over in Falcon Space with Mark, you know, back.
Yes, please, Tim, do finish off like all of like the history before we move on, because that was a pretty epic thing.
Okay,
like how you're doing it.
Yeah, let me do that then. Let me do that. Okay, well, so yeah, I'll share my screen again. And again, I'll try and move fast, guys. Yeah, so again, I went through Tom Balone, electrokinetics. And Tom, I would say in terms of the history of this, right? Because Tom is a wonderful historian. He has done more of the history than probably anybody. Tony Robertson. So Tony worked on the superconductor Podkletnov replication at NASA, and it wasn't a complete replication. They didn't exactly do what Podkletnov had recommended. If I remember correctly, they had trouble getting the superconductor to the correct size, and they weren't able to get it up to the same spin that he had. And there were some other factors as well. I believe Podkletnov was applying he was applying a waveform to it. And I'm not sure if NASA knew about that or did it at the time, even though he kind of helped them. We also had more from Mike Gamble. Again, Mike has this wealth of knowledge, and a lot of that comes out of Boeing stuff. We had Frank Ferguson. I almost forgotten about that. So his father was part of the 1952 UFO flap, the invasion of Washington flap, and he described his dad's recollections for us as well. So let me see. I believe, let me take a look. Okay. Yep, that's the one we were just on. So let's go to UAP debrief and gravitomagnetic engineering. So Jeremy Reese did the UAP debrief. Again, when Jeremy puts together a presentation, he's able to put together these wonderful, enormous, incredibly detailed presentations. The UAP debrief was the same thing. Basically, he was describing the UAP story and how it relates to gravity modification, anti-gravity, reactionless propulsion. He touched on a lot of historical points, Pentagon report and DoD Inspector General stories. Obviously, more has come out since then, but at the time, that was, you know, it was a wonderful, detailed one. Gary Stephenson also did a UAP update and gravitomagnetic field generation. Again, if I recall correctly, this related to Jack's work, and he was also talking about lens thirring effect. So then moving on from there, we had, let me see, guys, we have covered so much stuff. Mark Sokol, Chris Hardiman's anti-gravity lab. And I remember Chris's widow there with the Guns N' Roses t-shirt. That for me, I was like, yes, there we go. So Chris he was developing a bunch of lab equipment. And when he passed, his widow contacted Mark, and they went over and took a look at what Chris had. We also had Benjamin Solomon came back and provided more of his research. Jason Verbelli. So Jason has been working on the Cyril effect. He actually has never presented on the Cyril effect here, but that is one of the things where he has drilled down. That's part of his subject matter expertise. Ton of historical research. If I recall correctly, he worked for Cyril. There are a couple of folks who have some expertise there. So he basically he described the model of Dr. Edward Dowd, and you know, it was based on Galilean transformations. And then we had Mike Gamble presenting on the Dean drive and rotating mass systems. For anyone who doesn't know already, Mike is an inertial propulsion person. That's his focus. I mean, through and through. And that's his true passion. So getting into this, we had, moving on, Rob Chambers presented on Green Glow. As I mentioned earlier, so Rob worked with Ron Evans, and Rob had kind of an administrative role, as I recall correctly, kind of similar to what I do, right? And so he's helping support the work of others. And Rob basically described his involvement in it. He also basically described the project and some of the things that were done in the UK Green Glow program. Then we had more by Frank Milburn and Nick Pope. They did a panel discussion talking about the emerging UAP story, which again continues to move forward. I think we're in a little lull, but I'm expecting probably in the beginning of the year we'll see more on UAP. So going forward, Detlef Hoyer, space travel by reduced effective mass after induced matter theory. So Detlef is a Kaluza-Klein fan, and I think Kaluza-Klein is really interesting. Kaluza-Klein is somewhat related, and Jack may beat me for saying this, but it's somewhat related to Einstein's unified field theory. And the idea is that by basically adding extra dimensions to these theories, that you're able to describe these higher order effects more effectively. And so that's something that he had talked about. I did the ODNI UAP report. This was just kind of a catch up. This was the, let me see, Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Again, this stuff is kind of getting dated now, right? I mean, we've had so much movement on UAP since we did these. Then we had Matthew Sadaugas, Dark Matter and Dark Energy. Matthew Sadaugas is one of the key researchers in the world on dark matter right now. That's and in fact, he is doing an experiment currently on dark matter. It had a negative result, but it kind of points a path forward. So they're still looking for it. And so he described, you know, kind of the goals and the approach in their thing for that. Brian St. Clair, it was wonderful to have Brian. Brian is an inertial propulsion guy. The thing that's exciting about Brian's work is when you see a lot of inertial propulsion devices, right? This is something that people are actually building. A lot of these are really, you know, lightweight, right? Not Brian. I mean, the stuff he's building is like battle tanks, right? I mean, it's like heavy duty gears, custom welding. I mean, it's a true miracle. And so So it's really exciting to have Brian on when he presents his stuff because it's so heavy duty. It's just really exciting. Okay. So moving along, Feynman's disk and gyroscopic propulsion. Remy Cornwall. It's always wonderful to have Remy with us. I don't think he's with us today. So he was talking about EM propulsion via static E cross B fields, right? And Remy has also done a lot of work on quantum entanglement, quantum communications. So that's exciting. Sandy Kidd, I don't know if you guys remember him. Sandy, it was so exciting to have him with us. I didn't even know his name, but if you remember, this is one of those stories that's a legend, right? And this goes to the gyroscopic precession idea. And I had heard, this goes back to like the mid 90s. I'd heard about this guy who was taking a gyroscope out of a plane. And apparently when he was carrying this still spinning gyroscope down, he hit a step too hard. The gyroscope went into precession and supposedly it augured the gyroscope and the man into the ground, right? That man was Sandy Kidd. So that's one of those legendary stories. It was so wonderful to have him with us. And then we had more Frank Milburn and myself. Let me see, and then Mike Gamble. Let me see. I see John's hand up. Mr. Brandenburg, what can I do for you, sir?
Oh, wonderful to be here, and it's really great to hear everybody. I just wanted to commend you for recognizing the contributions of the late Paul Murad. He was a great man, and basically went around looking for people with strange ideas about gravity and recruiting them. And he also organized the later STAFE conferences where everybody could come and present their ideas in a very open forum. So he did wonderful things for this whole effort, and for me personally, he basically really assisted me in, we're on the edge of we're all on the edge of human advancement, and for a career physicist, that means life gets a little edgy sometimes. And Paul was always very helpful in, with employment opportunities and things like that for me. And we will miss him. We will miss him sorely. But he really helped in the development of my jam unification theory, which is derived partly from Kaluza-Klein, and also, by the way, connects with the idea of gravity can be derived from the uncertainty principle, which is really gives you the electromagnetic ZPF of vacuum, an idea of originally of Andrei Sakharov, which was then picked up and carried forward by Podkletnov, another very great person. Wish he was here today. And but anyway, so thank you for recognizing the contributions of Paul Murad.
Oh, absolutely,
great man.
Absolutely. Here, I'll stop sharing again for a moment. Well, John, one of the things, if I could just say something about Paul, in a way, and maybe this isn't coming out right, so maybe I should apologize in advance. But with Paul, it's like the phrase that comes to mind is in our community, it tends to be all chiefs and no Indians, right? And what I mean by that is, well, yourself, you're a physicist. Jack is a physicist. We have many physicists. We have many people building things. We have lots and lots of innovators, and so it's like, what is the lack in our community? Our lack is really the support infrastructure,
Yes.
And I think that was where Paul shined, and that's one of the things that I've taken away from him as well. In a weird way, not to untoot my own horn, but you don't hear me offering theories. And one of the reasons is it would be pointless. There are so many people who are so much better suited at theories, and so many people who are so much better suited at building things, right? And so it's like,
pencil and paper is a lot cheaper than hardware. You know, I salute these people who are trying to actualize these ideas in hardware. That's pretty hard. Sitting in one's office and working on pencil and paper or a keyboard, that's pretty easy.
So, in Paul's case, he was the joint chair of the STAPE conference, right? In this section F of the STAPE conference. He also helped, most folks don't know this, he also helped hundreds, maybe, of scientists. He would help go through their papers before peer review submission. People would send these papers to him, and he would basically talk to them and work with them and try and correct physics errors when he was able to find them. He wasn't a physicist. He was an aerospace engineer.
He was an aerospace engineer.
Yeah, but this was his passion project, right? And so in a strange way, I think what I remember the most about Paul is he was a community organizer, and he helped support the people doing the work. And that was, again, that's a real blessing, because
I want to point out, he also made a large Cyril effect kind of experiment under the vehicle of Morningstar Applied Physics, and jointly formed with Morgan Boardman, and who now resides in the UK. And the thing did lose weight, lost about 7% of its weight, and it was big and heavy and well engineered. Though they spun that thing up in a bomb-proof room at Orbital Technologies, and I thought, oh, the whole thing's going to come apart, but it didn't. And then it lost a small amount of weight based on the load cells on the supporting structure. So some people who worked with him closely at Orbital Technologies complained to me that he was rather abrupt and brusque at times. And I said, well, you must understand, Paul Morad used to jump out of perfectly good airplanes. He was a former paratrooper, and that he kept that attitude. I also told him, I said, he trims his mustache so that it looks like a permanent frown, so he can frown without any extra effort.
Paul was a New Yorker, right?
Oh, he was a tough guy.
Yeah. So.
And very, very Armenian. He was very Armenian, the Armenian thing. It kept coming up in conversations.
Yes.
So anyway, I just wanted to thank you for saluting him.
Oh, yeah, really absolutely.
Great man.
Well, I
helped my research immeasurably.
I want to salute everyone who has contributed to this conference. I mean, again, the thing that this is the first time that we've been able to get this community together in the same place at the same time. And, it's just like, look at how much has come out of that. And then by putting these archives up online, how much more will come out of that in the future, right? Because
absolutely, we're just beginning.
What? So one
Jack,
of the things,
you're gonna see it all come to pass, Jack.
When I was a kid, I did a lot of my research at the Western Washington University, and they're not a big engineering school, so it wasn't the best place. But when I wanted to find physics theories and things like that, when I was looking for these novel ideas, I remember I used to go, and you guys have probably all used these too, card catalog, right? So I would go down to this big room in the library downstairs, in the engineering building, and pull out these wooden card catalogs that have been there since the 50s, I think. And and then you pull out, and it will tell you, okay, here's the book that I want, here's the author, I'm going to go upstairs, I'm going to go up to this one, and so I would do that, and then I would have a big bag full of change for the photocopier. And at the time, those photocopiers, this was a big, scary, monstrosity of a photocopier. And so I would go up, get the book, photocopy 50 or 100 pages. I would do this for 10 or 15 books and take them home. And, and it was because, I was always at my limit for checking out books there. And so,
sure.
And for years I had this box of papers at home, right? And I'm sure that you guys all have these too. It's this big box of like, here's really important stuff. And, good God, I'm not going to leave this at the library. I'm going to photocopy this and take it home. Well,
yeah, my wife's always trying to get me to throw that out.
Yeah, exactly. So
two divorces.
Think about what we're, and think now that there's a benefit to that. I think there are tangible benefits to that, but think about what we're able to give to that next generation, right? Think about that kid who's out there right now in college, and instead of having to go through that and only get a tiny bit of information, they're able to get everything that this community has.
I love modern life. I love it.
Tim, before we get too further down the road, I wanted to backtrack to Paul Murad and his last Kofi presentation or the Kofi presentation in 2017, and he talked about the Morningstar energy device, and
yes,
he made an odd comment that part of it was aluminum, and after being used in the device, the aluminum was magnetic temporarily. So I'm
trying to remember if he.
John would know, but John helped him with that.
Well, actually, no. If that happened, he did not discuss it with me, but that was okay.
Okay, and then maybe that's
sometimes playing his cards close to the chest. That was fine by me.
Yeah, it was the 2017 Kofi presentation hosted by Tom Vallone. So it may be recorded for posterity's sake. Yeah, it was just a very shocking discussion or statement that he made, and he was very upfront about it. So
what interests me is the Cyril effect generator. Again, every time I've looked for serious research on the origins of that story, it always comes back and it says, that the story is probably not real, right? Cyril was probably some kind of well, for lack of a better word, a charlatan, right? But yet, even based on that,
a rascal perhaps, but not a charlatan.
Yes, a rascal. Everyone who has built,
important distinction.
Everyone who has tried to do a replication of the Cyril device, none of these have been perfect. They've all tons of shortcuts, right? Including Paul, right? They always change things. They're always like,
I know. I would talk to Paul. I'd say, Paul, you're changing stuff on this experiment. You're changing several things. And he says, well, we don't have that much time, and our budget is, and I said, well, you should be changing one thing at a time and then doing, differences between those two experiments. And he just gave me that look.
So
that paratrooper look. And
every time
just said, no, John, we got to do it the way we're doing it.
Yeah. And that's what intrigues me. And it's not just him, it was Godin and Roshan. And I believe, let me see, Paul Brown up in, I think, Idaho. Paul Brown did an SEG replication in the 80s.
Yeah.
And his, if I remember right, with the Paul Brown one, I believe, and he took shortcuts with it. If I remember correctly, what I'd read was, it began to self-spin and it generated so much heat that it ended up melting down. The neodymium actually caught fire, if I remember correctly.
Oh dear.
So again,
we did our experiments in a bomb-proof room used to test rocket engines.
Yeah.
At Orbital Technologies, which has now been taken over by Sierra Nevada Aerospace.
Well, guys, let me run through a few more of these. We'll see how far we can get here. Because now, as Bernie kind of alluded to, now that we're into it, I want to see how far we can get. But so yeah, let me see. That was 7/10 to July 31st. We're getting there. I'll run through them real quick. And if you guys have stuff, just jump in. So this Granziera, Zanotti, and Loretti. This was an Italian research team. They were working somewhat independently, kind of outside of the community. And so the impression that I got was the ASPS in Italy, that's kind of their own working group. It seemed like there was a fair amount of overlap with what's being done primarily in the United States. But the information sharing could be better. And, hopefully over time it will be. But it was wonderful that they showed up. The reason I mentioned that is they talked about the PNN, right? And offhand, I can't remember how this device worked, but I remember that it was very similar to a well-known design here. And so I kind of got the impression they were reinventing the proverbial wheel. We had Stephen Lutz, and Stephen, again, he's been in this area for quite a while. He presented on superconductors. Kenneth Griggs on Phoenix theory. This is one that Jeremy Reese had talked about many times. He said, you got to get Ken Griggs on, And so it was really exciting to have him on. And then Remy Cornwall talking about the cosmological constant as well. Okay. And you can see with this, I started running out of stock art by this time. That's in case you guys are wondering, man, why is Tim doing this? That's because Tim's like, okay, well, let's find stock art. We've used all the good ones. So I like it though. It's kind of trippy, and I think what we're doing is about dreams, right? So that was a good one.
Sure.
Steve Burns, System H. This was another one of those long-term myths. So Fran D'Aquino, System H. The idea was you have an antenna and you have a super low frequency. Let me see, 1.2 hertz, right? 1.2 hertz. So that's below even Tesla's 8 hertz frequency for the Earth.
Yeah.
And Fran D'Aquino for quite a while, in around 2000 to like 2004-ish, people were talking about his stuff all the time. And it turned out that the problem was building an antenna. So Steve Burns was kind of the American expert on this, I guess. He worked with D'Aquino very closely, and he came on to describe his work there. So again, it was wonderful to get him on. This was one of those ideas that was out there for quite a while. It's a very innovative and different approach. And so he was able to kind of describe what was going on there. Daniel Sheehan talked about second law of physics and Maxwell's demon. This, I think, is an interesting area as well. Limitations of the second law of thermodynamics. So, he went into the fact that you can defy the second law for short periods of time. And maybe the second law isn't as universal as we've thought, right? So that's one that's worth looking at as well. What that reminds me of is Paul Thibodeau's energy converter, the graphene energy converter, where it's converting Brownian motion to energy. It's the same thing. It's maybe the second law isn't completely universal. It's just conditional, right? And that we always see it because of the where we're at in time space, but maybe it can be broken.
Well, Tim, I would just point out that once you admit the ZPF, the sea of electromagnetic energy around here that must be there because of the uncertainty principle and its quantum and its origin, then there's always a suspicion that perhaps you can find a way to tap into that, and that in itself would kind of give you what appeared to be a violation of second law of thermodynamics. Holistically, you're getting quantum ordering interacting with the real world that we experience, and that increasing the entropy of the whole universe as a whole, even though it looks like you're actually creating ordered energy in the lab, you're actually just, but of course the theory of that I haven't explored in detail.
So Remy Cornwall also got into the second law. He talked about that as well. So this was 814. This was Tesla Tech. This was the first time, if I remember right. I want to highlight all of these for you guys. So one of the things that makes our conference unique is that we crash other conferences. I've never heard of a conference crashing other conferences before. Again, the things that you can do with Zoom are amazing. And so we've managed to find out every possible way that we could abuse the internet, and crashing conferences while they're in session, that is one of them. So we crashed Tesla Tech. Actually, I'm going to blame all of this on Mark. We did a couple others as well, but I think
I saw Mark Sokol at the last
excuse me,
and his lovely assistant at the last Tesla Tech conference in Albuquerque.
Yeah. So they did Tesla Tech live there. And we're at 123. So actually, I think mine, what I'm going to do is try and wrap this up by 2, and then we're going to go to Mark, and it's going to be all experiments. And John, hopefully 3, maybe 4, and then I would love to have Jack just present as well.
All right.
But
see what Jack has to say.
Yeah. So let me go into.
People ask me, they tell me you don't know Jack, and I say yes, I do.
Okay. So UAP physics and NASA superconductors. Okay. UAPs and nukes. For anybody who hasn't seen this, this was my take. There's a ton here. So Robert Hastings, that's the name that I want you guys to remember. If you haven't looked his stuff up yet, he has a book. You can get the Kindle. It's called UFOs and Nukes. And if you can't find it, I probably have a copy of it. I know I have a copy of it. I have to find it myself. This is basically, he spent his career looking at the UAP nuclear correlation, and it's amazing. I mean, there's no doubt. And this is something that Elizondo had talked about, and Hastings has decades on anything that Elizondo knew there. So yes, there's absolutely a correlation. I did a presentation on this. Mine was, I found 40 different instances, and you know what? If I'd kept going, I probably could have found another 100. But Hastings had thousands in his books. So there's definitely a correlation. Nobody's sure exactly what it means. Kevin Newth, Flight Characteristics and Physics of UAP. So Kevin Newth basically went through and tried to break down the flight characteristics of how UAP fly based on the Nimitz encounters. He made a lot of physics assumptions there. One of the things that Jack has pointed out many times is those physics assumptions are based on very linear physics. And once you get into relativistic physics, it makes a lot more sense, right?
Yes.
So, so Kevin was kind of looking at, okay, here's what we see, here's what might be happening. The G forces inside the cabin must be X, Y, or Z. And what Jack had pointed out was, well, if you're modifying the geodesic, there are no G forces in the cabin. So, things along those lines. Tony Robertson, NASA superconductors.
Yeah. Tim, just wanted to interject one thing. Our focus here is on propulsion. I will be adding a little bit at the end of this conference on the motivations, basically motivational for this propulsion research.
Awesome.
I have a report of new developments in apparently a nuclear holocaust on Mars. New data.
Yeah, and
I'll be reporting that. I gave it at the Mars Society conference. I'll be presenting that here.
I mentioned that actually in the intro as well.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed.
Oh no, that's okay. Our time schedule is a little flexible today, so
very good.
I'll try not to keep you waiting too long. And actually, what I'm trying to do is just rush through these. But superconductor gravity shielding, Ken Griggs.
Tim, I did create a presentation, or have it ready. So I don't know. You have me on headlining, talking about crop circles and engineering.
At 1, did I have you at 1?
I think so. That's
I'm running way over. Is it okay if I push everything back, or?
Sure. Half an hour. It's probably what I've got prepared with slides and some math models and such. So.
Okay. Well, do you want me to shut things down now, or should I just try and run through all of these?
Let's cut to the chase.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Wait, what does cut to the chase mean?
How
That
far
means
do we go?
Put
We
on
got
Mark,
just like
put
6
on Mark
months of-
Sokol. Let the
We're-
games begin.
Okay.
Well, there's
okay.
a presentation before Mark here,
Yeah,
the half hour that he's got. So
Oh, I'm
Tim
sorry.
goes to 2 here, finishing off the last half hour. Then Adam Schaefer's half hour. Then Mark takes away at the lab.
That works for me. Okay. Well, let me
Oh,
bust. If you guys,
pardon me. I thought I thought the schedule was Mark first. So.
I think it was, but Mark got held up again. We're
I understand.
Yeah,
I
real quick,
understand.
guys. You're gonna really want to wait for this. I'm gonna have to log out of this computer and move over to Windows. So
No,
I can
no
hook up
worries,
a
Mark. You got a
slow-speed
lot
camera.
going on there. There's a whole bunch
Yes,
of
check
experiments.
this out.
So take
We
your
have-
time.
We have the Podkletnov gravity impulse experiment set up behind me. We pulled a vacuum earlier. We got a superconductor that was sent to us by Tony Robertson. It's a bilayer one. We're going to be pouring the liquid nitrogen from here. The epoxy's coming in. The epoxy was set last night, actually earlier this morning. And check this out for detection. This is going to be really cool. We're going to capture it on the high-speed camera. Wayne put this together. It's a bunch of lead weight pendulum array. And yeah, we're going to see this on the high-speed camera. After we pulse it, we'll see if there's any shakes or any vibrations caused on these lead weights that are hanging freely and should be roughly in the direction of where the beam is pointing. So we'll be able to see the size, the magnitude of the beam. And this entire rig, by the way, the Helmholtz coils over here are powered by a hybrid battery on the bottom, which is going to be remote controlled. Also, we have going on the Marx generator that's going to be powering it. There's the power supply for it. We're also doing another experiment called Easy Alzofon, which has been not easy at all. And
No experimental work is easy.
it's basically a replication of the ARV. So we got this capacitor bank that George Hathaway sent us, and an aluminum disc in the center that's spinning, and a coil. It's going to be an LC circuit with a spark gap to get it to resonate. And it's the whole thing is going to be on a mechanical spring scale, and we'll just watch that, see if there's any weight loss.
okay.
And
Well, Mark, let me.
Crawford flew in from
Okay, let me.
Texas, helping us set it up.
If it's okay, let me wrap this up then. Let me try and push through.
We're not ready for this yet. There's still a couple more things that need to be done. So if anyone else has something to present.
Okay, so let's get back to it here. So
that was an awesome updates, right? So
Yeah,
Mark, come through with updates every half hour until you're ready.
yeah, I'm excited about it. So
Yeah, we'll do updates every half hour. How about that?
okay, so yeah, where was I? Okay, moving on. I may have missed a couple here. Did I miss any here? Yeah, I did actually. So we've had Jack Sarfati. He's talked about UAPs, Tictoc technology, super relativity, VEM drive. I'll just run through that. Mark Fiorentino. Mark has been with the conference many times. He had a theory that he presented. David Perez. This is one that Mark had wanted us to do. Variable electromagnetic drive. This is the one where the pilot flew into the cloud, came out at a different time, and basically David kind of created a model based around that. Todd has done presentations, Tony as well. Quantum gravity is a quantum warp field. That was a little bit more theoretical in nature. The Vimana Navy UAP encounters and MHD propulsion. So we were really excited about this. The Vimana is kind of out there against one of those historical ideas, right? And so it's kind of like, well, we're able to try and capture this and again share it with the that next generation of people who are coming up and saying, look, there's historical information about this that's out there. We also had Kevin Day. Kevin presented on his Nimitz Navy UAP encounters. So we had that. Let me see. Spectral analysis and the Graviflyer. Again, really exciting stuff. Steve Burns made another appearance. He was talking about UAP spectral shifting and negative mass. Let me see. Peter Reale and Hoffman. So we had more SCU people. I think it's important to know we've been really well supported by the SCU, and they support us as well. It's wonderful to have colleagues in that organization who are so helpful. this, I believe this was the first one where Charlie presented on Alexei Cherkurkov's Graviflyer. For anybody who has forgotten, so Alexei basically bought a version of the Graviflyer from Cherkurkov. He has been experimenting with it. He's been in contact with Alexei for many, well, a couple of years now, I guess, off and on, trying to get this thing working. And there's a lot of work going on there. Todd has been doing work on the Graviflyer as well. That brings us up. So I don't know if I can get through all these, but we'll do our best. We had more about the Vimana. This was our 1 year anniversary. So we did all of that, all of those amazing topics. That was just the first year, right? So Lifters Brown and B-Field Brown. What I'll do is just run through some of the highlights from each. We had Nick Cook talking about the hunt for 0 point. So again, the hunt for 0 point was tremendous. And to have Nick on talking about what it's like 20 years later and how that's impacted things and what he's learned since then. For anybody who I'm sure everyone here has read that book, they did a second book where they traced Hans Kammler. They basically tracked the guy down, and it appears that at the end of Hunt for 0 point, Hans Kammler disappeared. Where did he go? Well, it would appear that he ended up in Paperclip. That's the idea. Alex Frolov talked about his research. For anybody who's not familiar, Alex Frolov did a journal. Again, this was a magazine in Russia, and he was talking about Russian innovation, same stuff that we're working with, but in Russia from a different background, different assumptions, all that kind of stuff. He did new energy technologies for years, published this. And so it was truly an honor to have him on to talk about what's going on the other side of the globe and what's been done there. For anyone who is interested, there are archives of all of those online. And these were full-size magazines. They were published in English. He had an English version and a Russian version. Bob Grenier also, and Bob did a couple of presentations. So in Bob's case, Bob did these knockdown drag out, right? It was kind of like I'm doing today, where Bob says, yeah, I'll give you an hour, and then he gives you like 3, and you're like, okay, that's it. Slow down. So with Bob, that was really amazing. Let me see. I believe, was that the one we were just on? Yep, that was the one we were just on. Okay. Then we get into quantum communications. So this is an area on my interview channel. If you Google Tim Ventura, you'll learn more. Dr. Yaman Ansbro. This is the one where he basically tracked UAP flight paths. He believed that he found UAPs being deployed from space in regular patterns and doing what he called controlled surveillance of the Earth, right? And so I think for me, that was kind of a revelation. You can draw your own conclusions about that, but Dr. Ansbro is highly credible and has, again, more degrees, honors, and experience than probably anyone has a right to have. And he believes that the Earth is under controlled regular surveillance by UAP. And so that was what that presentation was about. Hugh Deasy had talked about the Deasy-Lorentz system. That was kind of a unique path. Will Riken talked about MHD propulsion, and that's something Will's in Japan. That's something the Japanese have been really excited about. They've done a lot of work in that area. And again, Frank Milburn talking about Canary Island UAP events. Let me see. Pushing forward, I'm going to have to start skipping them. So you guys will have to, have to come back to this. I'm just going to go to some of the highlights. Detlef Hoyer tried to explain the Hutchison effect in terms of 5D. Again, this is Kaluza-Klein theory. We had Kevin Day talking about Nimitz UAP encounter again. Lucian Ionescu talked about theory of gravity. And Todd, as you can see, Todd also got involved with Graviflyer hypothesis, trying to explain what may or may not be going on there. So after we talked about the Hutchison effect, John Hutchison caught wind of this. And where did he? Yeah, John Hutchison showed up here. And so John actually gave us, I think, like a solid 2 hours on that first day, and he came back as well. We also had more by David Chester on gravity theories, and Bob Grenier. Bob has done a couple of presentations. And again, I am moving very rapidly, guys. Casimir effect, plasma vortex, and gyro propulsion. Dr. Fabrizio Pinto. So this was originally a STAFE presentation. This was STAFE 2007, I think. That was where I met Dr. Pinto. And I reached out to him, and he agreed to do a presentation on that. Casimir effect, basically when you put two plates together, ZPE pushes them closer together. Is it possible to maybe use that for some kind of propulsion? That's something that's been an interest area of his for a long time. Mike Melia, and Mike has done presentations a couple of times on his inertial propulsion experiments, as well as videos. Michael McDonough, who has been a friend and colleague for many, many years, he had talked about the plasma vortex. And again, Michael, he did the work with beta voltaic. It stimulated beta decay, right? Because there are beta decay batteries. No one disputes that. Bob Lazar actually sells those. You can stimulate beta decay, according to Madonna, and actually speed it up. And I believe that I saw a demonstration of this. Even though standard physics says it's not possible, it appears that a high voltage can somehow destabilize the electroweak force under certain conditions and cause decay to speed up. That's the idea, at least.
There have been reports of seasonal variations in radioactive decay. Normally, that uses the weak force. So it's one of these things that was reported in a referee journal, and then you never heard about anything more about it.
Yeah, it's not supposed to be possible until it is, and then we spend the next few decades trying to figure out.
I've talked about that a couple times. So.
Yeah. So let me see. I believe. Oh, and this was the one. Okay. Simulated beta decay. I want to go here. So I twisted Michael's arm and had him talk a little bit more about this. So he was working with this in like 2002, 2005 timeframe. It's been quite a while, but he was able to provide kind of an overview of it. Again, stimulated beta decay is not supposed to exist, but it appears that it does. I had someone show that to me, and it didn't look like they put it on an O-scope and it looked like it worked. So we also had John Hutchison talking about the Hutchison effect. And was that in here? Maybe it's not in here. At one point we had George Hathaway, which was really exciting. And George spent probably close to an hour in a Q&A session talking about that.
Yeah, I think Hathaway was a little bit before Hutchinson. That's what I recall. It's like it was like the 2 weeks prior, and then Hutchinson came on.
Oh, it could be. I thought George's presentation was illuminating, because he had talked about George. His focus there was really like he believes that it was connected to Hutchison's state of mind. Right. And that's not anything for or against John, but what he felt was John was in, if I remember right, he described at the time, John was in a period of stress and emotional distress and just a lot going on. And the effects seemed to happen more there. And as John moved through things, it went away. That was kind of what he'd seemed to indicate. So let me see. Surfing through here, you guys will have to forgive me if I miss anything. I'm trying to go through way too many of these things way too fast, but we've never done this before. So Ron Evans, gravitomagnetism and its role in gravity propulsion. Ron came back. This is his model, his kind of, and again, this comes out of his green glow experience. He ran through inertia, free fall, Lazar's claims, things along those lines. Ricardo Storti, analysis of Lazar's propulsion claims. So this one, the thing to keep in mind here was Storti is trying to contextualize Lazar's claims in terms of his own model, right? And actually, I've heard a little bit of criticism of that. They're saying, okay, why not try and explain it in terms of standard physics before you put it into your own physics? But regardless of how you may or may not feel about that, the nice thing is he did a really good, solid analysis of what Lazar claimed. And so that's in there. And then he also tried to put it in the context of his own model, right? Which is always kind of a challenge. Let me see. Variable speed of light cosmology. That was, yeah, again, that was Story. And then, Mr. Brandenburg, Introduction to the GEM Theory. And let me see. We had Ross Small. We've had Ross Small a few times. Ross is, for anyone who has missed it, Ross is kind of our resident wild man. He has a massive, for lack of a better word, this is a Trojan horse on wheels that threatens to punch the wall of his apartment. He turns it on and we all fear for our lives, and we especially fear for his life. So
I have watched his demonstration. I told him, stand further away from this device.
yes. He's the evil Knievel for our community. That's the only way to describe it. Hopefully without all the broken bones. So far,
Absolutely.
so good. So let me see. After this, oh, that's right, John. You came back and you talked about, and you're going to talk more about this today, hopefully.
That's
Mars
right.
nuclear isotopes. There we go.
Story that won't go away. It just gets richer and richer.
Yeah,
and
well,
by the way, you guys are all talking about how we're going to get to Mars and then to the stars. This is your big motivation to get to Mars and then to the stars.
And
when you see what I have been able to deduce from published data,
I would say get to Mars, into the stars, and inherit the stars, because that is the book that would apply to your hypothesis probably the best.
Perhaps so.
So Rupert Wade, funding strategies for innovation, which that's really valuable. That's something that we should talk about more. But pretty much everybody here is an innovator, an experimenter, a lot of entrepreneurs, small business people. And so it helps to have some business knowledge. Rupert Wade is the man, and he's actually still in this area. So, if you haven't thought about it, if you have business questions, he might be somebody to talk to. I talked to him just the other day. I had a question. He was very helpful. He's a wonderful person, very knowledgeable, and a lot of information. His thing right now is DAO, Distributed Autonomous something DAO, DAO. It's a distributed autonomous organization, I think. That's a new funding model as well. It's kind of a crowdfunding thing. I think that was what he was saying. That's really
winning
hot.
through the DAO.
Yeah, it's one of those crypto related things. That's why nobody understands it, but he's on top of those. Rob Chambers talking about the read drive, and this was one of his passion projects. Rob Chambers has been following Larry Reed's work. A lot of people have. So he went through and tried to pull out Larry Reed's description of it. Reed himself is not open to presenting for his own reasons, but Rob was really wonderful there. Jared Gates, you know what, man, it seems like this was just yesterday that he was presenting on this. Jared, I didn't know going into this. I was like, okay, let's take a risk, because he was really mellow. It was like, is he going to even show up? He shows up and he gives this presentation on the TR3B that was just stellar. It was like, holy God, this guy did so much amazing work there, And so, of course, me being the way I am, the first thing I did was I said, Jared, do 5 more of these presentations for me. And so he may at some point, right? But at the very least, we have Jared's warp drives in the TR3B. Jared his presentations remind me of Jeremy Reese. They both do incredible research. Frank does the same thing, but Frank is more investigative journalism. In their case, they're more like investigative science, if that makes sense. Mark crashed MUFON. I forgot about that. This was another. I told you that makes our conference unique. We crash other conferences. He crashed the MUFON conference and had Travis Walton. So we had Travis Walton on the show. I just had somebody mention Travis Walton the other day. They said that this person felt that Walton wasn't abducted. What they felt was that Walton was accidentally killed, and ET took him away to put him back together again. How's that?
Well, that's certainly more plausible than the abduction. Idea.
They said Walton ran up to the UFO and touched it and got himself killed, and that's why they took him away. So they had to put him back together again.
That's not,
So-
yeah, that doesn't qualify as an abduction if you're actually dead when they take you away.
Exactly.
That's just a absconding with a body and then returning it as alive. Yes, that's much more plausible than an
You can't
abduction.
believe the movie. You have to get his book and go to his conferences or his discussion at the Roswell thing. But that's what he says is he got too close to the propulsion field and it went to ground through him.
Yeah.
Sure.
Then he was woken up on a ship with short guys fixing him, being telepathic, telling him he had died. So
Okay. Well, there you go. So, I did an interview with Miguel Alcubierre. One of the challenges that we have is
Viva
not
Mexico.
not everyone is open to for stage fright or various reasons. Not everyone is open to a group conference setting, right? And that's in some ways that's tragedy. But what I've tried to do, again, I have my interview channel. What I've tried to do is reach out, especially in cases like that. And if I can't get folks to present, or if it doesn't fit with the conference, or for various reasons, I try and do interviews as well. And that way, we're trying to capture some of that knowledge and history and personality as well. So Miguel Alcubierre was one of those fellows. Hopefully, at some point, he may join us. I've got 10 minutes left. I can rush through this really quick. Julia Mossbridge. I absolutely adore Julia. She is wonderful. I don't know. Yeah. Julia is kind of like a sister. So reverse causality in photons. She has worked on remote viewing. She has worked with Dean Radin, the Noetic Society. She has done tons and tons and tons of work. Again, I can't say enough wonderful things about her. She is just the most thoughtful, wonderful human being, and definitely an expert in her field. So she covered that, and that was not only physics, but also related to psychic events as well, which is kind of on the remote viewing angle of things. David Alzofon came back. Ted Pittman, who was here just last session, talking about the impulse driver. Again, that's inertial propulsion. And I did, again, Ryan Graves was another one of those individuals. I did an interview with him. He did not want to come on APEC. I've asked him 2 or 3 times. Let me see, where was I? So I think that was, yep, Julia. Then we had Shrish Hala, quantum loop anti-inertial propulsion. Shrish has been here several times as well. Jim Bakeen, quantized weight. David Perez, variable electromagnetic drive. So you guys are familiar with these. I think that David we've had before. Jim had a really good presentation as well as Shrish. Okay. We also got into, so Taylor Sisko presented on magnetic monopole propulsion, clues from UAP trees. These were trees surrounding UAP landing sites. And that's kind of where that came from. And so he was doing an analysis of UAPs, and it appeared that there were magnetic monopoles that were generated or in use. Mr. Boyd, who I'm looking at right now, did more UAP. He did a UAP Apache infrared video analysis. Joseph Whiting, vortex ring capacitors.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah.
I just wanted to let you know I just put a chat comment in my 4th patent on gravitomagnetism published yesterday.
Okay.
So there's a link there, and if you put that number in, you can see it. That you and it.
Oh, yeah, and that's in chat. That is in chat.
Okay.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, so actually, we're getting there. Hold on. I think I've almost got this. If I get done on time, wow, that would be amazing. Okay, so Greg Cathcart, compressed time propulsion. Greg has kind of a unique model. Again, one of the things that's really exciting about Greg is he dots his I's and crosses his T's. He does really in-depth research. He has his own unique model. It's difficult to validate these things, but the thing that I loved about Greg was his research and his work is so in-depth, right? And that was really exciting. Jose Ruiz. The nice thing about this was a really good breakdown analysis. He went through and said, okay, what do all of these, like, you know, like the Cyril effect and all these amazing devices have in common, right? Alzofon was one of those as well. He tried to pull out common traits from those. And actually you can see, you know, disrupt equilibrium, energy is extracted out of the disrupted area. So he went through and did that. Wayne Ojala, who is with us today, does water have an anti-gravity phase? And actually Wayne is still working on that. Okay, and let me see.
Because it rains from above us.
Yes. I'm not going to tease Wayne on the water.
How does all that water get up there in the sky after all?
Okay, so we're up to August. Holy God, I'm going to get this thing done in 2 hours. I did not know. David Sereda, really exciting. David talked about Boyd Bushman, right? And Boyd passed many years ago. Boyd invented the Stinger missile, which he didn't let any of us forget. He invented that back in the 50s based on his observations of a rattlesnake, because he took a lot of stuff from nature. So if you knew Boyd, you would always know that the Stinger missile was based on a rattlesnake. There are many videos of Boyd talking about Boyd had lens levitation. That was something that he used as an example to show people that this stuff was possible. And he had some other models and stuff as well. Mike Brace, theory of gravity and anti-gravity in everything. Mr. Melia made an appearance to do an update on his inertial propulsion. Brian Sinclair and Ross Small, again, inertial propulsion. And these guys, you might get the impression that these guys are working together. It's because they are. So Ross he has the enormous Trojan horse, and Brian has like just the heavy metal gearing system, right? But they're both awesome and incredibly intimidating, you know. Getting to September, and I've got 6 minutes left here, so I'm going to try and push through this. This was a big one. James Woodward, Mach effect propulsion. Yes, he was the inspiration for this conference, as Mark Sokol described. Mark and company crashed Woodward's Estes Park and promptly got kicked out. They were not allowed to stay. Anyone who knows Mark knows why that is. And so, you know, so we can't blame Mr. Woodward at all, but it was truly an honor to have Mr. Woodward present on Mach effect propulsion for us. James Woodward needs no introduction. I mean, he's been in Wired magazine, he's been in news all over the world. I
had the honor of working closely with him as, you know, part of his support group in Fullerton for about a year and a half, and it was a wonderful experience. He's just an eminent and very careful scientist, and he's been carefully focused. He's been working in a focused, methodical manner for decades.
Yes. And so Frank Milburn did an update on UAPs and Aero. This one is close to my heart because, again, I need nerdy stuff that's not propulsion related because you guys have propulsion locked up, so it would be pointless for me. So I got bit by the superluminal quantum communication bug. Very quickly, I did a series of, I think I did 4 interviews on this. I had number 5 scheduled with a Chinese scientist. He had some pressure from his government, so he wasn't able to go through that. But the idea is physics, mainstream physics doesn't believe it's possible to communicate faster than light using quantum entanglement, right? But as it turns out, the president of the John Bell Association feels that it is. So this, I believe,
it's one of these things. It's impossible till somebody demonstrates it on a tabletop or across a room.
Yeah,
and then suddenly people will say, "Well, I actually said that several years ago."
Yeah, I secretly believe that. Okay, then going to October. This was our last one before today. This one Jeremy Reese was supposed to present. He had some last-minute technical difficulties. Ted Pittman took over. Phil Bouchard presented on finite theory. and then Mark Sokol and Keith Earl. Actually, these gentlemen kind of saved the day. So Keith Earl actually came down to Mark's lab and visited him, and they did this enormous 2-hour presentation on Alzofon. So, guys, that's it. That
Yay!
is 2 years.
Well done, Tim.
And that brings us up to today. This is my first piece of stock art featuring a human being. That's my contribution to our 2-year anniversary. So that probably makes me lame, but that's totally fine.
I think humans are actually very valuable in the scheme of things, myself.
Yeah. Guys, thank you for bearing with me. I did not mean to run an entire hour over time.
That was the miracle marathon, though. That was two years in 2 hours. That's pretty good.
This conference here, just so you guys know, and let me double check. Let me just double check. I believe I'm going to go in here. I labeled them all. That's how I know. This is our 45th conference. This is conference number 45.
Wow.
So, in case you guys wonder,
very good.
Round of applause for Tim, as Tim always does for everyone.
Really?
Well, thank you, guys.
Give him a big hand.
But you know what? You guys should applaud for yourself. Applaud for yourselves. This is your conference, and these are all your presentations that I'm talking about. So, and actually, you guys can hear BurnEye talking. I didn't put BurnEye on the schedule. BurnEye, if you are able to stay later, I would love to have an update on your material as well.
Absolutely.
We got kind of sidetracked. I did not mean to leave you off. We've been trying to make our format less presentation and more experimental, and so I'm all turned around up here. But
right.
So let me hand things over to Mr. Aidan Shaffer. I do not have an introduction for him, but Aidan you've been at the conference forever. Aidan works closely with Mark. He's been working on, my introduction would be, Aidan Shaffer has been working on crop circle. And here, I'm going to spotlight you for everyone. Put it on speaker view.
All right.
Okay. Let's see. Can you guys see the presentation?
Yeah. And I would say that, Aidan, you've been with the conference for forever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dr. Vallone sent me an email, I guess, December 2020. Very, it was still like single-digit APEC conferences, and said, here, join the Zoom meeting, since he knows that I've been researching flying saucers and such. So I'm going to go. This is going to be based off of my artistic talent. If you know anything about artists, we're always looking into symbols and trying to see a connection between, what is this, like, heaven forbid, the swastika, spinning wheel, pinwheel. What is that? Has that been represented in other languages and other cultures over the centuries? And you find that there's these certain designs or patterns that appear, and you can intuit something from that. So just to, I am an experiencer. I'll get, at the end of my presentation, we'll get to that experience. And during which, I carry a rare form of Tibetan yoga. If you know anything about Vajrayana Buddhism, or like have gone into the meditations, it's all about doing internal visualizations and tapping into the mind's ability to see. So from there, like after my experience, I started looking into crop circles more seriously, because I'd finally seen some vehicles, and I was like, oh, well, there's proof. There is something else out there. And from there, I started looking for similarities and such. So this element, this symbol appeared in 2010. Why I have little skinny Bob there is that the alien icon, which you can see, it's also on the shirt, is represented a couple times in different crop circles. But the thing that's most important about this one is focusing down at the bottom and the bar with 3 dots. And that bar with 3 dots is going to show up in a couple different crop circles, which will be here in the next couple slides. But for the longest time, I'm like, well, what is it getting at? What are they like? To me, I instantly got the idea that like that bar and 3 dots, that's fuel. And for a while, just a couple of years bashing my head on the ground or thinking about it, and I kind of came up to the resting conclusion that it represents the strong nuclear force. You have the 3 quarks and the gluon force. So, hypothetically, they're working with the strong nuclear force in order to create their spinning fields. A little bit later, came across Bob Grenier and during one of these APEC presentations, and in one of his slides, he showed the magnetic monopoles, or the magnetic imprint of the ion eaters as they were going through material samples, and he called it like a little bird mark. And so that instantly brought up this overall shape of what you see here in this slide. I've used some CAD. You have on the left, or it's my screen left, but it's a 3/4 view and then basically a head-on view. So I think that they're within the power system. They're working with these the ion eaters, and that sort these exotic vacuum objects. So this one is, when I saw it, immediately thought that it was a flight reactor. Again, you can see that they're using that magnetic monopole structure. And if there's anybody with a better descriptor for it, the ion eaters are also called plasmoids. But here on the outer branches, you can see again that this is the bar and 3 dots. This circle was made in 2009. The one that I call the fuel element key was given a year later. And actually, if you notice, June 27th, this week in UK, there were a lot of these technical crop circles given. In the center of it, down at the, again, it's my screen left, but you can see that we're missing some detail, but that's the alien head, the icon. Furthermore, there's the 4 lines coming out of it. You've got 1 large circle and 3 going next to each other in a line. And so from my studies, I've found that the aliens, they have skinny bob. They're these 2 digits are merged into 1, and so you're seeing like the control input in the center line. The larger bars on the outside of it, I usually just take as like a power system or the power bus. And then the more complex glyphs in the middle, I'm not going to get too far down into it, but they are, playing around with the neutrinos, the color change of the neutrinos. I guess the strong nuclear force may have some subtle aspect to it. Like, we have the 3 generations of electrons, electron, muon, and tauon. We also have, the neutrinos and their antiparticles changing colors, which I think, if you know anything about neutrinos, that we usually detect electron neutrinos and the other 2/3 are missing. Well, I think that's due to the fact that we're not seeing very many strong nuclear reactions coming out of the star. But yeah, so overall, the image, the architecture of the flight reactor, again, uses that monopole. They're quite fond, they being the crop circle makers, have used this that geometry a couple times. I think it appeared first in 2001. So there is a continuity of imagery. It's not always linear, which we'll find out. So early on in my translating efforts, I would get out Google Sketch. You saw earlier a couple slides that was putting a canvas into CAD, and by doing that, you can see that on the flight reactor, it does seem to want to line up, like the 2 halves want to fold into each other. Here on the bottom, the bar and the dot, that's the crop circle makers, playing 4-dimensional chess. Because if you ever go look at any of our power systems, you have, on and off is represented by a bar and a circle. As far as the fuel, like just recently on my searching, I came across a strange effect of berkelium. But apparently, if you measure the electron drift velocity, they're seeing a relativistic effect in berkelium, which is very, you have to, I guess, have a national security clearance and working in certain nuclear certified labs in order to gain access to it. But the takeaway I got off of berkelium was that apparently it's spinning, its valence electrons relativistically, so they appear to have more mass to them. So this circuit theory, this one, I'm going to skip forward real quick. So this one was quite interesting. It took 3 days for the crop circle makers to make it, but they gave themselves a little bit of space in between. If you can see, like, the first part of it was what I would call the quadrant that, again, goes into the alien icon. There, it is icon is exactly the same as this logo on my shirt. And from there, it ended in the 5 circles here, which are that theme is all the way through this circuit theory design. I call it, there's line 1, line 2, 3, 4, and 5, as is represented by the number of circles at the beginning. Also, due to my study of linguistics and heuristics, if you think about how you read, let's take, English, for example, it's, left to right, top to bottom. So they seem to have done that, they've ordered this, the crop circle and with that sort of orientation. But if you know anything about other languages, like, Chinese, Japanese as well, I believe they read right to left, top to bottom. So they're reading in columns and such. And so for this one, sometimes I'll look at it and I'll start over on the far right in the corner, and you see you have like a staircase-like object. When you have these, there is a 3-dimensional quality to these, and like some of the bars and dashes, you instead of seeing them planar, you want to put them at 90 degrees. Focusing in on this, you can see that fuel element is used. The fuel symbol is in this longer crop circle. It's in line 3 all the way to the far end. You can see there's these 3 dots. It goes out to like a T junction, then you have the bar and 3 dots. And then down further on line 4, I'm going to back up here. Line 4, you can see, there's this quite complex language of, I guess, particle interactions. Maybe we're seeing like, symbolic representations of like phonons and magnons, these virtual particles as the electric field is interacting and passing through the materials. In key to their thinking with the electric field is it's the wave particle duality plus polarization. And there's one symbol here in the 5th line that I'll see if I can highlight here in a bit, that when I saw that, it was like, oh, that's the wave particle duality. And plus they've got this little spiral on it. So, here I haven't gone through this in detail, and unfortunately I lost some of my notes in the past, but when I'm looking at this and trying to, think up of designs, I'll break it down line by line. My recommendation for anybody that wants this sort of, that sort of information is to actually just get out some, pen and paper or a pencil, and then just break it down, do it as precise as you can. And it takes a little while to go through each one of the symbols. And after a while, I find that there's sort of like certain groups relate to each other. Obviously, like on line 1, you have this long waveform. and it's probably like, if I had to read it from right to left in this case, so you have this like, a waveform, and this capacitive coupling with this longer waveform. So what I've understood from my experiences in seeing that, that the propulsion field is interacting with the electric field. So when we talk about 0-point energy, that's just the omnipresent electric field of the universe. So, when they're traveling interplanetary, they're most likely, the propulsion field must be spinning at, a higher velocity versus the vacuum of space-time. And when they come down into the atmosphere, the propulsion field is tuned and spinning at a lower speed because there's more particle density, more electric potential in the atmosphere than there is in the vacuum of space. But so, the line one, like I said, sometimes I go from right to left or other times left to right. And so that stair-step structure with the little resonator, that I take as kind of like that whole area as a cross section of the hall, like you're looking at it 2D. Let me go so it's right side up. So sorry everybody if again, first line, now we're all the way over onto the top right side. The stair step structure would be the hall structure, and then we have what looks like this large ball with a 90-degree angle on it going down into the structure beneath it, which we know within reality that matter and antimatter, there seems to be there's an abundance of matter. So that's why we use the right hand rule. Antimatter uses the left hand rule. So if they're working with the strong nuclear force, some of the materials, they must be balancing that, playing around with that chirality between matter and antimatter and energetic reactions. So when my big takeaway from the fourth line is that you do have to read it from right to left, and that you'll get that basically the squiggles and lines and all that deal with how they are using the return energy from the propulsion field to go back into the fuel source and then regulate that energetic reaction. Here there again, if you know me, I grew up in Los Alamos, and I was up there as a kid during the time of Bob Lazar. So when he talked about EG&G, and have memories of the blue sign out at the top of the hill when you're coming up. So some of my translation, that's always the problem with the translators. Who influenced you? And I ignored Bob Lazar for the longest time until after seeing the pair of flying saucers in 2010. So some of his, the element 115, I took it to heart. He was giving technical answers instead of all the mumbo jumbo. Everybody has an opinion to what the truth is, but for the sake of translation, if they are using the strong nuclear force, and then we're beginning to see these external field effects happen that he described within Berkeleum. So it's entirely possible that they're at the level of engineering where it's all inductive, right? You put in the fuel system, it's, the flight reactor can feel the gravitational energy in it, and then it starts, creating an ion eater down at the base of it. And then they, keep feeding the ion eater with a stream of hydrogen in order to get this matter antimatter reaction at the heart of the vehicle. So the aliens, back to the overall view and why this one, it's a quadrant. It's 1/4 of the vehicle. There may be some hidden connections in there that I haven't seen yet, but why I take it as being 1/4 of the vehicle is that sextant-like object on the far screen left, pointing out, it's coming out of the alien icon there. Now recently, like there's a pattern, dead in the middle of it that's, rectangles and such. And as I've delved more into metamaterials, I'm wondering if there's, maybe they're giving hints at how the hull is layered. So you have these negative refractive indexes, and or it's just something that they're putting a pretty geometric pattern in there in order to, I don't know, stimulate thought. So like I said, sometimes I'll spend nights just going over and reviewing and trying to draw stuff. And it's, you get a stream of consciousness in the back of my mind. We'll talk about, get into that in a moment here. So yeah, Paul Murad, it was funny that we talked about him so much, but when did I meet him? I got introduced to him via email, probably around 2014 or so. And then a little bit later, he found out that I really liked crop circles. So he said he sent this picture via email, and he's like, well, what do you think about that? So if we look at the circular one down on the bottom, and the inner elements, you can see that there are these five, five bars, these, swoosh, excuse me, my English is failing, but five objects that seem to be growing larger and larger. That design element is represented in the crop circle that appeared in 2009. This was, August 2nd, 2004. So here, like the aliens, there's some sort of four-dimensional chess that they're playing. Because this, to me, it looks like pulse width modulation and polarization, for a circular vehicle, and they're showing, the beginning of fourth wave mechanics. One of the design elements that appears frequently in the crop circles is like an asymmetrical series of circles. They're like pushing in one direction. So that design element, I don't think I have it highlighted, but it appears time and time again in their language. So they're playing around with these field asymmetries in order to get the vehicle to go in a certain direction. And if we cross-reference what David Perez has done with his fractal array, and that it's not a pushing engine, it's more of a pulling engine. So I'll get into some math models here in a bit. So they're playing, this pulse width modulation at this point, and as this circle represents, would be like buoyancy. It's just neutral. It's not flying or moving in any one direction, and that they have, this double-sided waveform that's being swept through, and must have some sort of radial field array system within it, or kind of much like the bottom of the ARV, right? This capacitive array. This is one of the ones I've tried to study the most, or I've duplicated it in models. But this one to me was the little voice, the clairvoyant, says this was a capacitive array. It's a field emitting system. And then if you look at the glyphs in the middle, you see that there's three different types, and one of them repeats 6 times, and then you have the other two. It's like positive and negative on that. So it'd be like a 3-phase switch that is fed into this capacitive array, and that is probably at the equator of the vehicle. There's other interpretations of this, but that's from my perspective. And this also appeared in 2009, the summer of 2009. A lot of the crop circles related, they got very technical, which I've walked you through. Now this one also was in 2009, and it always screamed to me that it needed to be, it's a 3-dimensional object, and you're seeing, see if you can see it rotating within your mind, but then folding in on itself. Here you see that, the dumbbell with the 2 dots on the outer side of it is very similar to the outer, the outer design, that capacitive array. As a matter of fact, the crop circle makers have used that overall geometry of the two circles connected by a line with the two line segments. It's a theme, and they do little variations upon it, and they come back to it again and again. Here I wanted to kick over into BLE, or some of the math models that I've done. Yeah, at this time I was still at UNM. I used to have a nice MacBook, but this was made with Mac Grapher. And so around 2013, 2014, I started learning how to play with like parametric equations. And then just playing with the numbers, right? This graph, these spirals are called like lysojoules in pure mathematics. But once I found an interesting topology, I started to see that there was this like sort of inner field that was being generated. I'll pause. And early on in my UF research, I came across that old website from the 90s called the Desert Rat, and they had Bill Uhouse on there talking about a flight simulator that they had supposedly built out in Area 51. And then he used the term gravity envelope, which I thought was very funny. And so what you're seeing within the model here, there's a central waveguide, and then I have a large sphere, and that would be like the flight reactor. And that it is the densest source of time and gravitational force within the vehicle. And so, what if I had to improve, or I want to improve this model based off of the stuff that I've worked with and learned from Mark on the Alzofon experiment, and that the dynamic nuclear orientation that's happening in the Hall material has to be directed at the flight reactor, which is this super dense element. And that that's how they're getting the inertial control, or the occupants within the vehicle or within the gravity envelope. And since the Hall material is oriented towards that flight reactor, and the nuclear reaction that's occurring inside of it is the sense of time, it all just kind of came together cleanly in my mind back in 2014 when I started making these. And then last one is playing with the parametric equation. You can see that's, I'm trying to figure out how to have this like inward compressing, spiraling field effect. And it's purely mathematics. It looks pretty. I think if I had to do it differently, I'd try to reverse the parameters of it so it came outward instead of compressing inwards. Let's see. So to bring it back to the crop circle language, and the pretty blue lines that were in the mathematical pictures, that was how I was able to recreate that or see this 2D design in 3D finally. And I do believe they are listening. We'll get into higher states of consciousness and here in a moment, but this one, like I said, if you'd been paying attention or seen me on previous APECs, back in June, I gave a presentation on the magnon, which I think is a really beautiful, concept. It's a spin wave within a material. It's what I've been learning with the Manelis device is that is this clean energy system, and that it was doing thermal electric conversion within this conditioned ferrite block. And the conditioning of it basically entailed putting a magnetic toroid and then learning to put a spin wave inside of that magnetic domain. And if you get it happening, the brick will get cold, and then you'll have within the column, you'll be able to levitate like a pen or a little piece of needle or metal. So the spin wave, to me, this magnon concept, if taken out to the larger size, explains the spinning propulsion field effect that I've seen. And it's very faint in this crop circle, but if you study them for a while, you see that sometimes within the center, they'll have these smaller circles, and the wheat or the rapeseed or whatever, they like wheat twists together better, but you'll see that's braided. So they're able to create these quite complex spinning fields or directed spinning fields of polarized electricity, and that create make these the elements of the crop spin together. And so over the years, thinking about it and trying to figure out how to actually turn that into like a useful engineering diagram. Well, what I did was I just borrowed from the FAA and looked into a systems diagram for like a private jet, and then from there just started changing some of the concepts. Flying saucers are round. Not all flying saucers or UFOs are round, but they seem to use spherical geometry because it's the propulsion field is a spinning field on the outside of the craft, and spherical geometry leads to field leads to stability within the field. The propulsion and power system are very closely coupled, and that they are almost the same. The external spinning field has to feed back into the flight reactor in order to create the magnetic monopole or the overall field structure. What I've learned from talking with various professionals is that most likely the bottom of the vehicle is negatively charged, and then as you go towards the top center, it becomes increasingly positive. Again, this field topology, this polarization is very important to keep in mind when you're trying to design these things. So here's my new force database. So for this was my first sighting. I forget the gentleman's name that runs the website, but if there's anybody from NASA trying to collect data, like this website is one of the best ones out there. So the interesting thing about this is that I had a premonitional dream. I usually don't talk too much about that, but it's probably like Thursday morning. The sighting happened on Saturday evening at 8:03. But in that Thursday morning dream, I just remember it was early morning, and I had this dream vision of a large silver object floating over the trees and being able to see it quite clearly. And then I was like, woke up and, had a fleeting memory of it, but just forgot about it. And then 2 days later, standing out at O'Reilly's, so, when it happened, these two vehicles came in, they were checking out the local hospital. And in the first instant, it was, it looked like two objects, or I was like, what is that? Like a plane flying in? No. Is it like a helicopter exploding? No. Is it like two large birds being hassled by a flock of small birds? No, those are UFOs, flying saucers. The vehicles I could see that they were silver. They looked black underneath, but then there was like a white haze. And then as I was looking at the smaller objects, they all just, my coworker had this sequence. And while I was looking at them, this internal sign of the rainbow body went off, and I started having these like rainbow visuals or trailers and tracers going through my mind or through my visual consciousness. And so I had to ask him, I'm like, I'm seeing less. And he's like, yep. Like, I didn't see anything that flew off in random directions. He's like, nope. And now I just see like two of them. He's like, yep. So next thing I did was get on the phone and talk with Sir Charles Schultz. And I just was having like an OMG. Oh my God, I'm seeing stuff. He's like, yes, Aidan. what is it? I'm like, UFOs. It's, it was quite exciting because when you see it, it's, for your first time, you know that you're seeing something. There's an energetic reaction. But so the interesting thing though is that premonitional dream. Oh, it's not in here. I was going to reference Julia. There it is. So Julia's discussion was quite interesting for me because, like, over the years I've had some sort of premonitional dreams. Kind of always have like maybe a year's heads up. The more I meditate and the more I do, normal work, hard work, the visions become a little bit stronger. Sometimes they're really annoying, but it comes from, years of practice. About 20 years ago, I met a modern master of the mystical arts, and in classes with him, he would start talking about 0-point energy and the time that he built the UFO. And meanwhile, he's giving out, teachings on how to still the mind. Through some of the techniques he gave me, it was a lot of stillness meditation, but in order to pacify your small mind, your ego, you use things like mantra in order to get the chemical reactions that are going on. And then you learn how to go into, your dream states, or, if anybody's ever used psychedelics and taken a time out and looked inside, sometimes you'll get all sorts of flashes or quite intricate patterns. So I learned to go into that state of consciousness without using psychedelics, and would go up to the monastery, where I have experienced with monks like telepathy or communication via dreams. So there is this aspect of your consciousness that, as you're alive and the electrons are coursing through your body, you're bioluminescent. It's very faint, but your body is creating a sort of a light. And so if there is this ability, there seems to be this premonitional ability, of light predicting or knowing what it's going to do before it's going to do it. And, that we can go off into prophecy and such. But so with learning this language, and if anybody wants to, pick this up as well, the idea is just to go through and trace out some of the designs, spend the time doing it by hand with paper or something that's going to get your mind into that focused state where you're drawing for a while. There is a language that they put into those circles, those teachings, and it does seem to have, I always come back to those, and it's, that one's a flight reactor. And I had come across that via Jason Berbelli. And then that summer I went over, this is my first UFO conference, the Roswell one. There was this wonderful lady, Patty Greer, no relation to Stephen Greer, but she picked out a couple of these as well. And without me saying anything to her, I was just in the crowd. She's like, oh, and this one pertains to a power system. And this one seems to be some sort of complex engineering language that nobody has really seemed to be working at. And from there, I was like, oh, aha, I seem to be, at least somebody else has the same madness as I do. And I just want to point out this one little, so in Vajrayana Buddhism, they have this teaching, it's called Nam Cho. Cho, Nam means space and Cho means treasure. So it's like space treasure, but this cryptic looking glyph, the one little object that I want to call everybody's attention to is this funny circle with the 4 dots and the 3 landing legs. And that to me always seems to scream like that's a flying saucer with its landing gear down. For personal reasons, I read this one from right to left, and it's just, the more I look at it, it's a pretty picture, offering advice on the path. But so it seems like some of these teachers, enlightened teachers from centuries past, had premonitional glimpses of civilizations elsewhere. So and I think with that I'm kind of done, and I'm open to questions. Or
awesome. Okay. Aidan, let's do this. Let me stop your screen share. Oh, there we go. Hey, everybody, I'm going to put this thing on gallery view. Everybody, please give Aidan a tremendous applause. Mr. Aidan Shaffer. Aidan has been among us for many, many years now. 2 years now.
Yeah,
And, 2 years now. That's many, many in APEC years. So, which are like dog years, right?
Right. Yeah. So
Okay.
don't tell me I've aged 14 additional years now. But
Yeah, I know. I know. Well, Aidan, maybe, I don't know if you agree with me or not, but maybe the audience, you guys do too. For some reason, this September, right? And I had a weird vibe too, going back to this summer. This summer it was pretty mellow, and I had this weird vibe. This fall it's going to be busy. It has been insane. Like it's just been this knockdown drag out. I mean, it's been like twice as busy at work, the whole 9 yards. So let me see. Let me go to Bill Alec first. Bill, go for it, sir.
Yeah, Aidan.
Yep.
Yeah, you brought up crop circles, and I'm wondering if you mentioned that there could be some sort of an engineering language by these ETs. If I was doing some research here with the German saucer program, before World War II. And there was some channeling done by this Maria Orsic, and she mentioned that these ETs would communicate in an ancient Sumerian language.
Okay.
Wondering if there could be a connection between the Sumerian ancient alphabet and maybe these crop circles.
I'm not familiar with the Sumerian language, so that's a new one on me. But like when I was working on the fuel system, I went into like looking at the Aztec or Mayan. I think Mayan system accounting uses bars and dots, and like a bar means 5. And so in my first couple interpretations, I was looking at the number 13. If I go back to the slide like that, the bar and 3 dots with the circle, if they're using any sort of, like I'm looking for interaction and insight now in my day and age, but that's the hieroglyphics, Del the Funky Homo Sapiens, little, like his glyph for his band. So I don't want to copyright infringe, but that fuel element symbol that's the only other place I've seen it. So the direct question is, I don't know, or direct answer to the Sumerian connection is, I don't know. I have, to my credit, I think I've seen nearly 50 vehicles in the Albuquerque skies. Sometimes, there's a weird, one day in 2014, there was a flap of 10 vehicles that came over Albuquerque. And then about a month later, here we're going into a spiritual experience. Towards the end of the semester, I just all of a sudden in the afternoon got really tired and went to the room that I was renting, and immediately, like, I got on my cot and like immediately was like passed out. But then I was in the intermediate state of, a visionary state, and there was this little short guy with big, wide eyes that wrapped around, super buff. I don't know how many fingers or whatnot, but not a big head, but short and wide eyes. And we were having some sort of detailed discussion. And then I remember waking up and then looking down at my leg, and there was this ghostly white box with this straight rod coming down into my shin. And through the years that I've spent doing meditation, and I know there is a spiritual realm, there is consciousness, and some things. There's a medium for sharing information through your visual consciousness, both exterior and interior. But that was just one of those really weird ones. So, but yeah, I don't know much about the Sumerians. So, Boyd, Michael Boyd.
Mr. Boyd.
Hey, Aidan, I got a question. some of those crop circles I saw what looked like being metamaterial surfaces. And I'm curious if have you ever seen this book before, the metamaterial book?
Let's I can't see your. I do have a metamaterial textbook. Now I know Mark has gotten a couple. I can't see, where is your? Yeah, there you are. Let me see. Yeah, I have that one. Yep.
Okay, so as far as those being a clue to lift or torsion fields, that kind of stuff, I'd suggest you look at chapter 14.
Okay.
Which is on page 377.
77.
And while you're finding it, I'm going to read you this this paragraph on the first page of this section. It says, since magnetic conducting surfaces do not exist naturally, it is necessary to artificially create a surface with magnetic conduction properties in a certain band of frequencies.
Mm-hmm.
This can be achieved by utilizing resonant inclusions on a non-conducting host substrate layer in parallel with the conducting ground plane. Near the resonance of the inclusion, strong currents are induced on the surface, and together with the conducting ground plane, this structure may provide an equivalent magnetic conductor for a frequency range corresponding to the frequency range in the vicinity of a resonance of the surface.
Right. So these are, yes, frequencies.
So now, if you go over the next few pages and look at those surfaces, what they look like, just go through them. They have this piano and Hilbert curve elements are called. And look at the shapes there. They look just like some of those shapes that were showing up in those crop circles. And if you look at, like, go to 383, where they have the piano surface, and you can see it's like a whole surface set. And then another good example of it is on page 387, where they have the Hilbert surfaces.
Right.
See that? So perhaps it is a clue.
Yeah. I mean, I have my take on arts parts and, like, you know, the materials, what they're doing within there, you know, playing with the bismuth is on the inside, it's facing towards the inside of the vehicle. And then they're playing around with zinc and magnesium and layering that. And that there's the ratio between the thin layer of magnesium and the thicker layer of magnesium that's
what's the substrate material? Do you have any idea?
It's that arts parts that's floated around, the funny striated thing. I don't have
the supposed sample that
yeah. So, like, when you're looking at it,
Academy, that one.
Yeah, we like drew from Florida. We
Right.
had a good discussion about that a couple APECs ago. It's that, you know, Linda Moulton Howell had it for a bit, and then it went off to, I guess, the Army through TTSA. But that the material, like, it's not as complex. It's, you know, it's been flown, so the little substriations in it are a result of it flying and doing possibly like the spacefold jump. Like I alluded to in the circuit theory design, my belief is that they're playing around with the electron generations in order to get some superluminal movement, like when they do the spacefold, that they're loading the electric field down to the muon or up to the muon level, and then that increased energy density with muons gives them the ability to skip, you know, for as long as the field is stable. So that's why you see them.
Muons are 207 times heavier than an electron.
The muons, yeah, no, they're like 500.
They have more inertial energy than an electron would have.
Right. I mean, you know, everything that I've learned about them is that, you know, they were constantly being bombarded by muons, and that they're moving through space-time greater distances than their half-life should allow them to move. So,
Well, in any case, I just thought you might be interested in seeing that part of the book, because it's kind of.
Yeah, you're reminding me I need to do some more reading and get back to Jersey.
Well, that's a hard book to read. It took me a while.
No, it's not. I've been around PhD level people most of my life living in New Mexico. So even though I don't have a master's, I have done some of the hiking through calculus. But yeah, that design I've actually played around with, and I have a CAD design, but it's similar. So John Brandenburg, yeah, sorry to.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, John, go for it, sir. Oh, you're muted. Let me see. There. Ask to unmute. There we go. And lower hand.
Thank you very much, and I really enjoyed your talk. I just wanted to amplify your comments. First of all, on the Mayan, apparently Mayan symbols for the number 8 and 13 appeared several times.
Yeah.
And that's pretty interesting right there, because we know the Mayans were very sophisticated and were in contact with a lot of people they didn't talk about, especially the priesthood. And but also your rotating electromagnetic field, the three-phase, which is Tesla three-phase, that comes up very prominently in my own work on gravity modification. That is as a practical matter, that's the best way to make gravity modification, is set up rotating fields around your craft. That's why many of the craft, in my interpretation, have 3 bumps on the bottom. That's fairly frequent.
Yeah.
Thing that, yes.
There was it was like a 1966 sighting in New Mexico, and I wish I had kept the pictures, but it is a classic saucer. It's got 3 bumps on the bottom. It's got that central waveguide. Looks like a top hat, and it does. This guy got a sequence of it, and it's there. And then the next one is you see the bottom. It's done that
very good
rotation, and it's going to switch over.
I'd love to see pictures of that.
It's a classic. It's the guy. It's a 1966 New Mexico UFO sighting. There's that turquoise step-side, rusted old pickup truck that's in it. And then
1966, New Mexico.
Rio Doso, maybe Rio Doso, New Mexico.
Rio Doso,
maybe, but it's definitely was in New Mexico.
I used to live in New Mexico. It's a beautiful place. Still have a lot of friends there. I worked at Sandia Labs in Albuquerque. And
you're a Sandian.
Yes, I was for about 3 years, and it was a quite extraordinary experience, especially because it's a nuclear weapons lab. Even though I wasn't working on nuclear weapons, I was working on controlled fusion and directed energy weapons. And we went through the Able Archer 83 crisis there, which was a secret crisis where we came as close to a nuclear war as we did during the Cuban Missile Crisis, but it was all secret, except people like us at the lab. And so that was a very eye-opening experiment. It got me very interested in finding a dead civilization on Mars. I thought we need something to get us out of this jam here on Earth. And the best thing to do is distraction. So anyway, I really enjoyed your talk. Thank you very much. Beautiful pictures. And I write science fiction. I treat the UFO problem in terms of science fiction.
I'm aware.
Under this pen name Victor Norgard, and so I kind of got the okay to put stuff I'd heard when I was working in DC into science fiction. They said, just so long as it's labeled science fiction, John. So we won't have any objection to you publishing things you heard around the coffee machine.
Right.
Some
Yeah,
places
the
that
whole
word.
tone's changing here.
What's that?
The whole tone of the conversation's changing, but they're, if you look into modern or what the UFO Twitter stuff, they're New York Times coming out and, oh, it's the Chinese drones now.
Oh, that's preposterous.
Yeah, I know. The stuff I've seen is not from China. So
The heroine in my novel, who's Asian American, her name is Cassandra Chen. She says the great unindicted co-conspirator in the UFO cover-up is the American public itself.
yeah,
Because they don't want to know what's going on. They're too frightened by it, and so they believe very. They just have infinite credulity when the government speaks on UFOs, even if they don't believe them when they say anything else. So it's a psychological thing. So
yeah, it's keeping the blanket on people so they're not worried about it.
Well said. But Eddie, thank you for your talk. It was very interesting. And yes, I see, some of the Mayan numbers in there. We wonder, are these really Mayan numbers, or did they get them from somebody else?
Right.
And also, but the three-phase rotating fields, that's a very important thing, and it just fell right out of my
yeah, gravity is
theory.
spin. That's something that's been taken out of our Newtonian mechanics, is the fact that anything that's generating a gravitational field is spinning.
Yes.
So you take the wave particle duality plus field polarization as your electromagnetic force fundamentals, and then gravity, the gravitational force, starts things spinning, which may just be based off of the strong nuclear force. But
if you believe that the forces are all deeply connected, the two long-range forces of nature are, of course, gravity and E&M. And but apparently if you go down deeper to shorter length scales, then the strong and the weak forces begin to play. Jack would have something to say about this.
I got Jared with the. I know.
Yeah, how about we give a little update on what's going on here at the lab? We're just about ready to run the.
Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Let me go to Jared, and then we can do it.
And I think Jack Sarfati should say something.
I know. I want to hear what he's got to say.
No, please let Jack go ahead of me.
Let the wolf man speak.
Okay.
All right. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hang on, Jared.
Okay. Let me say a few things. I found your talk actually very interesting because you're an experiencer and you're channeling information. So this is a code. I do agree that the crop circles are transmissions, and you're one of you're one of the experiences that perhaps with your intuitive artistic mind, you coming up with some interesting things. But this is the high strangeness part. Now I'm coming from right now. I'm wearing my PhD physics hat. Okay, from an from my professors who built the atomic bomb. Okay, and
I got one of those hats too.
Yeah, but seriously, now when you say that in order to generate the propulsion, the thing has to spin. No, it doesn't have to spin. However, I mean, it depends what you mean by spin. It doesn't have to be a mechanical rotation.
No.
Okay.
No, it's a. I've seen optical.
All right, just let me finish. I don't interrupt. I have a coherent thought here. Okay, so I thought, and you cannot anticipate it, believe me, because you don't have the education in the field. The thing is that with metamaterials, it's as if something is spinning when you're time modulating, like the electrical permittivity of the metamaterial and other electrical and magnetic parameters of material. Like they're doing these experiments with the so-called Fizeau experiment. It's as if the metamaterial is moving very fast, but it's not moving at all. It's just that the way you're modulating the parameters of the material, it simulates actual motion. So it may be correct that, sometimes when they see the UFO and it seems to be spinning, it's not really mechanically spinning. It's optically, it looks like as though it's spinning because of
I agree.
this
Fields.
parametric, let's call it parametric modulation effect inside the metamaterial will produce an effective spin. It's spin without spin. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, very good.
All right. So, and all right. So that's all. So that's all I wanted. Oh, and in general, remember, from my point of view, the physics involved is extremely simple and elementary. It's so elementary that in the say in the 1960s, when Richard Feynman's wife hung out with to some extent at Caltech in the 60s, late 60s, when at that time he could have had as an oral examination a PhD graduate student at Caltech in the 1960s. He could have asked certain questions, and everything I'm talking about, the theory of how the flying saucers work, would have been so obvious to these guys. It's an immediate, obvious application of standard physics, Einstein's general theory of relativity, and some quantum mechanics. Of course, at that time, nobody would even talk about UFOs, and I don't know whether Feynman and some of these people really knew because it's connected with Sagan, But the point is that basically Einstein's field equation of general relativity, 1916. You could think of it like Ohm's law. It's analogous to electrical circuit to Ohm's law, where the induced current is the applied voltage divided by the resistance, right? Okay, so the induced current is basically analogous to the induced gravitational or the warp field, all right? The voltage is like the stress energy tensor, and the 1 over the resistance is like G over C to the 4th. It's just the coupling that's in Einstein's field equation. So that's so that's basically it. So the thing is, in using those metaphor, that analogy, the idea is to create the effective resistance of space-time to being bent, to make that resistance very small, just like you make the resistance small to form a superconductor, electrical superconductor. So the electrical engineering analogy to general relativity I think should be very useful for electrical engineers, in which in general, then you have complex impedance, right, in circuits. So you replace just the resistance, now has a complex impedance with induction effects, capacitor, right, all that. And the same thing's happening in Einstein's theory, because it turns out
Tim, we're about to run the Podkletnov impulse experiment. If you guys
but we also have to hear from Jared.
Wait, let me just finish.
I mean, we have liquid nitrogen pouring here. It's already been poured.
All right, so what?
We have to hear from Jared too.
So what? That's not anti-gravity. You're not getting anti-gravity.
Okay. So you don't have to watch. No problem.
All right, now it's not a question of watching. We're talking now about understanding the whole damn phenomenon. And then you interject with some cockamamie thing with what are you going to make ice cream with that? With the liquid nitrogen? My father used to have liquid nitrogen. No, he had. They can make ice cream with that.
Right. I want liquid nitrogen ice cream.
I know.
All right, can we?
Okay.
All right,
Jared has been waiting patiently, Jack, while you've been talking. So
all right. Okay. So what are you going to show us? What's the liquid nitrogen going to do?
Okay, so let's do this, Jared. Let me put your hand down. Yes. Let me go to let me put Mark on. So let me remove the spotlight there from Aidan. Let me go, Mark. Where are you at, buddy? Mark.
What happened? He ate the ice cream.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a superconductor inside of a vacuum chamber with a large Helmholtz coil across it. And there's some hanging.
Oh, let's just run it. Come on, run it.
Oh my God.
Explain it afterwards.
Okay, we have to run this right now.
Count of 3. Ready, Mike?
Okay, Mike, powered up.
Go, Mark. Okay, I might have to do another trigger,
Mike. What is the camera pointing at?
I don't know what it's pointing at right now. Okay, are you ready to trigger again? There, trick it again.
Well, can you tell us what's supposed to happen and what the idea? What are you showing? What is this supposed to do?
Well,
Give us a
the
little
weights.
background.
Well,
Jack,
hold-
wait,
hold-
shut
hold-
up. If you can watch.
Hold on, Mark.
What?
Point the camera at the weights. Who's
I
who's
can't
holding
point the camera. I can't point
Oh,
the
oh,
camera.
you're gonna change the weight. Okay.
who's holding the camera?
What?
Is the camera running right now? Is camera running?
No, the camera's shut off, actually. We lost our high speed because from the impulse. Oh, wow.
Can you give us a slow speed?
Let's see if we can get the slow speed back. Okay, sign 1. Sign handle not installed. What does that mean? It's off, right?
No, it's on. Now it's off.
Okay, keep it off.
You got a nice bun here. Where's the beef?
Sign hammer. So let's see. Seems like we may have had trouble with the camera. It didn't like that EMP. Let's see. So we have a high-speed camera over here, a Phantom 711. And it should have been. Let's try restarting the camera. Actually,
What's really happening is that the ETs are preventing this experiment from happening.
Where's the ice cream at? I want the ice
Jack,
cream.
are you an ET?
The ETs are doing it.
Right
Okay.
now, it says that the camera's offline. I'm going to try restarting the program.
So Mark, I have you spotlighted. So why don't you do all of your experiments? Just run through all of them, okay?
We had a problem with the high-speed camera, basically, because the from that. Oh, okay. Mr. Crawford is ready to run the Graviflyer experiment. Charlie, here, you want to take the camera?
I got it. Very good spotlight. Yeah.
Yes, you're spotlighted on this. You want to show us your Graviflyer experiment?
Yeah, we're losing that. You know, sometimes-
I'll take you over to the Graviflyer area.
What about the weights?
Wait. We'll have to check the camera to see the video of it, if there's any movement. Mike just knocked something over. No, I think that's fine. You could just put it down. Yes. So here we are with the Graviflyer, and we got the channel 1 ultrasound. So this is from Chris Hardiman's. After he passed away, his wife Flo Hardiman donated to Falcon Space, and I helped set it up. So we have the 6 magnets, the 2 charge here, the ultrasounds up here, and he also added a light, which is unique to his design because he was trying to do light pulses instead of just ultrasound pulses. I don't know if you can hear it right now. It's at 10 kilohertz, 20 volts peak to peak. And this is the ultrasound device we were using. He was using this originally. All right, and let's test the AC. He built this Tesla coil himself, so he wrapped it. And we use this neon bulb to show it lights up. So we're getting wireless AC from that, and there's just a wire going directly down it. That's being able to produce AC signal near the Graviflyer center plate, and legs are also connected to that. We've got a gravitometer to kind of better show that. So here we are. If we put it near the Tesla coil, you see it lights up red and green. And if we put it near Graviflyer frame, let's get light. Yeah, we got a few lights going there. So we want to continuously check this field while we're tuning and adjusting it. And it can take up to 2 hours to build up the field that creates lift. Right now it's on a counterweight. So if we do see any lift, it'll hopefully go up and the counterweight will go down. So we'll start with the motors. They have ESC speed controllers. So let me power these up.
Charles, you need to switch the ultrasound to pulsed, to square.
Yep. Yeah, we could turn on and off. Alexei suggested having also either sine wave or square wave. I think it was more sine wave than square, and then he would have it on and then off. So I could do that by turning off channel 1, on channel 1, and that's his attempt at pulsing it. So that's going kind of slow. We can speed up. It should be about 1,500 RPM each.
Am I correct that there's no sound? Oh, I can't even fix the sound. Jeremy, where are you? Jeremy, you have to unmute. You have to unmute, Jeremy. Jeremy, you have to unmute your stream. Look up, Jeremy. Unmute. Jeremy, can you hear me? You must unmute. Unmute so they can hear. YouTube is muted. Unmute your StreamYard. Oh, come on, Jeremy. I know. I'm trying. Jeremy, unmute. You need to unmute. Your entire stream to YouTube is muted right now. And it's still muted. Nobody can hear anything. Jeremy, it's been muted this entire time. But just to your channel. You gotta Jeremy, you have to unmute yourself on your. What is he doing? Oh God. I tried.
That's pretty much ready to fire right now. This, we call this the easy Alzofon experiment.
Man, if I was over there, we'd be on the moon right now.
So why aren't you here?
Where are you guys?
We're in Hawthorne, New Jersey. You come here and get on the moon.
Okay.
So what you got going on, Mr. Perrone?
I was just getting some diamagnetic graphite crystals out of this graphite from Herman State Park. It's similar to what do you call it? Pyrolytic graphite.
He found a natural form of graphite that hovers on top of a magnet. We were watching it hover earlier.
Oh, good. But let's see if we can get.
I have a great idea for you guys. Instead of the lead weights, why don't you pour some bismuth lead weights and hang bismuth?
I have a great idea. Why don't you come here to the lab and make some bismuth lead weights and set it up?
I would love to. Send me an invite. I'll come.
Yeah, the invite is sent.
The neat thing is that you found it now. Well, I mean, there's another deposit of graphite like this in Sri Lanka. That one's probably a little better. This was from the west side of the mountain. I've never picked up material from the west side of the mountain, the Bear Mountain. This doesn't seem to be as diamagnetic as the stuff from the east side.
How did you
Unfortunately,
find it? How did you know where to look for it?
I just saw it while hiking. I see a lot of things while hiking.
Can you show us how it works with the magnet?
I've been trying to. Let's see.
Where's the larger magnet that you got some results with before?
I mean,
From my
yeah, this is the other
from my
let's get that.
understanding, is that lead absorbs radiation waves and turns it into heat. It's not gonna show any magnetic effects unless you use bismuth.
This is not lead. This is pyrolytic graphite. It actually, we saw it floating across one of the stronger magnets earlier. But he ran out
I'm
to get
talking
a
about the other test,
magnet.
the original test.
So,
I got the big one. This one's very dangerous, so caution.
no, it's just a laptop bag.
So this is not a saddle point magnet. It's just a big magnet, but this should allow you to see. Yeah, see, it doesn't want to sit flat. It's pretty cool, huh?
That's naturally occurring graphite from Harriman State Park that literally just it's floating hard.
Do the same thing with bismuth pieces.
No,
It'll float.
bismuth doesn't do this. Bismuth doesn't have this diamagnetic property to weight ratio.
This is more diamagnetic, and if we had a saddle point, if we had 4 magnets next to each other, or if we had one magnet in another ring magnet, that would produce a potential well where we could float this, assuming that the potential well was similar in size.
And these are rocks that he pulled out of the ground in Harriman State Park in Hudson Valley area over here near New Jersey.
Nearby. I also have something cool to show here, but I got to set it up a little bit. Yeah, some metallurgy stuff. But you guys go on to the next thing first.
Okay, so the next thing that we have going on over here is the this is the easy Alzofon experiment. Now, this is also, again, is the first time we are running this. That Podkletnov impulse experiment is something we're gonna have to run again. This one is basically a rotating disc of aluminum and inside of a coil that's attached to this 10 kV capacitor bank, and it's being powered via spark gap from this DC power supply over here, this massive DC power supply. So all we got to do is power it up and start making sparks. Jeremy, do you want to hold the camera? Sure. Are you serious?
Okay, so what are we working on now, guys?
This is Mark's easy Alzofon setup.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's just explaining this is the capacitor bank. He's going to discharge it into that coil there.
Okay, just be careful. That's a lot of power, you know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, through a spark gap.
First, let's test the spark gap and all that.
Well, it does look like a beautiful piece of hardware that you built.
Yeah, he pretty much looked all that, like the this and stuff made it yesterday.
Oh, this morning.
This morning.
What are the red things?
But it was really this morning.
There's a motor in here that can spin this up.
What are those red things?
Red things? These?
Yeah.
Those are capacitors. Are you asking about those?
Well, don't get too close to them. They can jump or spark to you guys.
Those are capacitors from George Hathaway's lab.
Just don't get too close while they're charged.
Yeah, he has a good point. You don't want to be.
They'll stop your heart.
Yeah.
Oh, it'd fry. It would be like Ride the Lightning.
Yeah, it'd be like
You would
Metallica.
fly across the room pretty much.
It'd be Riding the Lightning like Metallica album.
Yeah, exactly. Is there anyone around to?
This isn't wired correctly.
Hey, what is that circular thing next to it? Did you guys know if you discharged all those capacitors into a tinfoil, the tinfoil would fly off?
First of all, this isn't attached over here.
That was
This needs to be connected.
Charles did that and he's gone.
So this needs to be connected permanently over. We're gonna have to get back to you on this. It's like a 5-minute repair.
Yeah, we're gonna wire this up properly.
Do they Graviflyer?
Sure, you can power it up again. I think
Charles showed them that, yeah.
Really?
Where's that?
Does it do anything?
No, not to my
No.
knowledge.
Nothing yet.
Seriously, nothing?
I don't know. I wasn't watching.
We're all watching the Podkletnov experiment while he's doing that.
Where was it? Wrenches. Where wrenches?
But they're over here inside Fires.
Did it get on camera?
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, I think he was presenting that while we were doing the other thing.
I'd like to see it run.
I know, huh?
So this.
Got a signal generator.
It sits in parallel with the other stuff.
This needs to be connected directly to the coil.
I want to try it.
Okay, so high voltage onto the coil.
Yeah, high voltage connected directly to the coil, and then the power, actual high voltage, needs to be.
I can do a little.
Oh yeah. Why don't you bring the camera back there?
Let's do that little thing. You guys want to see the bug wings?
Try that one.
I have two experiments.
What is this lab you guys are in? Whose lab is that?
That's Falcon Space in New Jersey. Hawthorne Lab. Uh-oh.
So I have two experiments I set up today. One is where I wanted to test light, simulate sunlight on these bug wings that are supposed to be the Grebenikov ones. And then I have kind of like a capacitor in another setup using the bug wings. So it's just right now it's showing at 0 grams. And what I was going to do is just put some light on it. It takes a few minutes for it to work.
I have a cool test idea for you guys. Take that big neodymium magnet, freeze it with liquid nitrogen, and then put one of these Beetle-Wings on top of it.
It'll take about a couple of minutes.
It moved a little bit.
Is this the scale that was up on top of the chamber?
I don't know if it's because the sensitivity of when you put the flashlight. I think
Yeah, it could be.
jarred it.
I think now, didn't Grebenikov use electricity on his and not light?
Yeah, I'm not saying this is Gravenikov's whatever, but I was just thinking the sunlight had something to do with energizing these the structures in these wings. So it should slowly start to drop. I don't have like I wanted to use a halogen bulb, but Mark didn't have any here, so I got to use LED.
Use halogen or xenon.
Yeah, because it has the infrared component in it.
Yeah.
I think that isn't the camera displacing some air? You have air in the chamber and you're holding a camera in it, right? So you're displacing air that would otherwise have a little bit of weight.
There's a flashlight.
No, there's no camera inside the chamber.
The flashlight, I mean.
That flashlight is heating the air inside of that chamber, making the air rise up, giving a negative effect. That's false reading.
The molten flame of matter. Or no.
Okay.
Take the light off.
I mean, this is not as effective as other stuff I've seen, actually.
I'll put a laser on it and see if that.
Yeah, I could try a laser. I don't know, but I think it's the infrared, like from the sunlight.
Red laser or something.
So if I turn the light off, it'll slowly go back to zero.
Why don't you leave the light on it? Why don't you set the light on top of the enclosure, turn it on, set it on top of the enclosure, and leave it.
Leave it for a while. Yeah, I'll leave it for a little while.
Wayne, why don't you do this? Why don't you turn the light on, set it on top, yeah, and then just leave it, and then don't touch it.
Yeah, it'll take a few minutes if it does anything.
And that way there's no, potential for operator error or something like that.
And then you had this other setup with the Beetle-Wings.
Yeah, I made this. I need to hook up a power supply to it though. And I think Marx is using that one.
Yeah. Hey, please, somebody listen to me. Take one of those bug wings, take 2 neodymium magnets, put the bug wing on a table, and hold one magnet in each hand. Have the bug wing in the middle of the magnets, and move your magnets in both hands while that thing is in the middle, back and forth. It should move it. All right, I'm gonna try that.
Yeah, give it a try. I saw something online. Someone was balancing one Grebenikov wing over another also. You might try that. Try setting one on a table and then.
Wayne, can you hear this? I can't hold magnets and a camera and a phone and bug wings all at the same time. So I'm waiting I gotta get another set of hands to be able to do this, guys. But I would like to try that. Send me some of those bug wings. I'll impress you guys.
Okay, so
what is it? I forgot the name of them.
it looks like the wings with the flashlight have actually gained a little weight. So I think maybe the readings are just from vibrations.
There's a bug in there. The reason now it's showing positive instead of a negative is because you closed the enclosure, and now that the air is heating inside of it, it's actually expanding and pushing down on the scale, giving the opposite effect without the lid. The air pressure shouldn't have any effect on the scale, I don't think. But that scale
he's right. There's a bug on the
scale.
There's a bug on the scale, so that.
It's moving around.
He's busy.
What are those things on the scale?
They're Beetle-Wings from the Grebenikov Beetle.
Okay. Apparently, it's attracted some other arthropods.
Yeah, well, he wants to meet his ancestors, right? That's.
Have you guys looked at the Beetle-Wings under a microscope? Yes, we have. I put them under my regular microscope, but I have not got like a scanning tunneling electron microscope yet. The interesting structure is. You guys have a mini capacitor you can discharge into the Beetle, see if it will jump. Yeah, we have all that kind of stuff we could do. Give me a couple minutes to set it up. Let me find some neodymiums and I'll do this experiment with the bug wing that he was suggesting. Yes, baby. So do we even have some neodymiums handy?
Yeah, there's some over in the other room.
Two of the ones that you put the little rocks on that were floating upright. Use those magnets, 2 of the same ones. With the poles facing each other, north facing inwards, the other north facing inwards, with the Beetle in the middle. He wants some magnets. Go back and forth.
while I hold the phone. So I need some help.
Wants to do what?
He said if you put
Who's
two
he?
I don't know. Whoever's talking right now.
Whoever's talking should come down here and hold the magnets.
Okay, shut up,
Want to
Mark.
put it on the magnet?
Like I asked for some help with this, and it's like, no thanks, dude. Nobody's here to help. It's just,
Michael had a strong magnet here.
look at this. Here's a magnet right here.
It's not gonna. I don't think it's gonna do anything.
It's
It's not. It's an electric. It's a dielectric material.
No, you're misunderstanding what I said. Take two same magnets, the cylindrical ones, have the both north poles or the south poles, doesn't matter, facing each other, where they're repulsing each other. Have the beetle on the table in between these magnets and move the magnets back and forth in the same motion. It will move the beetle. Yes.
I'm not seeing anything.
There's stronger magnets in the back.
Bigger magnets.
I would be terrified to use those in this context.
It's not a magnetic interaction. You won't see anything. It's an electrostatic interaction.
I'm almost certain of that.
So magnets won't do anything. You would need a static voltage on it.
Yeah, last year we had these out.
Zap that bitch with the capacitor.
Well, that stuff. Yeah. We did do that last year. We were playing around with Mark had a high voltage system like Sparky. Go get Sparky.
I have one more idea. That first circular magnet you guys put the rocks on, put the beetle on top of that, and then zap the magnet with the capacitor.
And Ashcon, what do you anticipate the magnet doing? Why do you anticipate the magnet having any interaction with it?
The magnet already has the field, and then the charge will activate the beetle's mechanics. And in the field of the magnet, it should show.
Camera cut off some of the Marx tire. Yeah, the EMP shut off the camera, so we couldn't really get real good data.
It's impressive, though.
I need to come over there. I got like 1,000
happening together. Yeah. Look at that.
I get a where it cracked and started leaking?
Mm-hmm.
What is that made of?
Well, it totally came off. Copper. That's copper pipe.
That's copper, and this
Half
is
inch copper
this
pipe.
is a superconductor over here.
Did that fall off by itself?
What?
That?
What fell?
The plate. Did that fall off by itself?
This?
Or did you take it off?
Oh, I pulled it back. Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, wow, it's cold.
It's cold, bro.
It's just ice.
There's your ice cream.
So
Yeah,
slushy.
this is
Snow cone machine.
it's our snow cone machine. All right, so we're gonna have to rerun this experiment and probably do it to later in the week, where we'll have the
back when you
have the high speed camera, which is over here. Are we still highlighted?
Yeah.
so the high-speed
So why
camera-
don't I remove the spotlight? Who do we have next? Who?
Tim, let me explain what happened. So basically, the camera has this yellow cable that runs all the way to the computer right over here, and the Marx generator was literally right where Jeremy is standing. So as soon as the whole thing fired, we had it set up to view everything. The camera went into offline mode, and we couldn't capture any data. So we didn't see anything visibly, happen, but I don't know if anyone is actually looking in the right spot. Wayne says that he saw something a little bit. We are only dealing with 90 joules here at the most. Like, it's probably about less than 50 joules, which is a very small amount of energy that was actually impulsed in this device. So we're going to have to run this experiment again. And like somebody mentioned on APEC, we do need to put a choke on this yellow line, which is the data feed to the laptop, or maybe remove the cable altogether and just capture the data directly on the camera and do some sort of Faraday shielding on the camera as well, and just get the camera farther back. We did get a zoom lens for this camera that can really allow us to move the camera far away and still see what's happening. And that's what we intend to do with future tests.
Okay.
So take away the spotlight. Let's continue the conversation, guys.
Okay, so why don't we do this? You know what? Why don't I go to John Brandenburg? Because I think, let me see, we ran through a bunch of experiments real quick. Okay. So why don't we do this? John, and you know what? It's just about 3:30. Are you still with us, John?
Yeah, I sure am.
Do you want to run through your Mars data?
Sure, I would love to.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that then. Let's do that.
Okay. Let me see if I can get everything pulled up on the screen share.
Yeah,
so I can
go
put the
for
PowerPoint
that.
presentation up. And let's see. Okay, let's see where share screen. And then
and thank you for your patience, sir.
Oh, absolutely. No, we're watching experiments, and I can tell you that one reason I became a theorist primarily is because experiments were so frustrating. But yeah, let's see. Okay, let me. Okay, I'm trying to find out how to link the. Okay, files. Okay, here we go. Just here, let me pull up the file. Then we ought to be able to put it on the screen. I'm sorry. I would have prepared earlier if I thought we were going to talk on this. Okay. Oops. Okay, I have the file pulled up in front of me. How do I get it on our screen? Okay, zoom in. Okay, so we want to go from here to, I'm sorry, bear with me, folks. I'll be right there. Just trying to get this thing
No, you're fine. Take your time, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry.
Try the so
okay, here we go.
Okay.
Okay, so what we're doing is we're pulling this up. And the presentation I'm going to show you was what I presented at the Mars Society conference about 2 weeks ago, and it was well received. See, can you see this now?
No, not yet. I think you have to finish your screen share. I bet you started it.
Oh, okay. Pardon me.
It's going to make you select the window.
Okay. Oops. Okay, here we go. We'll just put that over here. Okay, finish screen share. Share screen. Okay. Okay, there it is. Okay, I'm screen sharing. Now see your application. Can you see?
Why is it doing that? That's weird. It is, but it's only showing a tiny little bit.
Okay. Here, let me.
You know what? I've seen it do that before. I don't remember why.
Well, let me. As usual, Einstein said insanity is trying to do the same thing several times, expecting a different result. But he didn't deal with computers.
Yeah, John, you may have to. You know what? Do this. Can you share your entire screen? Here, let me stop your
Yeah,
screen.
let me. Sure, I can believe. Okay, new share.
Yeah, here, stop sharing. Okay.
Okay.
Try sharing the entire screen. Which isn't optimal, but
okay. Okay, basic advanced files.
Nope. There should be
okay.
probably option number 1 is share your entire screen.
Okay. Okay. I'm into share screen, and then there should be. I don't see any. Just says basic. Okay, basic portion of screen.
It should have
PowerPoint as a virtual background.
No, you should have, if you look down, you should have desktop 1, desktop 2, desktop 3, something like that. Top left, desktop 1.
Okay.
In basic, and then desktop 1.
Oh, okay. Basic.
Yeah, and then look down right below basic. It should show desktop 1.
Yeah, I can see the presentation on my screen.
Okay, then double click on that. Try double clicking on that. Let's take a look. Nope, that's
wrong one. It doesn't. Okay, I'm screen sharing. Okay, let me try again. Whoops.
That was me. I just stopped it. So okay, if you click screen sharing.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Try click share. No, you're
I should have been preparing for this ahead of time.
You're doing great.
Okay, so screen sharing.
Yeah, so try you click share, and then it's going to have at the top, it should show basic advanced to files, which
basic. Okay,
and then in basic you've got a bunch of different windows there. And
right.
What's it showing? Does it have one that says desktop?
It doesn't say desktop. It simply just says it does show a PowerPoint presentation that I'm trying to put up on the screen, but it doesn't show the.
If you look at the different windows, it should only give you a few different options there. What are some of your other options?
Well, there's Mozilla Firefox, Mars Society meeting, which is the.
Is that the PowerPoint?
Well, then I have the PowerPoint up, and it's lit up in blue. So normally I would just click on that. And are you seeing this now?
It says John Brandenburg has started screen sharing.
Okay.
There we go. We got
okay,
it.
Very good.
Okay, so try slideshow. Try that.
Yeah.
It is being a little weird. It's John, you got it.
All right. There's a very Martian scene from Earth, and of course, the Crab Nebula supernova remnant. This is what I presented at the Mars Society meeting in Phoenix on October 21st. I'm hoping that ends up on YouTube. The whole presentation with me talking and the PowerPoints. But in the meantime, here we go. This introduction, I had noted the boat, the brightest of all time gamma ray burster, which probably sterilized the entire galaxy it was in. We live in a violent universe. The universe is both dangerous and beautiful. So I just wanted to plant that thought into everybody. And of course, this is our planet. You'll notice, by the way, this is a view of Africa and the Sahara and the Namibian desert, the south. They're bright red. They're bright red because of oxidized iron in the Earth's surface. And that's the same thing that makes Mars red. So, and you can see also Arabia, bright red. So that's because of the oxygen in the Earth's atmosphere. So we can actually realize that Mars has a highly oxidized surface. Now, why did it get highly oxidized? I won't speculate right now. Let's just say it is consistent with Mars having a photosynthetic biosphere in the past. But anyway, past and present. Mars, past and present. What destroyed Mars? What took it from a planet that looked like Earth to its present state? We're going to be discussing what's called R process. You can look it up on Wikipedia. It's intense bombardment of heavy elements like uranium, thorium, etc., in the core of a star, of a supernova. When the fusion neutrons hit those things, and you get sometimes the neutrons are absorbed, creating even heavier elements. Sometimes they split the atoms, so that's all under the umbrella of what's called R process, meaning R standing for rapid. Okay, xenon evidence of R process events, krypton evidence of R process events on Mars, and nitrogen and argon isotopes, which is new data. Argon and nitrogen are the second and third most abundant elements, most abundant species in the Martian atmosphere, molecular nitrogen and argon. And so we will find some really fascinating evidence looking at those two, and that's very new. And then we have potassium and thorium. And then we have evidence for this massive R process events. If you look up R process, there are only two known places where you get R process. One is a supernova, in the core of the supernova. The other is in a thermonuclear weapon. So we'll have energy release estimates and summary. Okay, so we know that Mars used to have much heavier atmospheric pressure and warmer temperatures, so it allowed liquid water to flow for long distances and long periods. And this is a classic oxbow lake, apparently preserved on Mars, very common in the Mississippi and Amur River valleys. So Mars, and this means the water flowed for millions of years. Mars past was much more Earth-like for a long period, billions of years apparently. This is what ancient Mars looked like. It was dominated by an ocean in the north, and in the south was apparently quite dry and free of water erosion. But the north, there's heavy evidence of heavy water erosion throughout its geologic history. So we'll talk about Mars Polar Lander results. Mars Polar Lander landed in the north on the old ocean bed. The water ice found on the Mars was found on Mars right under the surface. Of course, we now have we watched a formation of a crater on Mars, and what came out was big blocks of ice. So there's plenty of water just below the surface on Mars. So the soil they found could support life, and the soil was consistent with an old ocean bed. It was salty. Old Mars ocean hypothesis is confirmed, and I want you to know I was the first person to propose that at the Mecca conference. I presented a paper called The Paleocean of Mars in 1986 at the Mecca conference, Mars evolution of its climate and atmosphere. I'm kind of the Rodney Dangerfield of Mars because of my involvement in the Cydonia investigations. I don't get any respect. But Wikipedia was honored me by giving me reference number 1 on the Mars ocean hypothesis. But we have Mars that looked very Earth-like, and now its present form. These are the northern plains of Mars. There's a large impact basin, 200 kilometers. It's a double ring structure. It's almost the same size as the Chicxulub impact on Earth. And you can see obviously why I proposed that there was an ocean on the northern plains. You can see the terrain changes dramatically from this one common elevation line to the north, but apparently Mars suffered a large impact late in geologic time. You can see that because there's not a lot of craters on this. Of course, all the craters are sparse here. They're very common here, but you can see in this impact basin, there are very few craters, meaning this formed in recent geologic times. And it also looks like it's partly eroded. Whoops. Okay, so they divide the ages of great epochs on Mars into the Noachian. This period right here, heavy water erosion, heavy bombardment, and then there was, whoops. There's the Hesperian. So there's lower Noachian, mid Noachian, and the lower Noachian, and then there's the early Hesperian, late Hesperian, and then at the early Amazonian age, suddenly the rate of water erosion on Mars declined dramatically. And this is apparently the epoch also, the best they can determine, that this big double ring impact happened. However, you can see that water erosion on Mars declined and then it recovered again in the late Amazonian. So there are water channels, old river channels that look like they date from the Amazonian, which is recent geologic time. So Mars suffered catastrophic impacts. It's next to the asteroid belt. It's accident prone, but apparently could recover, just like the Earth recovered from the Chicxulub impact. But something killed Mars. Mars dies at some point. Why did Mars die? There's evidence, oops. Pardon me, the screen is hyperactive. Thank you. Okay. Evidence of a massive nuclear event, R process events on Mars, apparently 2 of them, 180 million years ago. The evidence is a xenon-129 spike in the atmosphere. Xenon-129 is hyperabundant in the Martian atmosphere compared to Earth or Jupiter or the solar wind or the average of all the meteorites that end up on Earth. Also, the Krypton-80 in rocks formed by an intense neutron bombardment. This has been well known on Mars now for many years. Mars rocks look like they were at one point bombarded heavily by neutrons, creating Krypton-80 from bromine-79. There's other isotopic evidence. And then there's finally the thorium-potassium scars on the Mars surface. These are both solid elements, of course, and they orbited satellites around Mars with, gamma ray spectrometers, and they were able to map the gamma ray emissions from Mars. And of course, every radioactive element has a gamma ray signature. They were able to identify thorium and potassium. And those are both very long-lived isotopes, and they form a similar radiation pattern of 2 hotspots on Mars in the north, or where the ocean used to be, and then also an antipodal deposit on the far side of the planet, indicating consistent with shock waves going all the way around the planet from the 2 explosions in the north and finally colliding with themselves on the far side at the antipode and depositing debris. So here is Earth versus Mars xenon. Earth's xenon spectrum, xenon has, roughly 5 different stable isotopes, or these are, in fact, it looks like more like 7 or 8 stable isotopes. These last forever. And so Mars has this very different xenon spectrum from Earth. You notice it looks the same for the heavier elements, the heavier xenon isotopes, but at xenon-129, there's this, there's 2.5 times more xenon-129 in proportional to xenon-132, which is the kind of standard stable isotope of xenon. On Earth, the xenon 132 is slightly larger than the 129, and but on Mars, it's 2.5 times. Now, when I showed this, I was working at Sandia National Labs in Albuquerque, New Mexico in 1984. And I was standing in line for the Xerox machine. That's what we did in those days. Rather than downloading documents off the net, we would find articles and books, and then we would Xerox them. And so I was standing in line at the Xerox machine in an unclassified area of the lab. And there was this very genial fellow standing behind me. He wanted to Xerox something. And he noticed I was carrying a book of the Viking, results of the Viking expedition, and where they measured all of the xenon isotopes in the Mars atmosphere of 2 landers. And he said, "Oh, that's interesting. Why are you interested in Mars?" And I showed him the Mars isotopes. I said, "This is really interesting, this big spike at xenon 129. And his smile vanished when he looked at this. He said, "Look, let me look at that." And he looked at it and his smile vanished. And he said, and he looked me straight in the eyes and said, looked up from the book and said, "Someone nuked them." And then he looked embarrassed, like we were in an unclassified area, and I knew that look. It meant he had said something classified related to nuclear weapons in an unclassified area. So he just simply said, "I'm sorry, I have to go." And he set down the thing he wanted to Xerox and walked back into the classified area of the lab through this one door that led to the classified area from the library. So I did not figure this out myself. I thought it was odd, but what happened was a nuclear weapons scientist said, this is what nuclear weapons signature, this spike at xenon 129. So I've been working for a long time to basically verify that. It is true that because of open air testing, xenon 129 has become more abundant in the Earth's atmosphere, but I couldn't find any unclassified places where they would talk about the results of nuclear tests doing air samples. So I kept looking and looking and looking. The end of that story is I found that supernova simulations of our process show this dramatically. I'll be showing you that in a minute. Now, there was a meteorite that fell in Old Mexico in 1969. It's one of the most studied meteorites in history. It's called Allende because of the place where most of the fragments fell. It exploded in midair. Hundreds of fragments were recovered. The rock was older than the Earth and contained pre-solar grains that apparently predated the condensation of the solar system. And if you separated those out, they showed this, a big spike at xenon 129, whereas the rest of the xenon spectrum looked fairly conventional, like Earth or Mars. In the heavier isotopes, there was again the spike at xenon 129. Now, what this xenon is supposed to represent is the fact that the solar system itself formed as a result of the shock waves from a nearby supernova. So we had in pre-solar grains the results of supernova explosions. And so this is how the solar system formed. So this is a very tiny fraction of the Allende meteorite, but it is basically you dissolve everything in acid, and this is what's left. And you crush that and release the xenon trapped in it, and it gives you this spike, which looks like Mars, or at least it approximately looks like Mars in this xenon 129 spike. But this is not from Mars at all. This is a completely different rock. Its oxygen isotopes don't match, or anything else matches Mars, but it has this very Martian-looking xenon in one small portion of the mineralogy, the pre-solar grains, they call them. So, pre-solar dust, isotopic evidence in primordial meteorite Allende, which is like 4.6 billion years old, older than the Earth or Mars, showed solar system condensed from supernova products. That's the interpretation. Supernova explosions are characterized by intense irradiation of heavy elements by high energy neutrons produced by fusion. And it's called R process, R for rapid. So if we take that, if we find in the literature that they have done simulations of supernovas, and they get a xenon spectrum from that, those simulations. And what it looks like is that the xenon, the resulting xenon spectrum, mass spectrum distribution resembles Mars. In fact, it has the xenon 129 spike, just like Mars. So I have labeled R process as the stars with the blue, Earth is diamonds, and Mars is red triangles. And you can see that the place, it gives approximately what we see on Mars. Now, I want you to know there are conventional models of the xenon 129 excess. The model goes that Mars lost its early atmosphere. And then, so all the gases were swept off Mars by early impacts or something. And then iodine trapped in the rocks of Mars decayed, iodine 129, 16 million year half-life, and resulting in outgassing of xenon 129, forms a thin new atmosphere, which would be enriched in xenon 129. Very good. However, there are other elements that have been would have been in the rocks with like longer half-lives, especially plutonium-244, which is formed in hydrogen bomb explosions, but it's also formed in supernova by our process. And the original, they've found the original rocks from pre-solar grains. Some of them show evidence of this plutonium-244. It has an 80 million year half-life, not that much different in terms of geologic time from the 16 million year half-life of iodine 129. And it puts out a completely different spectrum dominated by xenon 132. And also, of course, you've got uranium and thorium isotopes, and they should also outgas, making xenon 129 versus the abundance of xenon 132 close to 1, like on Earth. And not only Earth, but Jupiter, the average of meteorites, and the solar wind from the sun. So you get a completely different spectrum from slow fission by moderated neutrons. Like here's two graphs. One shows the slow neutron fission, U235, and it produces a xenon spectrum that is peaked at like 132 or 134. And plutonium-244 decay is shown here, and it has a peak at 132. So we probably get a lot of our xenon 132 from the decay of this long-lived plutonium isotope, relatively long-lived compared to the plutonium we use in weapons and things like that. And it's got an 80 million year lifetime. So it would have outgassed later and made the xenon atmosphere, xenon 129 excess atmosphere, look more normal. But they see no signs of that. They commented that there seems to be no, they have to say, well, it's like the outgassing of the xenon from plutonium-244, somehow that was repressed, but the xenon from 129 from the iodine was liberated, and that's strange because Mars just is outgassed its entire history. It's got big volcanoes. All of this stuff was being dumped from the interior of Mars to the rocks into the atmosphere. So This lost its early atmosphere and it was replaced by the decay of xenon 129 fails because it fails to account for the fact that a bunch of other isotopes would have decayed and contributed a bunch of xenon 132, making the two things roughly equal, like they are on Earth or Jupiter or in the asteroid belt or in the solar wind. So that fails. As it turns out, since they can date the approximately the formation times, crystallization times of the rocks from the Mars meteorites, they can actually, and look at the trapped gases in them, if they plot them on a map of 136, which is one of the heavier isotopes formed by plutonium and thorium fission, then you get you find out that a large fission contribution is present in the Martian atmosphere. And then there's also this xenon 129. So the present Mars atmosphere began with very primitive atmosphere that had very little xenon 136 and very little xenon 129, and then somehow evolved with some large amount of fission to its present state. Ancient Mars showed that no 129 excess was present in the early Mars rocks. The xenon 129 excess appeared in recent geologic time on Mars. Now, if you look at S process, which is like an ordinary star cooking stuff in its core to make heavy elements by neutron absorption, kind of a incremental process, building up atomic number, then you get very little xenon 129. And this is also what it looks like from a moderated reactor, a nuclear reactor with moderated neutrons, which is, so the neutrons are slow. They hardly create any xenon 129. They mostly create xenon 132, as it turns out. So, which isn't shown on this graph because it's used to normalize everything. So xenon 132 abundance from these simulations is 1. So that's slow process, not what happened on Mars, apparently. What happened on Mars was our process. The signature of that is a big spike at xenon 129. It's the signature of our process, which is, of course, found in supernovas cores and also a hydrogen bomb explosion. They use the same physics. So I've now found in the literature where the xenon 129 is connected to nuclear weapons processes in the open literature. I've shown, by the way, these results to many nuclear weapons experts, and they all say, yes, the xenon 129 is signature of a hydrogen bomb explosion. So, but now I've found in the open literature from supernova simulations that's what, and here's, so anyway, so in fact, they're showing two different studies. They varied some parameters a little bit, and the xenon 129 spike stays, but the other things change a little bit. But so with their assumptions, so in particular, what changes a little bit is the 136, which is due to fission of uranium and thorium so the xenon 129 spike stays pretty much the same, but what does appear in some studies is a modest amount of xenon 136, a heavy isotope of xenon. So the mystery is now solved. I found in the open literature, yes, hydrogen bomb processes cause, the signature of them is this xenon 129. So what you can say is the only two known phenomena that could have occurred on Mars, two known phenomena. One was a supernova. We know that didn't happen on Mars because there wouldn't be a Mars. There wouldn't be a solar system if that had happened, if it was supernova. But the other possibility is that is known, the other known process is a thermonuclear weapon. In this case, of massive size. There's only two known R process events. There may be another one in nature. I mean, we found natural nuclear reactors. There may be, nature can be pretty creative sometimes. I'm not discounting the possibility this could have been somehow natural, like a supernova. But right now, the only thing we know that has that kind of physics, R process physics, other than a supernova, is a human-created thermonuclear explosion. Now, another product of our process is Mars krypton, is the krypton. When you create a R process explosion, it's an explosion, of course, like a supernova or a miniature supernova. It showers everything with neutrons. If you shower rocks with neutrons, you turn the bromine 79 into krypton 80, which bromine is chemically locked into the rock, but once it turns into krypton, krypton is inert, it becomes a gas, and it slowly diffuses out of the rock and goes into the atmosphere. The rocks they have from Mars showing this krypton 80 retained inside them, and also in the Martian atmosphere, there's a lot of krypton 80. It requires they had to put rocks in nuclear reactors and irradiate them to get the same effect. Neutron fluence of 10 to the 15th neutrons per centimeter squared was required on equivalent Mars rocks to produce this effect that they have found. So something not only created a whole bunch of xenon-129, it irradiated the surface of Mars with an enormous blast of neutrons. If you look at the rest of the Mars krypton isotopes, they resemble the sun, which is, of course, a nuclear furnace. They're much different from Earth, and they're dominated by light krypton. Normally, if you have fractionation in a planetary atmosphere, the atmosphere is being blown off by part of the solar wind, like it doesn't have a magnetic field, and it's losing atmosphere to space, then the lighter stuff floats to the top of the atmosphere and gets scraped off, leaves heavier stuff. That's but we don't see that on Mars. We see dominated by light elements caused by fission associated processes, and that means that it was a nuclear process on Mars, not fractionation by the solar wind scraping off the top of the atmosphere. If you look at Mars krypton versus krypton 84, which is a standard standard kind of the most abundant part of the neutrons of the krypton spectrum, you find there's big peaks at krypton 80. Some of the Mars krypton looks just like the solar wind. Some of it is highly enhanced with krypton 80. These are extractions from Mars meteorites. And also we can compare it with the Earth's atmosphere in the blue. We can see that that is dominated by krypton 80 and krypton 86. So any case, the krypton, if you compare the krypton and the xenon-129 relative to xenon-132, which is kind of your standard, your reference for xenon, we find that the most primitive meteorites, one of this is called Chisigny. It's It's an older meteorite, and it's full of olivine, a green rock found on Earth, but it's unstable to water exposure. So this thing stayed very dry during its history. And so basically we find that Chisigny is considered the kind of standard of what the early atmosphere of Mars must have looked like. It was low in 129 and low in Krypton 84 relative to 132. But then if you look at the younger meteorites, they show more and more contribution from 129 and Krypton 84 to the present Mars atmosphere. MA is extracted from what are called the Shergottites. And then, of course, there's the Mars atmosphere from measurement from Viking. So it looks like Mars gained a bunch of Krypton and a bunch of Xenon 129 in recent geologic times. It's found in the young meteorites, but not the old meteorites. Now, there are other isotopes that indicate intense neutron bombardment of the Martian environment. And this is new data, by the way. The first most abundant gas in the Mars atmosphere is carbon dioxide. The second most abundant is molecular nitrogen, rather chemically reactive, especially if there's a lot of very hard UV because there's no ozone layer. The nitrogens get broken up and they tend to react with things. And then there's also the third most abundant gas is argon. And it has several stable isotopes, 36, 38, and 40. 40 is hyperabundant on Mars. And argon 40 is caused by neutron bombardment of rocks with potassium. So Mars apparently suffered it's got 6 times more argon 40 in proportion to argon 36, the kind of standard, than is found on Earth. Now, also, the nitrogen in nature is dominated by nitrogen 14. There's a trace amount of nitrogen 15, but on Mars, there's twice as much nitrogen 15 as there is nitrogen in proportion to nitrogen 14 as there is on Earth. And if you look up the book by Glasstone and I think it's Dolan, Effects of Nuclear Weapons, it can be found on the web. One of the effects of a nuclear weapon going off in an atmosphere, in the atmosphere, is the neutrons run into a bunch of atoms and thermalize, they slow down. And then they combine with the nitrogen 14 in the Earth's atmosphere, forming nitrogen 15, and they emit, the reason it's important is they emit a ferocious gamma ray, very high energy gamma ray, so that if there's a nuclear attack on a city, the neutrons make the atmosphere itself a source of deadly radiation by the neutron bombardment of the nitrogen in the air, causes gamma rays to come down and kill everybody because of the neutron interaction with the nitrogen 14. And that leaves behind nitrogen 15, which is stable. But on Mars, there's twice as much nitrogen 15 in proportion to nitrogen 14 as there is on Earth. So both the argon 40 data and the nitrogen data, the two most abundant gases in Mars' atmosphere after carbon dioxide, both show evidence of intense neutron bombardment of the Mars environment at some point. Now, when did this, and here's, of course, the thermal cross sections for thermalized neutrons. It's got a big nitrogen 14 has a big absorption cross section, And to go to nitrogen 15, oxygen and carbon, by the way, are pretty much unaffected by this neutron bombardment. That's why they use them in reactor moderators, because they just don't absorb any neutrons, or at least very few. But nitrogen soaks up neutrons to form nitrogen 15 and gamma rays. And also potassium has a big cross section. Barnes was a joke. It meant his cross section as big as a barn door. Absorbs. The first step is krypton. Potassium 39 absorbs a neutron, becomes potassium 40, which is radioactive, but it has like a 1 billion year half-life. And then if the neutron bombardment continues for like a few seconds, then you get another neutron gets absorbed by the potassium 40, which has an enormous, it's 35 times larger cross section for absorption than even the potassium 39, and it then turns into argon 40, which then gases out. So this results in a much larger argon 40 versus argon 36 ratio of abundance if there was a neutron bombardment of the Mars surface. And the nitrogen 15 and 14 ratio being larger on Mars means the atmosphere of Mars suffered a huge neutron bombardment, just like and consistent with the results from the Krypton 80. Now, the timing of this event can be tentatively assigned to, because there's a lava rock, ETA 7901. In fact, it was the first meteorite that was actually recognized as being Martian, and it's a lava sandwich. It was 2 lava flows that flowed. One flowed and then not really even barely cooled off, and then another flow flowed on top of it. So the whole thing became one rock, but with 2 distinct mineralogically distinct areas of lava in it and a contact line. And one part of this lithology shows a lot of neutron exposure, and the other much less, or even maybe even nothing in some cases. What that means is there was an intense neutron event during the time when this rock was being formed. It was forming from molten lava, a molten lava sandwich. And during the time the lavas were cooling off relatively, they were irradiated. So one retained a lot of radiation damage, the other one was still molten and didn't see it. So so this meteorite is tentatively, they're fairly confident of the date of 180 million years old. That's basically the boundary between the Triassic age of dinosaurs, the earliest age of dinosaurs, and the Jurassic. The early dinosaurs all walked on all fours. The Jurassic, they started walking on, some of them started walking on 2 legs, and you got the first mammals, and you got the Stegosaurus, Allosaurus, which is a miniature Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then you got the Brontosaurus in the Jurassic. So the dinosaurs really went to town in the Jurassic, and then later they were, the later period was sort of Cretaceous, where you had the Tyrannosaurus Rex and Triceratops and some of the other dinosaurs. But anyway, the strongly differing neutron bombardment, evidence of neutron bombardment, strongly different intensities on different parts of this rock, which have the same geologic age. I mean, it's within the 2 lava flows formed within the margin of the air bars of each other. So they're geologically, they're basically the same age, but they show different exposures to neutrons. Apparently dates the event on Mars to 180 million years ago. That's a long time before there were any people. Now, there's a way to test this R process hypothesis, and that's to go to Mars, or in the Mars, some of the Mars rocks that we've gotten, look for plutonium-244, which has an 80 million year half-life, and it's formed in R process explosions. So once you find plutonium-244, then this confirms this. And so that's what you look for when you go to Mars, to confirm this. Now, gamma ray maps of the Martian surface taken from orbit, because the Mars atmosphere is so thin, the gamma rays go right through it, shows two hotspots on Mars. And then if you average the place of the two hotspots, it gives you an antipode on the far side of the planet where the shock waves wrapped around the planet and then collided with each other, depositing a bunch of radioactive debris, and it's called the antipode. And I'm deeply grateful to Ed McCulloch, I believe he's at Lockheed Martin now, for pointing this out to me. And so that's in potassium. Potassium has a very long memory for neutron exposure. It has like a 2 billion year half-life to turn into, it slowly decays into argon-40, but it takes 2 billion years roughly for the half-life of radioactive potassium-40. So it has a very long memory of something happening on Mars. Something that happened 180 million years ago, that's nothing to the potassium. Same goes for thorium, which is another radioactive element. You'll notice the thorium and the potassium hotspots overlie each other, especially and also at the antipode. Now, thorium and potassium do occur together in nature. They're both alkali kind of metals, but you find big thorium deposits some places where there's not a lot of potassium. So basically, the fact that you've got two hotspots that overlie each other and then the antipode, it looks instead like these were sites of intense neutron radiation of the surface, carrying a shock wave around, which deposited material that was also radiating neutrons, delayed neutrons from like a big fission event. When a hydrogen bomb goes off, some of the uranium waits a couple seconds to fission and then releases neutrons. So you get a delayed neutron result that would be accounted for by things wrapping around the planet and then depositing debris at the antipode. Now, thorium, which by the way was included in the Canakin nuclear test, was the anti-missile warhead they tested up in Alaska on Amchatka. I believe it was the Amchatka test, about 10 megatons, biggest nuclear test we'd ever done, and we did it in Alaska right on an earthquake fault line. I wasn't there. I didn't do it. So anyway, but thorium, which is also part of the constituent of hydrogen bombs. Your standard hydrogen bomb, by the way, is actually a triple action. It starts with an atomic bomb driven by plutonium generally, creates a nuclear explosion, and they have this big watermelon shaped cavity, ellipsoidal watermelon shape, and they have the nuclear atomic bomb sets off at one focal point. And then there's another focal point, and they put the lithium and hydrogen isotopes in a sphere there, and the atomic bomb generates enough radiation pressure to actually collapse the ball of hydrogen isotopes, and that creates the fission or fusion. So you start out with fission as the trigger, Fusion, that's sort of the detonator cap, then the fusion occurs, it releases 14 MeV neutrons, very powerful neutrons. Those go out and hit the casing, the watermelon casing, which they make out of uranium and thorium. Because even though they won't split for normal thermal neutrons, they will split for 14 MeV neutrons from fusion. That's the R process. So the thorium ended up having deposits that overlie the radioactive potassium. Thorium is naturally radioactive, and it has a half-life of a couple billion years. So it also has a long memory. So we find these deposits indicating apparently large R process explosion here and here, shockwaves wrapping around the planet, depositing debris at the antipode. And that's reflected also in the potassium high neutron irradiation of the surface here and here due to these two R process explosions. And again, antipode. So now here's the intriguing thing. The Martian surface apparently is covered with a thin layer of radioactive and radioactive potassium and thorium. But if you look at the Mars rocks, the Mars meteorite rocks, and by the way, when you're looking at gamma rays from the orbit, you're only seeing the top centimeter of the Martian soil. If in order to eject rocks from Mars, they have to come in the simulations they've done from like a meter down or a couple meters down in the Martian surface. Big rock hits Mars, blows little rocks all the way out into space. They circulate around the sun, they end up on Earth. That's the Mars meteorites. But the Mars base rock has much less potassium in it and thorium in it than is apparent from the gamma ray measurements on the surface. So Mars is covered with a surface layer, a thin surface layer of radioactive elements, which is not in the rocks that are below it. That's what you learn from this. Also, I asked the person, I said, gee, the Russians measured uranium on the Martian surface. They couldn't do nice maps like the Americans could, but they found just regular standard abundances of uranium and thorium on the Martian surface. And I said, why don't we see any maps of uranium? And the guy said, oh, uranium was too complicated to measure. And he just walked away from me. And I said, you mean you can't do, I called after him, you can't do what the Russians did in 1973? And he wouldn't answer me. He just walked away. So they apparently have uranium maps, and guess what I think they look like? They look like this. So here's what happened. Apparently, big R process event in Mare Acidalium, smaller one over Utopia Planum. The winds, Coriolis winds meant everything down here, downwind, would have higher shock waves and more fallout. And of course, the antipodes are way over here, and here would show up here. So if you want to know where Cydonia Mensa is, it's right here. And if you want to know where another site of archaeology, where there's another face that looks a lot like the face in Cydonia, it's a face and a helmet, that's found here. So why, anyway, and there would have been an ocean here. So this thing's went off in midair. There are no craters at either site. No massive craters like this. You would have expected to find craters like this happened. No, there's nothing there. It's nice and smooth. So then you say, okay, it was an airburst like Tunguska. This happens all the time. Meteorites come into the Earth's atmosphere. They're not big enough to survive the trip to the surface. They end up blowing up in midair. This object in Siberia in 1908, the Tunguska event, It was either a comet or some kind of loosely put together meteorite. It burst in midair. The energy yield was about 10 to the 15th joules. That's roughly a megaton of energy. Okay, so then you do estimates of Mars energy release of the fission based on the xenon 129. Every xenon 129 represents about 30 fissions because only about 3% of the fissions produce xenon 129, even from fast neutrons. Based on the irradiation of the rock, 10 to the 15th per square centimeter, you get another energy yield if you integrate that over the Martian surface. You get about 10 to the 25th, 10 to the 26th joules. This is a billion megatons, or 10 billion megatons. The Chicxulub impact that wiped out the dinosaurs on Earth was only 10 to the 23rd. So these R process events were globally catastrophic. They would have completely destroyed any Earth-like planet biosphere, stripped off its atmosphere, and turned the planet from being Earth-like to what it is now. This was far more severe than even the Chicxulub impact, which the Earth recovered from. Remember, Earth is twice as big, twice the radius, 4 times the surface area of Mars, and it survived. The biosphere survived and recovered from the Chicxulub impact, producing us, by the way. But on Mars, the energy was 10 to 100 times larger. This would have been just globally catastrophic and blown off most of the atmosphere of Mars into space. Okay, in summary, Mars climate may have changed catastrophically from Earth-like in recent geologic time. A lot of the water channels they see on Mars don't have many craters in them. That means they formed in recent geologic time. The ocean bed is on the youngest part of Mars, not the old part. Evidence points to 2 massive R process events approximately 180 million years ago. And the signature of that is the xenon 129 and also the neutron irradiation that apparently Mars surface suffered in its atmosphere. The R process events were Tunguska-like airbursts, but far larger. Now, just for a little historic perspective, Hiroshima and Nagasaki did not produce big craters. No, they set off the weapons several thousand feet above the surface using radar proximity. And the reason was to make stronger shock waves that would kill more people. I'm sorry, it was the end of a long and very bitter war. And that's the way they were thinking at the time. And they wanted to shock they wanted to minimize fallout also, but they wanted also to shock the Japanese government into suing for peace. So the origin of the R process events is unknown. I have my own speculations. It looks like, why would somebody drop hydrogen bombs as big as the Empire State Building on an Earth-like planet? Well, I don't think they did it for fun or laughs. I think they were targeting somebody they didn't like. The bombs were so large, would have had, if they were nuclear weapons, and the Russians showed in the Tsar Bomba, by the way, which was only 50 megatons, that they could build hydrogen bombs as big as you could imagine. They basically proved you could scale nuclear weapons to as big as the Empire State Building and they would work. So basically, the origin of these R process events is unknown. The reason it occurred is unknown. How exactly it happened, it could still turn out to be some weird, freaky natural process. I don't know, but it doesn't look like it. It's more consistent with somebody else coming from space, dropping enormous nuclear weapons on Mars in the past and changing Mars from being Earth-like to what it is now. And the question is, why would somebody do that? It makes no sense that if you have a hydrogen bomb as big as the Empire State Building, you launch it into space just so it'll do an air burst. No, you end up, that's something you drop from outer space if you're in space already. So the way to test this is to look for plutonium-244 in the Martian soil. There are other telltale isotopes, which are probably better known to the nuclear weapons community, that can be looked for. And so my own belief, we have to go, this makes going to Mars and occupying it and investigating this mandatory, not optional. We must go to Mars, find out what happened. And this requires boots on the ground. You could drive rovers around Mars sites for years and not see what is buried 2 meters under the ground. You need people with shovels and trained eyes to find out what happened there and maybe even why it happened. So thank you very much. As I said, I presented this at the Mars Society meeting. The audience was heavily dominated by what looked like a bunch of senior college professors, Mars experts all, and the reaction was quite positive. Nobody stood up or, nobody said, oh, you've forgotten this or that. No, they felt I'd covered everything pretty well. It's a mystery, and it's a mystery connected with what looks like a nightmarish tragedy. So we must go up to Mars, find out what happened. And that is the big motivation for you guys to develop advanced propulsion. So go to it. The plan, as they say in Total Recall, Arnie Schwarzenegger has a clip on YouTube you can look up. It says, the plan, get your ass to Mars. Very good. To Mars and then the stars. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
John,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just one last thing. Okay, if verified, the ISS consortium, which by the way includes the Russians, ought to go up to Mars quickly. Little probes and boots on the ground, discover what happened there to ensure it doesn't happen here. As a hedge against misfortune, Mars should become a permanent human settlement. And I just want to mention one last thing. In 1971, the Mariner 9 saw a global dust storm, covered all of Mars for like 6 months. People couldn't figure, it was a great mystery to people how you could get a weather pattern like that. And then they discovered in early 1983 that this could happen in the case of a nuclear war on Earth. The discovery of the nuclear winter was because of a dust storm on Mars. This probably prevented a nuclear war occurring during the Able Archer crisis of late 1983. And you've never gone through a international nuclear crisis. This one was classified. You can look it up on Wikipedia. It's all been declassified now, but at the time it was secret. But we could feel it at Sandia National Labs, and you've never gone through a international nuclear crisis until you've gone through one at a nuclear weapons lab. I'll tell you, it's no fun. So anyway, I also write science fiction under the pen name Victor Norgard. And so I wrote this novel, The War of the Singularity, the human race is canceled, where a Mars colony saves humanity. Anyway.
Okay. John, thank you, sir. So let me do this.
Thank you for the opportunity to present.
Let me stop your sharing.
Yeah.
And before anything else, with no further ado, everybody, big hand for John.
Nice, John.
He's the man.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And
thank you,
Jared,
thank you.
Jared, you gotta let Jared talk. Jared wanted to ask a question.
Yeah.
And we had Jack
Jared's
talk.
still here 3 hours later. Poor Jared.
Yeah, I know. Find Jared and get him back.
Jared's not here anymore.
I had a
Jared's not here.
quick question, if it's all right for John, just really quickly. So
Sure.
I'm kind of interested in this idea of quantum entanglement and astro-quantum entanglement. Do you think that there's anything to this idea, especially when we talk about nuclear, that Mars and Venus and Earth are all kind of this holographic, they're all connected in a...
I think there's a science fiction movie called Rocket Ship XM1. And I think one of the best sensors of quantum entanglement is the human brain. I think it runs probably on quantum entanglement, and that's what. Yes,
there you go.
Yeah, let me jump in real quick. Jack, did you want to speak in about? Did you want to talk at like maybe 5 tonight? Did you have anything that you wanted to present or share or anything like that? Because we got about 10 minutes
you're
left.
Muted right now. Still, you got to unmute, Jack.
Jack's got his PhD hat on.
Yeah.
Let me say the thing about John's talk. You know what? I think that nuclear bomb may have come from the future.
Right.
Oh, seriously.
Seriously.
I'm quite serious. It could have been one of ours. Because my whole point is that the UFOs, the Tic Tacs, they're time travel machines. Once you can, I got to take this very seriously now. I'm not
Sure.
just. Once you control gravity with small amounts of energy, that's time travel. And I've shown now in some detail how that'll work. And by the way, I'm not the only one talking about that. Is it Michael Masters, Tim?
Yeah. He had a biological focus, but yeah.
There was a great Japanese scientist talking about this with Aspergillus orzae, the miso soup enzyme. The idea that the nuclear bomb created it retroactively, and he has an entire math on ring ripples of time. If something happens and it affects the future, then you can also check and see how it would affect the past.
Well, yes, okay, but I'm talking about actual ships, material ships, traveling in time. And I think these most of the flying sources that we're seeing in the in close encounters of the Navy and with the nuclear bases, they're time travel machines. They're coming from the future. They're not coming from the past. They're coming from our future. And
okay, if they drop bombs on Mars, where's the law of karma? They got them.
Well, I don't know what led to it. That you could write a science fiction story. What might have done that?
Yeah, right.
But but it could have been some kind of war between the Russians and the Americans. These time chips. Let me ask you.
The Jedis.
Yeah. Let me ask you something. This is serious for Elon Musk. You say there's a thin radioactive powder over the surface of Mars?
Yes.
Oh, is it dangerous biologically?
No, it's not dangerous. It's
okay. All right.
It's they had very sensitive detectors, so they picked it up, but it wouldn't be a hazard. The cosmic ray exposure on the surface, if you're walking around in a Mars spacesuit, would be far more hazardous.
Well, the reason I was asking about Jack was at 5. Then we should probably go to BurnEye. Then I think that's
what.
Oh well, Jack, if you had a presentation at 5, I would go to you, but otherwise I'll go to BurnEye.
No.
5.
I'm gonna fade out pretty soon.
Okay. Well, so yeah, in about 10 minutes. I didn't mean to interrupt. So let me go back to questions. We've got about 10 minutes left, and then I'll go to
Mike.
BurnEye
What's Mike want to say? Michael
Mr.
Boyd.
Mr. Boyd.
Oh, you muted yourself, Michael. You muted yourself.
Unmute yourself.
This time of day, we all get a little punchy. I think that's the problem.
Absolutely. Here. Let me put on my less threatening
I'm literally pouring a coffee right now to get ready for my presentation. So
John, that hat looks incredibly threatening. I'm terrified. You know what?
Well,
you want to see my conquest? I'll make this real quick.
Sure.
$50 from Adidas, and they have foam. It's brand new. This is the first comfortable pair of shoes I've had in 4 years.
Well, Adidas is the way to live your life. That's the only way to do it.
I've been trying to keep up with my. Okay.
Mike,
sorry.
let's speak your piece.
Shout out to the mystery spot on the wall there behind Michael. Just wanted to say, good place to be.
Let's see here if it's going to work. Can you guys see that?
It says screen sharing started.
You have to double click, I think, Michael.
Yeah, you have to approve something.
You're halfway there. You got to confirm something or other. There we go.
Okay, yeah, Mike. Yeah, I wanted to address this earlier.
Yeah, so what I have here is new supercomputer simulation that sheds light on the moon's origin. And basically they're saying a Mars-shaped object hit the Earth.
That is the what do you call that? The Theia theory.
Oh wait, sorry, we're getting
No,
back.
it's a fairly standard theory now that the Earth formed by a collision of a Mars-sized body in the early
4.5 billion years ago. They say Theia is the name of the object that they think was about Mars sized.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That's when the moon was ejected. That's
so
when
it's
the
a
moon...
quarrel between two feminine entities, then Terra
Right,
and Theia.
And the Soviets say that this turned the moon inside out. That's why it's got so much of outer core on the inside, etc.
Interesting. That's a fairly standard theory. I don't think that
if someone's music playing, let's turn off that music.
The object that collided with the Earth, in my opinion, is now part of Theia.
It's John's music, I think.
John, you want to mute that music? I don't even know if it's royalty free. They're gonna get us in trouble.
No, that's not my music. I don't.
Oh,
think.
it's Michael's. It's Michael's. Okay, here I'll mute.
Michael.
There we go. There we go.
There we go, Mike.
It's his meditation music.
Mike, turn off that meditation music. They're going to charge us money.
Yeah. Now that, by the way, it's really interesting that the hot spots of the magnetic field are, in the south, and that's apparently a remnant of when Mars had a liquid core and a big magnetic field.
Right.
So it used to have used to have a nice Earth-like magnetosphere, and then
Can you see
apparently
this?
Mars
crust.
Yeah, I hear you. I see you.
Okay, so
yeah, so Mars
my
crust is
question was, so my background's not just in IR, but in magnetics, specifically on your hard drive. They have these little magnetic domains that show up. And this looks just like those magnetic domains on your hard drive. So my question to John is, how did that, why is that anomaly in the magnetic in the Mars crustal magnetism there? And where you were talking about nuclear events, they were in
I didn't do it.
Hemisphere, not in the
Wait,
southern hemisphere.
does that mean they nuked your hard drive?
No.
Well, it looks like maybe Mars is a big hard drive.
That's what I'm thinking.
What I was suggesting is that's a remnant from when the Mars, after each time Mars went through Earth, it created those effects in the southern hemisphere. And if you look at that other video again, you'll see that when it left, there was like there was a piece of it that got pulled down, right, out of the object that hit the Earth. So would that? So my question to John was that a possibility that Mars and Earth collided at some time in the past?
The present orbits don't intersect at all. So
the story is supposed to be that Theia, the planet, intersects with proto Earth, whatever we're calling that, and then when they go through, it goes in and through it. Part of proto Earth and part of Theia come out, becoming Theia. I'm sorry, the moon.
Right.
Selene, I think is the moon's name, and then Theia and Earth, they become the new whatever now is Earth. So that is also similar to the Anunnaki kind of tradition in just enough of a nutshell. But this is NASA. NASA says this is what caused the creation of the Earth and why the moon is so much larger, disproportionately large. We shouldn't have such a large moon, especially this close.
And also the other thing is they know that there was a proto Earth because the crust is something that came from outside, and they can tell that by the helium isotopes that are in the
I'll tell you that
more abundant than they should be.
There's also the iridium. Oh, good.
I was just going to mention the oxygen isotopes, which is a very abundant element in all of Earth's crust and also the moon's crust. The oxygen isotopes are almost identical between Earth and the moon. So it looks like the Earth and the moon were born from the same pot of stuff.
God breathed stardust, but what's also interesting about the idea of the Schumann resonance connection here, because John C. Lilly talked a lot of, Michael, you're talking about the almost tree rings from radio affecting growth, right? Because crystal molecules are then having react like covalent bonds, sp2 orbitals are being caused, and it's changing the growth. And so you can actually measure when this happened. This is discovered in mother of pearl. Mother of pearl in the ocean has examples of this as well. And the big element that everyone seems to forget about is iridium, right? Because iridium, there's one layer of it. It's either from a volcano that brought it from the beneath, or it came from above. And this iridium level seems to be associated with the same period that we refer to as 65 million years ago, whatever that the Jurassic period ending is supposed to be considered. And we have different numbers for that time, but we can see a huge change, not just in environment and an entire shift of all life on Earth, but also this iridium layer, which no one seems to push for.
Good point. Like, right?
Oh, yeah, and you know what? It's 4:59. On that note, now that we have, it's Bernie's turn. Bernie, hold on. Let me do this. Let's everybody give
another 5 minutes. My coffee is still.
Yeah, I think I interrupted Michael. I should be I should be chastised, and Michael, you should be continuing.
Oh, it's okay.
That's right.
No, but in 5 minutes until I'm ready. I gotta get this coffee in because it's been a long day before.
That's fair.
Great.
Okay.
So that iridium layer, my understanding that was a result of the
Chicxulub
meteor that hit off of the Yucatan Peninsula.
Right.
Tell that's because of the dating. They can date it by stratigraphy. It's called. Basically, there's different layers, and they can map out the layers and tell by the depth of the approximate time period that it occurred.
The question is whether or not that was a meteor or just a giant eruption from part of a closed off Western hemispheric Krakatoa. That's the other thing.
Yeah, but iridium isn't that abundant naturally, I wouldn't think.
Not at all. That's the big beauty of it. Either it was the only supply or it came from somewhere else.
Yeah, well, like I said, the outer crust of the Earth is all extraterrestrial. It all came from space. It's only the inner core that remains, and there's a distinct transition zone between the old and the new.
Well, you have a good point. I think doesn't the Earth pick up like I don't remember what it is, 1 billion tons of dust from space every year too? We don't even think about that. Most of that goes in the ocean, right? But yeah, if you look it up, I've seen calculations on it, how much space dust we just pick up, right? Just crap floating out there that we fly through.
Well, I would think Mars would get more space dust because they're closer to the meteor belt, so the asteroid belt, right?
So the most that we get is at the north and the south, right? So the South Pole, like Antarctica, is where you want to go if you want to pick up meteors because they get the least shredded up and the least pushed to that point. But it's a lot harder, and there's some areas. Apparently, Chile is really good. It has been linked to the ozone layer, like a thinner ozone layer over Chile. But the main thing that's stopping it is the Van Allen belt has this man-made nuclear belt because we've put so much nukes into the atmosphere. Operation Argus, et cetera.
Yeah.
And it's now there. And so it's shredding up stuff, which is, they put it in the newspapers or NASA and Spectrum, IEEE put in Spectrum. They're like, oh, man-made nuclear belt is great. It's protecting us because it's shredding stuff up as it goes in. It's like, you see how the Azabos below?
This is like people saying, oh, it's good we're doing global warming because otherwise we'd be in an ice age.
Yeah, wait a minute. That means that space junk belt that we have is protecting us from stuff.
Absolutely. It
Isn't that
intercepts a bunch
nice?
of the meteorites.
They're doing us a favor, Tim. It's all part of a.
That vein, I want you to think all of this dust coming down from space over the billions of years formed this big, would have borne a big dust layer. What the human being comes from the word humus, which means dust. So we're actually all extraterrestrial.
Well, that is very Catholic of you, Jesuit. You know, we are dust God breathed. You know, I guess stardust.
Absolutely. And the dust came from outer space. So we're all extraterrestrials.
That was a little more Pierre Chardin,
yeah.
but that's still good.
I'm not depressed enough to be Catholic. Not with my new shoes. With my new shoes, I'm happy. I've been doing Converse All-Stars for 4 years.
Adidas will change your life. You know, did you see that thing where they found frozen shoes in Scandinavia from the Ice Age and they look identical to Adidas? They even have the straps of the leather in the same way.
There you go.
When you get it right, you don't change it. That's all there is to it.
That's right. No, I've been doing All-Stars. It's like walking on concrete, right? But that's because I have a daughter. And, you know,
that does seem kind of Catholic. That seems very masochistic. You should take
it does. Yes. Converse All-Stars, invented in 1920 and not changed since. So yeah.
You're doing penance.
It is. It's like penance. It's like you walk in them and your feet just are in pain after but you know what? They're really stylish. That's what all the kids are wearing these days. But then I just realized,
I hate to bring up how crazy this is, but the shoes I wear a lot of the time until winter comes are these Gettas. But I swear this makes sense. I wear these in the mud. And so if you're outside in the mud, you're literally stepping in, it goes into the mud and you're a foot above the mud all the time. And it's like stepping on hardwood floors. So
there you go.
You know, but yeah, I would say Adidas are the way to go for sure.
Yeah. If those had comfort foam, you'd be set, man. So.
Yeah. Dude, those super clouds. Have you seen the super clouds? The superstar clouds from Adidas are the way to go. Those are the best floppies.
Okay. Now that we've done free advertising for like 4 shoe companies.
Oh man, that's too bad because there was the segue to Vectran. You know that the way that they make the inflatable spaceship is that they use Vectran, but in order to make Vectran affordable, Nike released Lunar Gear, and Lunar Gear shoes are made out of Vectran, so they could make millions and millions of dollars up front off selling these shoes, and then now they can build the space stations that expand out of Vectran.
Very good.
Did you guys ever hear of Blind Frog Ranch in Utah?
No, is that a shoe brand?
No, Blind Frog Ranch. It's like Skinwalker Ranch, but
oh yes, Kai in chat said yes.
It sounds like it's a lower rent district than Skinwalker.
Skinwalker.
I don't know. It seems scary. Blind Frog Ranch.
I found all these meteors.
Oh, well,
like a meteor crash site there.
So you're saying it's like wannabe Skinwalker Ranch, like when it grows up, it'll be Skinwalker Ranch.
I think it's better because they don't have all that bad vibes that the Skinwalker Ranch is. I don't hear about dogs
Blind
walking
Frog.
around
That
on
doesn't
2
sound so
legs.
good.
It doesn't. And you know what? That's underrated. Skinwalker is just misunderstood. That's it. They're not. That's the bad vibe. It's the vibe of being misunderstood.
That's like Batman, though. See, a blind frog, like it's in the dark. Does it need to see? Maybe it's like using it sonar.
Got some cool stuff there. That's when I went on a tour. There were meteors, all little meteor bomblets spread all over the place, and that suggests there is probably a big meteor hit there, and there could be like a large meteor somewhere.
Oh yeah, and sometimes when they burst in midair, they just shower the place with a bunch of little fragments.
Yeah, well, these are bomblets.
It comes in as a bullet and turns into a shotgun blast.
Well, you see some of them are around like this.
Kai said that there's better evidence and reports from Blind Frog than from Skinwalker.
I believe that too. The name Blind Frog is very Pepe the Frog.
What?
This one.
Since you mentioned Batman, I want to point out that no one has ever seen Michael Boyd and Batman together in the same place at the same time.
They did, and then they had to shut down. They had to shut down the whole Batgirl movie because so many people saw. That was what happened, right? It was.
That's right.
Okay.
I was just going to the bathroom, honest.
So, okay, it is the top. Well, it's 5:07. Mr. Bernie Conkin, would you like to do ALENR and
You're
energy
looking pretty
update.
peppy right now. I can see it, all the coffee's flowing through you like the force.
I'm wearing an LENR hat, by the way.
Okay. Well, let me
Beautiful.
hand things over. Let me hand things over to Bernie then.
Bernie, so
Okay, I'm just figuring out here how to load up a YouTube
Okay.
video.
Are-
Man
If
can
you're
make
right back.
Ormus, but he has a hard time with presenting screen shares. Yeah.
Bernie, if possible, can you do it without the sound? That way we won't get pinged by YouTube.
Well, no, it's videos of my own channel
Oh, okay.
of just some episodes that I've done with Andreas Xirtus here. We've also with Jeremiah and Jeremy and also Charlie and Mark and everyone. A year of the coil series I've been doing, as well as
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
got another series called Real Science, and we were lucky to just have on Nancy and John Hutchinson last week, and now we're taking on a project with them, the crystal battery builds, and advancing that technology.
Go for it, man. Go for it. The floor is yours, sir.
All right, now I can work StreamYard perfectly fine. It's the Zoom I'm trying to figure out how to.
Oh, you're having trouble sharing. So it's the green share screen button.
I'm on that part. I'm trying to figure out how to share a specific Google tab within the share. Is that a
Yes.
possibility?
So make sure that tab is on top in your browser. And then it's going to list a bunch of different sharing. And one of those should be your browser, right? It should say Chrome or whatever. And then it'll
I figured it out now. Thank you. I just had to separate it to
Tim is based, man. Tim, you're kind of like if Greg Kinnear's Talk Soup was for anti-gravity. It's like it's a whole tight vibe. I like it.
Thanks. You know what? I want to redo. I kind of want to do a real studio though. People have been telling me not to. I don't know.
Why not?
No, it's not.
They're saying that it would look there would be too much of a disconnect between myself and other people if I had like a studio.
It depends. So I used, I did the Timcast and things are very different in real life. Because people like, scientists and stuff like to take a minute, walk around, they get a little anxious. It can be, you can get more out of them, I think, if you put them in their own environment sometimes. But, a live show can also be cool. Having a guest in a room is great too. Different vibe.
But right now I'm doing okay. And for the conference, we keep things mellow. So that isn't. But this is just my living room. I just
doing wrong.
Yeah.
All right.
It's very spacey.
Right. Oh, burnt out BurnEye by this hour of the stream. My apologies. The coffee slowly kicking in. So yeah, once I do have this loaded in, it'll be going over the talking with Nancy and John and the basic materials to build these crystal batteries, and then a clip that I used of other YouTuber Laser Saber and his builds and testing of these batteries running for several years, powering things. And then
now, so Bernie, are you having trouble? You're having trouble sharing still, right?
It's that I separated the tab into a new tab browser window.
Okay.
That was the issue where now I go like this, and hopefully I finally have it.
Yeah, let me know if you're having trouble, bud.
There we go. Is that it?
Okay, you started sharing it. Wait, there's something. Yeah, I think you got it.
Of course, it wants to load with ads first.
Oh, it's because you know what I think. So I think the challenge is you are streaming on StreamYard, which is totally cool, but that's going to eat your bandwidth, and that could be the issue that you're having.
Yeah, that is part of it, and why it was taking me so long to figure that out, because I'm both on the Zoom and the StreamYard simultaneously. If it doesn't start working, I do have a second computer hooked up just through Zoom downstairs that I can switch over to if need be, but it's a little.
It's going. There we go. It's a little blurry, but
stupid ads. All right, here it should be.
I do. This is just me. I do YouTube Premium now.
I know, I got a freaking upgrade. I just got monetized, so I think I can do it. Here we go. How's the sound?
The right thing, because nobody does. They think it's a bad idea, and so what the hell is I looking at?
So right here, I've got loaded one of the power cells powering a light bulb of the crystal battery. Sorry, that is what is going to change it all, and that's the other topic of tonight's stream. You want to do is the crystal batteries.
Yes, and that has to do with this electromotive potential. So when you have when you have a metal, it's actually a mineral in your body, but let's say it's a metal, and you have a metal that is on the negative potential, and you've got one that's on the positive, right? So that's we identified a chart, and the lithium is all the way negative, and gold is all the way positive. But when you start bringing those materials together, I was trying to find materials that were easy and cheap. So like I can use copper as a positive. Silver is better, but I use copper as a positive, and I use aluminum. Okay, but I have used gold, and I have used gold, and what did I use that with? What, somebody on the low end. Anyway, I mean, it's got like 2 volts, bang, just off a little pin. So it's the differentiation between those 2 potentials that a slightly alkaline fluid or a more alkaline crystal, and potentially better to have a piezo like a Rochelle salts, okay, that will pick it up. So that's a constant. That's a constant in the universe, that differential between there. And the amount of amperage that you get is determined by your surface areas. So
I don't think on my side I can hear or see the thing on the YouTube stream. I don't think this part's coming through.
The barrels, but so and then it's this little balancing act on how much you take out as to how much is actually there. And what we've done is gotten a capacitor, and we had special capacitors. Shoot, I can't remember. It was a year ago we were working on that, and a special diode. So because you're gonna that wire's going to have pressure on it, right? And you want to load the capacitor with that pressure, but you want to get the capacitor, really full, right? And so the diode helps with that, so it doesn't spill back onto the cell. I've had that happen where I've had a capacitor spill back in the cell.
Yeah, that sucks. I mean, so how big are these capacitors? Are they super capacitors or just kind of regular, or what were they for?
Yeah, you had one about the size of this.
Yeah, that's what I was imagining.
I mean, it took a while, and we had a little cell outside my finger that filled it.
There should be like a techno band called Killer Capacitors,
Yeah.
That's a good one.
And when John went to discharge it, he used a fork and it ended up welding it onto the capacitor.
Oh, did you work it out?
Yeah, that was over in Minnesota. So, I mean,
that's cool. We're in Minnesota. I'm in Minnesota right now.
We're in just north of St. Cloud. Where are you?
I'm by St. Paul, kind of a little north of St. Paul, kind of Cambridge area.
Okay, so Rice. So basically head west from Cambridge, and you hit Rice.
That's crazy. Interesting.
When we were, I don't know how long you've been there, but when we came up from the BP oil disaster, and we literally went through 160 tornadoes, and
yeah, it's crazy.
And so we get up north and we get set up, and all that summer that we were there, because we were working on the Fukushima problem and deciding, where we were going to actually bring our equipment. We bounced off the Great Lakes, and there's a town right on the border there between the United States and Canada, and the Canadian town was accusing the U.S. of noise pollution.
I bet they were.
Yeah, you're kind of bouncing shit around up there.
See, you know, people never, like, they're always saying, like, okay, like, you know, America and Mexico, and then they're joking about it, how Canada
is putting out this constant usable charge, and that when you connect them in series in different ways, you're able to build an everlasting permanent battery that can actually run specific units, devices, and is essentially everlasting. And
what's in that
part?
I'm pretty sure the stream's not picking up any of this audio or video.
Extremely fascinating.
It has
stuff
the audio,
that
just not the
Hutchinson's
video.
You know what? I'm getting both, actually. I'm seeing both.
spheres,
Zoom's
or if
good.
you're pulsing them with certain energies, you can actually get the batteries to operate as AC, not just DC. Is that correct?
Yeah, they're AC and DC. They give out both AC and DC.
And that's exciting news because most batteries are just DC. To have an AC battery, you can do a lot with that.
Yeah, well, and
Sorry, can you walk me through what's inside of the thing? We have a video. I based my design off Laser Saber's interpretation of John Hutchinson's.
Yeah, so this will be a good part. If you guys don't mind, I'll bring up the Laser Saber video of how to do, and we'll just play that for everybody to see. And this is how everybody can make these at home to start experimenting, and like this is usable power.
It's not quite Home Shopping Network yet, but you can.
No, it's better than Home Shopping Network because you're learning how to engineer, build everlasting power cells.
Definitely hearing on my side of the chat, people are saying the stream's broken and that they can't see the stream. They just see a bunch of faces of people and it's all
Yeah,
silent.
they see the Zoom meeting instead of
Look at that. There it goes.
the video.
Yeah, that runs
But
fast.
Zoom sees it
So
all.
1.4 volts, and it's putting out, I'll put this on the 10 volts.
Oops, sorry. Yeah, just for prefix, right now, anyone that's on the Xirtus channel or my Crypto Alchemist or the BurnEye YouTube channels, you can hop over to the Alien Scientist channel, which does have the video sharing through Zoom, where currently on ours, it is just showing a giant screen of the Zoom.
Oh, okay.
So are we?
Zoom is actually getting the video of the Hutchinson that we're playing.
Here on 10 milliamps. All right, it's putting out 90 milliamps.
Are we just in open discussion now?
Why don't sorry.
Know where to start?
Sorry about that.
Bernie is doing an update on energy stuff, and then I think we'll do open discussion after that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so it's this is the Hutchinson crystal battery build, and this stream was recorded early last week. Right here, what's playing right now is showing Laser Saber's build of one of the crystal battery cells running a magnetic motor there, and he's got several series over 4 to 6 years that he kept doing them. One that was in a 12-volt series of 24 of the cells, and continuously powering some fans and lights throughout his garage or workplace. This one's one of his earlier videos of one of the first units. And back to the sound.
Motor, and kind of talked about them. IB Pointless 2, John Bedini, lid motor. A lot of us were experimenting with these a couple years ago. And then I just put some into long-term testing. I just put them on a shelf and said, let's see how these run over the next few years. And they've been doing quite well. I've been quite impressed with the duration of runtime I've gotten out of these. And I'm going to build up some more here. I'm actually going to build a larger system, but this video is going to document the building of a single cell. I'm going to build a 10-cell setup, and I'm going to get around 15 volts. And subscribe, follow along if you want to see that project. It will probably be the video after this one. So there seems to be about half a cup of alum in one of these containers. So I'm going to go ahead and use all of that. And I want to break it up a little more in this coffee grinder so that it mixes better. It's really clumpy. But yeah, half cup of each of these ingredients, and that should be just right. Alright, so now a half cup of the snow salt, sodium-free substitute. And this, if you look at the ingredients, this is potassium chloride. And that's one of the main ingredients in this. So we'll put the potassium chloride in here, half a cup. That's about right. Now we want to get half a cup of the borax in there. So as you can tell, these are very approximate measurements. I have not researched for a precise ratio because with a 2-year testing time and the previous cells still going, it would take a long time to really figure out the perfect ratio. But after 2 years of use, this ratio seems to be working pretty well. So I'm going to go ahead and powder up the borax at this point. I will leave the last ingredient, which is the Epsom salt, and we'll get that in here.
Yeah, love. Thank you.
So half a cup.
Yeah, bro, powder up that chloride. Oh, the Epsom salt, yeah, that's right.
And you can see this stuff is really granular, so we're going to have to blend this up a little more to get a good mix.
I mean, this is a lot of the same stuff that's in my liquid rose. Use your mom's.
Okay, so that's our mix. I'm going to go ahead and put a cover over this, and we'll shake this up. We really want to mix all these ingredients together thoroughly. So
The main key of these battery designs is that they're very simple, cheap, easy to access materials.
They're not supposed
okay, so we got this stuff mixed up, and we're ready to actually build the crystal cell.
Anthony.
Okay, so we've got the burner on. I've got the magnesium core here ready, and we're just going to build a very simple crystal cell here. This will just be the magnesium core with a copper pipe cap. And the only difference I'm going to do is I'm going to put a spacer down here so that this magnesium core doesn't get.
Hear me.
Sorry, Nancy, did you want me to pause it? Did you have something that you guys wanted to say, or should I keep playing the video?
No, I wanted to say something, and this is the so basic stuff. Is that actually the thinner the amount of material, the better it works. I mean, I've gotten this thing down to a micron as far as the amount of material.
Right. I was thinking that. I'm glad that you bring that up. I was just going to look into, because I did nanotechnology with graphene, and I can imagine nanopolymers that would be perfect for this, especially the super bad.
It's the sodium silicate. When you coat the sodium silicate on your screw or your whatever is your inside piece and your outside inside piece, you know, you're coating it with that, and then you're not going to short the thing out if you get really, really tight on it. And that's when I was talking about last meeting we were at, that the compound that I came up with that has the viscosity to it can be then actually sprayed.
Jeremy, get in here. What?
So it can be, so that's, you know, but that's like the second step on this. The first step is, well, you know, you can have somebody sitting there and grinding all this shit and making this and making something that's this big, but we are.
No, you want to grow it. See, so like, yeah, what we did in school, I mean, so there's a couple of things. Graphene, you know, we did some laser ablation where you start with this fine graphite and then you burn it. But the best thing is when you seed it. When you seed it and you cause through electrolysis, in like an ammonium sulfate solution, you know, you have a positive negative charge, and you can let it start to grow. So if you seed it in certain places, it grows in certain.
We're shutting the lab down and going home, so we're gonna either have to demonstrate what we wanted to show real quick right now, or not at all. And
Oh, okay. Well, why don't we do that? So Bernie, do you think we could pause?
No problem at all. Not a problem. Already.
Okay.
Nice. This is pre-recorded. You can resume this exactly as it left off.
Okay.
Are we?
Let me get this,
Okay. So what do you guys got?
Here's a block of gallium, and here's a thing of indium. And if you press one into the other, you can actually, they'll melt and merge. And this is going a little slower than I'd hoped, but slowly but surely, you can actually poke.
Oh, it's coming through the other side.
Yeah, there it is. And this goes through, and you can pull it out, and yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's solid. Well, it looks, yeah. So you can. It's a cool little experiment. Just goes through very slowly. It doesn't get hot. It's forming a eutectic. Oh, that's it. Yeah.
Oops a daisy.
Yeah, I'll clean that up in a
Wow,
sec.
and that's
Anyway,
cold
it's-
state. It liquefies cold state.
No, it's not. It's room temperature. So I'm gonna let that alloy, and then we're gonna head out for the night. And the tin also alloys with it. We're making gallon stand. Yeah. I know. This is just a fun little thing to play around with. Yeah, this just goes full all the way through now. Maybe I can cut this like a lightsaber or something. Just like hold it up here.
We'll slowly cut through.
Yeah, more.
Like a molecular saw.
Yep, more or less. If I keep pressure on it, it'll go a little faster. But yeah, it's not hot at all. It's just
It's alloying.
Yep.
Right? It's like
That's some ancient alchemy and new school technology cross, right?
Yep.
oh, look at that. It alloyed
Broke.
through and broke it.
Yep.
It must have followed the grain boundary through the metal.
Yep, it did. That's how it diffuses through. And
Yeah, look at that break on there. I don't know if you can see that.
I wonder if you attached to.
it melts through slowly but surely. It's a fun little thing to do.
Show them these two bars and what those do.
Oh yeah. Thank you. I almost forgot. Yeah, it goes through. Yeah, what, I don't want to finish the job, but yeah, it just takes time. I'm gonna wipe my hands for a second.
I would be interested in thing that precipitate liquid metal down, that alloy in with mercury, or having it on gold or silver, seeing what happens.
Oh, that forms an amalgam just like mercury when you put it on gold or silver or copper. So these are two bars of indium, same metal, and if you simply ring them together, they stick because it's friction stir welding essentially.
So it supports it on the flip upside down. Does that hold that? Look at that, it holds it.
Yeah, look at that. It's a fun little thing. Material science, good stuff. Anyway, yeah, that's just a very quick thing that we wanted to show. There's some liquid nitrogen. I'm gonna see if I can throw some liquid nitrogen on the graphite that we had earlier. I'll bring it over. Be careful about the.
Yeah, I don't want to turn into the T1000. Accident.
I want to turn into the T1000.
Yeah, actually, I do. Yeah, maybe I should touch it. Maybe I should eat some of it.
You, but nobody else.
No, I'm just kidding. Don't try this at home, kids. Dangerous metals.
Yeah, when in that state, if it's a nano broken down state, it can easily absorb through the skin. So definitely be very careful of possible hazards.
Yeah, titanium dioxide does cause cancer in DNA.
Yeah. Guys, I'm gonna use the restroom for just a moment. I'll be back probably about 5 minutes, okay?
Yeah, no worries, Tim. This is absolutely awesome stuff you guys are showing here. Like,
Well, this is
From
like
an alchemist perspective, and then metamaterials, it's like you're combining the ancient with the future, and absolutely loving it.
Oh, that's fine. He's using that thing. It's interesting that both of these are solid, but then they react, that they amalgamate and form this eutectic, which is like this.
Tin, right? Yeah. Those the little tin pieces go in.
Like,
And in room temperature, that it stays in room temperature as it liquefies. That's also fast.
liquid in the eutectic is a liquid form at room temperature, while the two component metals are solid at room temperature.
Can you use this liquid metal like to power electronics and stuff, or just like with the liquid itself, or like attaching?
You can use it instead of mercury. Absolutely, it's much safer. It's not doesn't evaporate, and we're not breathing it in and toxifying our lungs. But you know what's cool about this stuff, right? I bet you, like, if you have like a little bit of magnetic fields, we could turn it back
a
into
solid liquid alloy state, and it's not oxidizing it all into toxic fumes or toxic heavy metal particles. It's staying.
How do we use this technology? So now what I'm doing is I put the liquid nitrogen on the graphite. I suspect that this is not like pyrolytic graphite exactly. I suspect that there's some sulfur in it, and we know that carbonaceous sulfur hydride is the room temperature superconductor. So these, I don't see any significant change in the dielectric property. Actually, that's interesting. Yeah.
It's following the bubbles up.
I mean, I think it's the bubbling. I can't tell if this is what we're seeing is the bubbling affecting these, or the.
Yeah, because some of them seem to be jumping up in the.
They're certainly all vertical when they're on top of the magnet, but they're still vertical kind of when they're not on them. I think it's, there's too much turbulence in the fluid here. We're gonna have to redesign this experiment, but yeah, one thing I'm curious about is like pyrolytic graphite doped with sulfur, and what that is, that a superconductor under any circumstances? That would be interesting.
Trying to increase the dielectric charge, right? Or constant.
I don't think that jumbo magnet will make much of a difference here. It would look interesting. Yeah.
Jumped up the magnetic field in order of magnitude.
I think what we need to do here is, at least we will wait till the nitrogen evaporates, and then we'll have a moment to see if the diamagnetic properties are different. So
it would also be to try to spin some of that stuff, and
well, I've given a little sample of this graphite to pretty much everyone. As I mentioned, the stuff on the stuff on the eastern side of Bear Mountain is better than stuff on the western side, apparently, because I had some chips of graphite that floated 2 or 3 millimeters above the magnet. That's like just as good as pyrolytic graphite, I would say. I'm sure some of the microstructure is similar to pyrolytic graphite, so that could certainly explain the dielectric properties. But I looked at them under an electron microscope at some point, and I did see sulfur distributed through the material. So I think it's doped with sulfur. Let's liquid metal up. Yeah, we'll get that in a moment. Anyway, yeah, that's pretty much everything. This stuff's taking forever to evaporate.
It's not everything. How do we make the T1000 with this liquid metal?
Nope. That's not
you have to program the metal.
How do we do that? Like, I don't know. I want to make swords. Jeremy wants to make swords that harden up on contacts, and liquid metal swords. Liquid metal swords.
Now you're just being silly.
Sorry.
It's late. We're all tired.
I mean, I got like an hour of sleep last night.
What? Yeah, guys, it's.
After I take you back to the
It's let's see. It seems to be actually oh no, those are pieces of magnetite inside there that are pushing the graphite around. Never mind. There's some impurities. All right, yeah, that's pretty much everything. There you go.
See, this is what people don't realize about you guys is that you're actually skeptics. You know, most people don't realize what you're doing is spending most of your day being skeptical about things and trying to disprove yourselves in order to find the truth. And so that's, you know, it's an important distinction.
I really appreciate that. That puts it perfectly.
Yeah, well, it's crazy. It's like either someone's putting us all on with a lot of disinformation, or we're onto something huge. And I guess it's, you know, it's worth checking out for the community.
I really hate to say it, but it's not one or the other. It's a little bit of both there.
Oh yeah, quite a bit. So
The Podkletnov experiment needs to be reran in the morning when we have fresh eyes. And
do we have a relay that will work?
Yes, we do have a spare relay, and we need to configure the camera far enough away from it so that it can.
Oh, look at this. Oh, now it's
Wow, there you go. There you go.
It's hard as a rock.
Oh no, it goes down to -60. This stuff. It's going to be difficult. I could try pouring the liquid nitrogen directly on it. No, it's light and frost.
God, you're fun.
It's not going to happen. I'll figure out something else to pick it up. That's going to be tricky though.
Oh man, it's like Flubber just dancing around.
That's looking nice, Tim. Yeah, it's got dirt in it.
Man, I seen a person walking through the mall one time that walked just like that. I gotta go get a hat. Oh, it's picking up stuff. It's getting dirty.
What's this over here? Is this some a push cart on the first floor? Oh, I'm gonna go get some hot, stand in line and get some hot dogs. Oh wait.
See, people, it's like Katamari. You know, he's picking up a little. Oh, there it goes.
Yeah, it's cool. What's the liquid? Let's get some more
liquid nitrogen.
Oh,
everywhere. Wow, just like this is what ends up happening.
Okay, all right, let's just do it.
Keep your hands over there. Hey guys, I closed the back down to playing.
Every gamer is like, no.
I definitely got a little bit on my finger.
Could have liquid nitrogen cooled my CPU.
So much fun. Yeah. Can I put some on my beer?
That's true. You could totally have your nitrogen Guinness right now.
Liquid nitrogen Guinness.
Hey, Michael.
All right, guys.
Jeremy,
Peace
that's
out.
amazing. Thank you so much. Brilliant.
Everybody.
Reporting live from Falcon Labs, Jeremy. Thank you, Mark.
Sokol, Charlie C, everyone's in there. Amazing stuff. Tim, are you back? I sent you in the chat first I posted in the live chat the full 3.5-hour Crystal Battery Hutchinson stream that I was playing for anybody that wants to watch the secondly, as soon as Tim gets back, we can try loading the other video that we did last night with Falcon Space, but also with Gerald doing the hover coils and Jeremiah working on it, and just a quick 5 or 10 minutes of that presentation to finish it off. But I don't think Tim is back yet. Any final words there, Jeremy Reese, the alien scientist? 2 years, like how much has it come in 2 years? And like Andreas, I found it very ironic last night when I was going through your old videos, because we've teamed up on a lot of videos. And sure enough, there's Mark Sokol and Jeremiah Pop 2 years ago when they first were on Falcon Space, and how empty it was.
I wish I could say I knew these guys 100 years ago. I mean, like, it's amazing that in the last few years, just to see how fast and amazingly things progress. But Jeremy, I want to say, Jeremy, you heard some cats. I don't know how you do what you do, your organization skills that you deal with. I just want to say, like, another aspect of anti-gravity is dealing with humanity and walking around with people and everything like that. So thank you for all the effort you put into continuing consistently, making sure that, because you know it's a lot of mad geniuses working together. So thank you for all the effort, patience. You know.
Actually, if you can pull up quickly that video on your channel from 2 years ago, it's an awesome way to finish this off because it shows Falcon Space when they first started out, and it's literally Mark just with this big book saying, I need to do this experiment, we got to do this experiment, we got to do this experiment, and it was completely like empty shop. And then now today it's a completely filled shop, and he has all of those exact same experiments set up to run and is starting the tests on them, and it's like you fulfilled absolutely everything you've dreamt of working on, and we're finally coming to that point of this breakthrough that's inevitable.
Well, I'm on here now. Guys, we have to get out of the lab now. I see that you're playing that video from way back in the day. So I'm gonna go outside the lab right now and show you what it looks like currently. The same. If you guys can see me and Andreas at the same time.
Yep, that's crazy. Can you do both? How do we pin both at the same time? Can you see that? Because here I am walking around the place that Jeremy's live walking around right now. Yep, there I am hanging out with Jeremiah.
You guys can hear me. There's Jeremiah there. Wow.
Yep. Good times at the Falcon Lab. This was January 5th and 6th. So while everyone else was being a fool, we were making sure to be working on actual solutions, you know, just be waiting. So one of the things they do at Falcon Research, or part of the lab, you know, is taking and fixing batteries for electric cars. So that helped supplement the renting, but also the necessary equipment necessary.
I'm gonna bring this laptop back to the house, and then we'll shut I'm gonna watch it until like they're gonna go late. But I'm gonna I don't know. I want to keep the stream going. I want to keep the stream going for everybody online.
Can you hear my video or just the video
audio? The APEC conference going. I'm gonna. I'll jump back on here in a second, guys. Give me a minute.
3 kV capacitors. Each one of these capacitors is good for 30,000 volts at 0.001 microfarads, and so they're just bunched up in these.
Pause it for a sec.
Sure, yeah.
There's another one that's like before this, where I think Mark had just like moved into the place. Jeremiah wasn't on location, neither were you.
Oh, and even earlier, yeah, before that one.
Mark's sitting in this empty warehouse just with a big textbook of these certain experiments. And if everybody that's watching this, when it's over, you rewind to the beginning when Mark's talking about listing off the experiments they have set up and showing off in the lab today. And it's literally the same ones that he's reading out of this book in this empty warehouse 2 years ago or 2.5 years ago. And it's just amazing to see how far the journey has come and the development progress
happening. I think I found it. Here we go. Boom. There it is. Yep. Long ago. This is so long ago. Look at Mark. This is like, he looks like a teenager. Look at me. Oh, I can't even look. It's so long ago. We're so young. What is this? This is 2 years ago.
That's only 2 years ago? Like, oh my goodness.
There's his bag of salt from Sodom and Gomorrah. Just kidding. And then let's go a little deeper in here. Here we go.
And charge it up rapidly and see if there's any gravitic effect.
Look familiar?
We could also apply the high voltage to the large plate and have this at ground potential and see if it moves in any other direction. Or
this over here on the left here. Oh, we're using Jitsi because we did this through open source technology. Good job, us.
Gravity.
We're so cool.
These are capable.
Is he going to show the thing? Show the thing. That thing up there, this is from Berkeley Linear Accelerator. He got a bunch of these. I think that was the first one he got.
These 0.01 microfarad. This one is a full microfarad, so it's 100 times more powerful. It has 613 joules, which for those who don't know, that's the number of commandments in the Old Testament of the Bible.
Fun fact.
Which I found pretty interesting. Because all of this stuff connects to religion. I think anti-gravity is what got the Jews through the Reds.
As an Israeli rabbi, I actually take him seriously on this.
That was just advanced technology that made that happen.
Mark's from Israel. He knows a lot of stuff.
You know, that's one of the reasons why I came to this. And to get a capacitor with 613
Bernie, sorry, I say again?
Through, like about halfway through, I think, is when he's sitting at the other angle in the big open spot. Jim,
try this tube as well.
This one or later? I mean, this was a long, we do long videos.
Watched this like the other night. Maybe it's about a third of the way through.
God, where was I even when I filmed this? This is so long. This was a Timcast, I think I filmed this. Oh, this is the Faraday cage.
Just something you have to be careful about. Some Falcon spaces.
I don't know. I mean, you can
literally,
guys, you can go to my channel and look for the Faraday cage tour of Falcon space. If you type Falcon space on Andreas Xirtus, you can find this video amongst several others that are at the Falcon space lab, and you can see the evolution of the lab and its progression. And it's pretty sparse when they first got there. I mean, this is not what it looks like now. So it's interesting how much it's changed. And you can also see what they were doing to begin with, especially with the electric cars, and how that taught them so much about supercapacitors and batteries that they're using now for all sorts of things, free energy, as well as alternative propulsion. So I think it's an important video in general. I mean, I don't know exactly where that particular scene you love is. Yeah. There's this part where he sits down here. Maybe that's, I don't know.
It might be the book he's pulling out. Could be.
Absolutely. I was going to tell Brittany about this. I think she's.
There we go.
You guys are still doing okay, right?
Oh, yeah. So we just decided to show a quick reminiscent tour of the Faraday cage tour of the Falcon Space Research Lab back in 2020, right? So
good
when they first got here.
Showing how empty it was, the beginnings, and then
and how young and sprightly tailed and bushy, eyed this young Mark Sokol looked when he first embarked on this journey.
By Frederick E. Alzofon, and it was a propulsion conference in Colorado Springs, Colorado in 1981. So it's a peer-reviewed paper. It offers an alternative explanation to what gravity is and how to manipulate it with present technology. Hence the
pretty exciting stuff. So yeah, if you're interested in that video, Faraday cage tour, I'll put a link to it. I'll send a link to it to Bernie in the chat, and then it can be added if you want it. If you want that, we'll make it easy to find.
Indeed.
Exciting stuff.
Good way to Tim, are you there? Tim, good sir. Tim, you still here? No. Do we got Tim?
I'm here. But
Ventura, are you still here?
Tell us more, Jeremy. Jeremy was earlier. He was out, and we wanted him to ask a question at some point during one of the talks. Was it John's talk?
Yeah, Tim, if you can hear me, I sent a link to a video. I guess I could just try playing it, and it might just not go to my YouTube channel, but it'll play for everybody in the Zoom and just give a little sample of this is Gerald and his hover coil designs and builds with Jeremiah of Join the Technicians work that they've displayed a couple times, and this stream on my channel from last night. Oh, can you, or this, I guess this is a video displaying it earlier. Can you guys see this? Does it show Jeremiah Pop hoverboard technology? Is that what's displaying in Zoom?
Pumping a ton of voltage into the coil, I guess makes it lighter. And air. That's cool.
Right. So this is what they've been working on. This was Jeremiah's build and run of it. They also had some of these. Charlie C has been working on them, and they had them at the lab at Falcon Space here yesterday. And Gerald is the original designer of it. And this was him talking about it last night on the stream. So I'll just play a couple quick minutes of it to end off the event tonight, and then I'll post the link for it for anyone who's interested in the chat, and you can watch the full what amount? All right, where the heck is it? This one? No. Sorry. Too many things at once with StreamYard and Zoom and the Ivan and the Glyven. Here we go. It is.
I'm going to post this nuclear diamond tip battery that they just had perfected.
Nice.
Check that out. It's weird because it just showed up in my stream on YouTube when I first turned it on. So I wonder if we're getting attention.
Right?
Yeah.
Where the heck is this
I'm
one?
still gonna work on my laser experiment with the microtubules. Somebody suggested I should get a scanning electron microscope or something very powerful to, get the petri dish of the tubulin structure and then see when I pump the laser light in it to see what it does and see how if it scatters out.
Entities, they were actually growing, they were moving. He also showed in some of the videos he had that there was they were alive.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah. Yes, if you can figure out what amount of coils it ends up needing to be, then we'll send you a free pair of Xirtus rainbow glasses. Just hit us up in the Discord.
And I would say good luck on that, because looking at a coil in the geometrical form, it is almost impossible to guess the lines that go into this. The parallel line inductors in this is insane, the amount that there is. The one that he's got on his desk there is not just a simple solenoid wrap. I'm betting there's got to be at least 75 to 100 on each side. See, back in the day, just kind of a little tidbit for everybody. Back in the day, Tesla never counted windings; he counted mass. Yeah. So when he wanted to get two resonant coils, he always measured the mass of each coil. And that's how he did his math.
Way more logical. And the electrical machine on the table, explain what that is and what's going on there.
Oh, you want to help me out with the... That's a variable.
Yeah, it's a variable AC. So, see some of the AC voltage. Just want to check it, make sure we didn't blow a fuse, because the coils are basically just shorts, So we got to be careful. We had blown a breaker earlier, testing it. So now it's only going up to 2 volts AC.
Yeah, we just gotta maybe get a new variac. It's not going high enough. Yeah, he's turning it up to 10 volts and it's only reading 2 volt AC.
Wow. It could be stuck or something. Why wouldn't you show anything? Is it stuck there?
Yeah, it's stuck at 2.
I didn't put it up very high. I only put it up a couple.
Yeah,
we got a much more powerful one.
Yeah, you guys had it up much higher.
Well, okay. While you guys fix that, Mike, maybe you can tell us a little bit more about the backstory of what brought you in to, Jared told us a little bit before. We can also get back and go deeper into that. But tell us a little bit what got you to do Mike Faraday research and everything.
Well, it started for me probably around 2005, 2006.
Jeremy.
I've seen these guys building these HHO generators for the cars. So I just had to build one of those units. I installed it on a 2000.
Sorry about the glitching. So that's Mike Faraday.
One Pontiac Grand Prix.
Hey, Bernie, mute.
Oh, mute. Yes. Xirtus? Hello?
Yep. What's up?
Okay, so for reference here, this is Mike from Faraday Research Channel up top. He's done several builds with the Don Smith generator, the Adams motor, a working end machine, a water frequency purifier device, as well as carbon graphene or some sort of graphene batteries, and lots of other experiments, part of the team. Excellent work. and below him is Gerald from WPG Enlightened for Truth channel 1 and 2, and Gerald's the original designer of these the hover coil that I originally played the video of right before this. Jeremiah Pop's hover coil rebuild of it, and then in the top left corner, playing in this clip, you can see that was Jeremy and Charlie working with a couple of these Gerald's coil designs in Falcon Space Lab last night, and that this was all recorded last night. It's a solid 2-hour stream of all sorts of secret sauces in the coil anti-gravity over efficiency energy development research, and the LENR, the field energy force physics and design, the metamaterials, and really good group of people coming together, working here, bringing forward their different experiments, the results, and a community reproducing them and working on different levels of re-verification of others' original inventions, and then expanding upon them. And that's what it's all about. This is what's going to be the X factor that multiplies the acceleration of all of this technology and the breakthroughs, and actually getting to the stars, not just Mars, one day soon. And it starts on my channel. There's Crypto Alchemist, BurnEye, Mine's Third Eye, ScienceGuy, and now on Andreas Xirtus's The Real Science streams. And it precedes it in another series on just mine called Year of the Coils, where there's a whole bunch of, well, about half of the APEC community locals today have been on it and continue to. So on that note, I will post the link on it.
Amazing research that's been going on. I mean, it's just crazy seeing the stuff now. Obviously, you know, Mike's Faraday research stuff is just incredible. But the years he's put into the work before it, and the stuff that BurnEye's been able to get guys together that aren't usually video makers, they're scientists, and get this information out there. It's like important to understand. There's a reason why this isn't presented by DuPont or by mineral companies. They know it's real. Energy companies know it's real. Military, government. They're all aware of this stuff. They use it for themselves. They want to make sure that you think it's too crazy to learn how to use it yourself. And so no one's going to talk about it except for us. So thank you, BurnEye, for all the time you put into making it possible for researchers to come together and to synergize.
And for everybody that's been willing to come forward and open source their work, their technology, the discoveries, and everybody here, and what APEC is. And it's the exact same thing of everybody's life's work finally coming out and being put open source in an open platform of like intelligent and intellectual discussion and building upon. Is Tim you still here, or does anybody have any last words or questions before?
No, I you know, BurnEye, thank you, man. So let me do this. You know what? Let me put this thing on gallery view. Everybody, give a big applause for BurnEye. BurnEye, thank you for pushing through the bandwidth issues. Everybody, thank you for your patience with BurnEye's bandwidth issues. You know, he's trying to stream, and he's trying to play videos, and he's trying to do Zoom at the same time. So
on like 6 locations, by the way, there's like a bunch of channels trying to. So thank you, BurnEye, for setting all that up.
Since the next event, Jeremy will probably be back at his place and not at the lab. We should be able to integrate the StreamYard, where it'll actually be running on the Alien Scientist, as well as how me and Andreas currently have it, where it's running live on all of our channels from what I'm running right now, instead of both of us, me and Jeremy, having to run independent things, just one StreamYard, and then we can connect in through the Zoom on everything else and make it exponentially more efficient and better.
Yeah,
I
you
want
guys
to
have a
talk
lot going
to.
on. So thank you for juggling it all.
I'm going to talk to BurnEye a bit about how to set things up also. I think that we can get him an Ethernet cable. A couple little things. And Tim, I wanted to also
I'm on an Ethernet cable right now. Sorry,
Okay.
just to butt in,
That
like,
was
I
that
moved
was
my
a low
computer
blow. I'm
from-
sorry. No.
From my lab downstairs. That's why there's no Tesla and Einstein painting behind me. I guess I do have the camera from my regular lab downstairs, but I'm actually connected to Ethernet right now.
Well, Scott from my channel said we're going to put together a get BurnEye the Tesla internet fund. So don't worry, we'll figure out a way to get you like some sort of a SpaceX internet.
Oh God, yes.
Starlink. I was trying to remember the name. But I just want to say also thank you, Tim. Tim, thank you for putting things together and keeping things so tight. I love the way you're presenting and getting everyone together. I want to talk to you after this at some point some more. I've been wanting to do an interview with you at some point. And then in general, just thank you for all the work you're doing to keep this
absolutely.
amazing.
Well, guys, why don't we do this then? Everybody, why don't we go to open discussion? Because I think we're all caught up for this evening. You guys want to do open discussion now?
I'm game for it.
Okay, yeah. So let's do that. We will officially do open discussion. Yay! So yeah, I would say just try not to. Let me see. Everybody can unmute themselves, and then just I would say anybody who has
It might help to do push to talk. Mute yourselves when you're listening, and then open up to talk.
There's a push to talk button in Zoom.
I just mean like psychologically. I think you can set it up if you wanted, but just you don't have to. Well, I'm gonna mute myself in between. I'm saying. I'll use that statements.
Yeah,
I just like to say, great conference, Tim. Great conference.
Thank you.
Very fascinating. And yeah, unfortunately, I have to go now. It's
John, thank you so much for presenting. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, and thank you for inviting me to the conference.
Again, have a wonderful evening. As I said at the beginning of the call, I think that we're all kind of borderline exhausted. I know for me, it's everything just kind of started surging forward in September.
That means a great conference. Tim.
Oh, well, I mean in general, the last couple of months have been just busy as heck. And
yeah. It's been a busy time.
It's all good stuff. I mean, it's just, it's like juggling, right? So.
Absolutely.
Well, anyway, very good. Talk to you guys later. Keep up the good work.
John, I'm going to be in touch. I love what you presented. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. Well, if you guys, I'll tell you what, if you guys want, what I can do real quick is, let me do this. I'll show you kind of what I've been up to lately, which is.
Absolutely. You've been up to a lot. My God, the Tim Ventura channel, for anybody that doesn't know, you just world-class interview after world-class interview.
Oh, well, thank you.
That's how I found you, actually. I was like, wow, Tim's got so many great, and not just great interview persons, but the questions you're posing and answering.
Yeah, this is gonna sound cheesy, but I started doing interviews with the American Anti-Gravity 20 years ago, literally 2002, so 20 years ago.
Right.
And and looking back, I mean, I went through, as you guys know, I went through a big divorce last year, and it was like, I was just looking back, I was like, what I really enjoy doing, what do I really enjoy doing? And I was like, I really love those interviews. That stuck with me, so I started doing those again. So, what I've been doing here, I mean, I've just been going through working my network and friend of a friend, stuff like that. I've had a lot of UAP stuff, but I'm cooling down on UAPs. Part of that is because, as you guys well know, it comes and goes in the headlines, right? So right now it's kind of in a lull, and I've burned through most of the big stuff that I can get. There are other folks, like for instance, Eric Weinstein, who has been doing work with Jeremy Reese. And so if you want to hear Eric speak on UAP, that would be on Jeremy's channel. It's the Alien Scientist channel. What I've tried to do, Martin Chiupa, he has done some really, in fact, this one right here, the audio was not the highest quality, but he had a few moments, especially the last 10 minutes, which was just powerful. So there's that. Michael Masters, I'm really excited to have interviewed him. He's a little bit more traditional, right? So he's talking about little gray man essentially. But what makes him really interesting is he broached this time travel hypothesis. And him and Jack Sarfati, actually, and they'll probably get together at some point and talk about this. They're the only two people that I know of that are asking if UAP might be involved with time travel. Everybody else is focused on the extraterrestrial hypothesis which actually I tend to follow myself, but I think it's worth exploring all of those.
Absolutely.
And then there are a couple that I'm really excited about. One of them is so David Isaac was the first person that I interviewed on quantum computing. I don't know if you guys follow that, but quantum computing is surging forward right now.
Right. It just tripled IBM just tripled their quantum computation capacity.
Yeah, they're up to 433 qubits, and so I am hoping to have a few more on quantum computing in the near future. And then the other one was where it's down here a little bit. I did 4 of them. Tim Maudlin is a really good one. He's the president of the John Bell Foundation. And so this actually came out of Gary Stephenson. Gary did a paper about quantum communication and said that instantaneous quantum communication is possible. And I asked a few physicists, and they said, no, there's no communication theorem. And so I started to do some research, and I ended up with 4 interviews that say the no communication theorem probably isn't real. It's more of like a gentleman's agreement between the relativity theorists and the quantum theorists, so they don't step on each other's toes. Basically, they're just saying you can't communicate faster than the speed of light because we don't want to deal with figuring out what that might do to relativity theory.
Of course.
But that doesn't, so that
we know what it's going to do. It's going to mess with a bunch of grad students, and that's all.
Yeah. And then I just have, a collection of other, John Alexander and John
I loved
Michael.
your David Brin conversation as well. Really interesting
he had
ideas
some really
on
interesting stuff.
How science fiction's probably prevented a lot of the disasters that we could face,
So John Michael Greer, and I think I have another one coming up on this. He was talking about decline of civilization. I think I mentioned this in the last APEC. I think it's really interesting. For me, this is interesting to look at the long term. I have, everybody's all over the map on this, but I think a lot of people feel like the United States is going downhill. And so he was one who explains how and why this happens. Now, it's not a full theory, right? It's more like a good idea. But when I was reading his paper on it, if you look him up, John Michael Greer, catabolic collapse, he has a paper online. Parts of it fit perfectly. So it's worth a read, And then let me see, Michael Lind. That was, again, it's kind of the same theme. It's decline of the United States. He was talking more about military power and influence. And then actually, I just interviewed Vinod Nair on Friday. He is a lithium-ion battery expert, and he also works on lithium-ion and sodium-ion. He kind of surprised me, actually. So I've been following that area. The end-all be-all of batteries, from what I'd heard, was something called lithium air. And it may take about 10 years before those become even, workable. But if that pans out the way that it's supposed to, you're talking about triple the energy density of lithium ion. And so what that does is that gives your drones like an hour to an hour and a half flight time. And that gives your Tesla 3 times the range that it currently has, which puts it over gasoline cars, right, in terms of range. So those are all good things. What Vinod Nair said was, he said nothing is going to displace lithium batteries in the near future, right? And again, we're talking conventional energy sources, not anything that's really exotic. But in terms of conventional stuff, he said lithium chemistries are where it's at in terms of the highest energy density. And he said that we're probably not going to see massive increases in that in the near future, but what we probably will see is much faster charge times. And so then it becomes kind of a lifestyle choice, right? Like, for instance, I got the Tesla Model 3. I got a used one that I bought this summer. Whenever I come home with the Model 3, I just plug it right in. That's the first thing. It's just a reflex. I just plug it in, And so I think what he's suggesting is that in battery improvements, we'll see faster charge times. So you'll still be plugging it in, but it'll be charging more fully, more rapidly, So that's kind of what I've been working on lately. And I have more coming, especially in terms of quantum, and then I have one that I'm really excited about on the singularity as well. I guess one other area, Zachary Kallenborn here. I did actually, since the last one, I did interview Gary McKinnon, and so I don't think he added anything new to his story, but he definitely reaffirmed everything that he'd said in the past. Zachary Kallenborn and a couple of other folks that I've interviewed, I've been talking with them about the drone thing, and that is really interesting. Again, it's not breakthrough technologies for APEC type stuff. Nobody's going to freak out. It's more of a paradigm change in how drones are used, right? And for me, even this was what's going on. If you guys aren't following in the news, I got involved with this because I saw a story online, and it said Ukraine flew a drone with a hand grenade into a Russian bunker. And I was like, well, that's kind of interesting, and so I started doing research on this. As it turns out, both sides in the Ukraine war, the Russians are using $20,000, what's called the Shahed 136 drones, $20,000 Iranian drone. They pilot those they have a base station, the same way that we do the Predator or the Reaper drones, right? It's a single command structure, goes up to a satellite or something like that. The difference being those are kamikaze drones. So basically it's kind of like a poor man's cruise missile. And so they are flying those to destroy all sorts of stuff in Ukraine. The Ukrainians are even more interesting. They have something called the Ram 2 drone, and they actually crowdfunded this. So they've got a bunch of really next generation stuff going on there. This Ram 2, if you look it up online, it looks like basically just a model airplane. It can drop bombs though, and they crowdfunded the bombs. They went to 3 different companies that had them manufacture it. And so you have both sides in this war using lots and lots of these inexpensive, what they call loitering munitions, right? And that's a giant paradigm change from the past. In the past, you guys probably know, like from CNN or something like that, our drones, the way the Predator and the Reaper are flown, basically it's like an airplane without a person in it. And it's got a missile and it's got cameras, but the way that we use them is like an aircraft. What they're doing is cheap, disposable, and lots of them. And so I have a feeling that this is going to change the nature of warfare. And that was why I kind of wanted to cover that. So that's
absolutely good call on that.
There's some other stuff there that's interesting about the Shahed 134, right, which is the drone, the Iranian drone. And what I saw, I put a link in the chat talking about all the Chinese knockoff parts that they're using in the ship of Theseus style to take apart, dismantle, add parts back, make as many drones out of a single drone as possible.
Okay.
And so it's funny because you were saying the poor man's drone. Well, they're going even further with that. They've gotten them down to like $1,000 because if you can mass manufacture and duplicate the parts, and the Ukrainians are really good at this, but the Russians are working with Indians and Chinese as well. So the idea of getting down to a explosive drone that's about $1,000 is kind of where they're at right now.
Yeah.
And the real reason they're not using $100 drones isn't because of the armor or the Kevlar. It's because of radio jamming technologies, which are requiring more expensive special radio systems. Otherwise, they would.
As well as the anti-air missiles and the defense against these drones, and that they're mass producing them so cheaply and so efficiently. Getting back to what you're saying, Tim, it's completely changing the modern battlefield arena, because it's like those Stinger missiles, the anti-air ones, they cost like 100,000 or like even more than that.
But they're making Kublas for 7,000 now.
Yeah,
they can fly 80 miles or something like that, or it's like 30 or 50 miles at 80 miles an hour. So,
and where's our slaughter bots at? Is that it? I think that's it. That's our slaughter bots.
Yeah.
So
there it is.
yeah. If you guys have seen this one, and I'll replay this in a moment. Okay. This was 2017. And in fact, here I'll do theater mode. It's a little bit bigger. So this is not real, but this freaked a bunch of people out. This freaked me out when I saw it.
Man,
It's
just
if
freaks
day.
me to the core, because it's like, this is so possible as a horrible dystopian future that could be right around the corner. Like,
Yeah. So the idea behind Slaughterbots was, yep, there you go, lots and lots of drones, and each one of those drones has like a 22 caliber bullet in it, right? So again, the technology there is near future, right? This is not, we're not talking about warp drives. We're talking about something that's cheap, disposable,
Right.
and really not that powerful. But if
it wouldn't take more than Gillette on propeller to
yeah. Yeah, and so Slaughterbots here. What's interesting about Slaughterbots is, it's very dystopian, right? And but yet we are pretty much there. And so one of the questions that I've been trying to ask with my, going back to my interview channel, there it is, and again with Zachary Callenborn, and with a couple of these other folks, it seems like we are pushing full steam into this automated killing machine future,
Absolutely.
I guess. And, like, for instance, and this is just kind of a thought, but, okay, we had the Predator drone in the 90s, and I think this is kind of where it started. And as I understand things, I could be mistaken, they were in Iraq. They were in a pinch, and somebody said, look, we can put a Hellfire missile on this thing. And the Predator drone goes from being an observation platform with a camera to all of a sudden it's this autonomous killing weapon, right? And nobody stopped to really ask the hard questions then. So then the company that makes them said, oh yeah, we'll do that for all of them in the future. Okay, it becomes the Reaper drone, right? Which now you've got lots of these.
Bro, the Reaper just, and like, it's so next level because people can't even hear it, and it's like bang on missile to you, we just wiped out.
Yeah, so we go from the Predator to the Reaper, and then from the Reaper to the Shahed 130, 134, 136, something like that. And then the Ram 2, right? So they're getting smaller, they're getting a little bit more lethal in some ways. It's the kamikaze drones. So, I don't know. The thing that troubles me is, as a world, as a society, we've never really stopped to ask, hey, should we be doing this?
The next step is Terminator 3, or
yeah, well, or actually they have a name for that. It's Fedor. Let me see. Oops.
No.
Fedor robot. Where's he at? There he is.
Yeah, he's got a nice face. Look at that sweet little grin. It's like
there's Fedor. Now this was a Russian one. Dmitry Rogozov. Yeah, so they taught Fedor. There's your Terminator right there.
Maybe don't play that one. It says it's CNN. That might actually get us YouTube.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll just
it'd probably be fun on my channel for whatever reason.
So in terms of Fedor though, let me see. Yep, and there's Fedor right there with a power drill driving. So what is interesting is the top part, this top part of Fedor's chassis, actually, if I remember right, they sent up right there. I believe they sent this top part of his chassis up to the space station to work on things. So, it doesn't have to be a killing machine. It could be used for all sorts of purposes. But in terms of Fedor firing gun, which I just showed you guys, Dmitry Rogozov was there saying it can shoot a gun, but it's not a Terminator, and then that begs the question of, okay, if it's a giant robot armed and killing people, then what is it if it's not a Terminator, So I don't know. Again, I don't have answers to this.
I can imagine it working really well at one of those like restaurants where it has to like cut up meat and throw it in people's mouths, right?
The thing that gets me is the reason that I mean, it's easy to say that we should ban these. The reason that our government probably will push forward with them is they can save lives too, right? And when you look at the total cost, maybe not Fedor here, but like drones and stuff like that, when you look at the total cost that goes into losing service people, as well as medical rehabilitation, injured service people, right? it makes it worth a lot of money for the government not to have American soldiers get killed.
Yeah, this is way better. So this is the funny thing. Like what you started with was really relevant. You showed pictures of these what do you call them? They're like flying stars. They shoot, but they also could have propellers and kill. The thing is, you can take anything and make it a weapon. You can weaponize anything. And something like this could be, like we just said, it could be used in a shop with kids making pancakes or something. It doesn't have to be violent, but what we need to do is come up with more and more excuses to get people out of those positions where why is there a reason ever for a person to be in war in a violent circumstance? I think that's what we have to eliminate.
Yeah. I think these are big questions. These are big questions, I mean, and I think that we're reaching a point as a species where, it's like nuclear weapons, right? I mean, so 70 years ago, nuclear weapons were one of those things where, only one country had them and they were locked down, and then two countries had them. And now you've got nuclear proliferation, and it's kind of like, okay.
But atomic was also different because before the oil companies, atomic was like medicine, right? You can use atomic for anything. So we also have a weird thing to overcome our perpetuation of the banana republic reality. That's a question I have for you. Do you know Strauss-Howe's fourth turning? You know the fourth turning?
No.
I highly recommend looking into the fourth turning, just because you were talking earlier about the economic and the generational turnover. There's an idea, this fourth turning, that essentially the elite or whatever system that's established, whether it's even a natural way this happens, wealth is accumulated for a generation. It's invested by another generation. It's enjoyed by a third generation. And then the fourth generation loses everything because of the inheritance is taken and spent. And then it starts over again. And so it reflects in how economics work, that there are certain generations which are higher taxed, other generations which are more incentivized to build and invent. And I think we might be, some people think Strauss and Howe thought that we are coming up on the fourth turning.
Could be. Yeah.
I think a good
Let's
idea
go positive for the ending, though.
would be
Death bots, slaughter bots, government. Like, come on, Tim.
Well, okay, no. The thing is, the same stuff that Tim just said, to be fair, could all be used for good. Weaponization, we just saw, but those same drones could be used to carry seeds, and there could be techno-Gaianism. The techno-Gaianism, I think, is the alternative.
Is to do that,
and that's why it's a challenge. Right? It's how you use it, and and it's, what do they say? The road to hell is paved with good intentions, especially when it comes to military stuff. So
discussion of it now, which is so crucial. And one last thing I have to say about you, Tim, is you're literally probably the world's best, technological journalist, for what you're doing on Tim Ventura channel, for real journalism and bringing it forward. You can't find it in the mainstream, and just the amount of quality content and people you keep putting forth, it's absolutely
well, thank you. Yeah, again, I just
APEC.
I'm not really trying to change the world. I just wanted to I don't know,
you've written such great papers, and then you started doing the more important interviews, so it's
well, and the reason I started doing the YouTube was because I couldn't keep up with the writing, right? The problem, writing has massive turnaround involved with it, so I just couldn't keep doing it.
Well, you are an artistic writer, so that's fair. But the conversations are huge.
Right, writing is actually more rewarding in some ways. I think it's more rewarding, but the problem is it just takes so much work. I mean, it's like 4 or 5 days for a few pages. So
that's true.
So I don't know. Other than that, I think I'm just about all set. I could just leave it going if you guys want to do open discussion.
I gotta keep going too. Actually, I think
I have a conversation with Ping Trip after this, so I have to start preparing for that as well. But I appreciate it, and I hope that we set something up soon. We should definitely continue this. You guys are all invited. We do real science once a week at least with BurnEye as Swapcast. You guys are welcome to Swapcast as well. We want to get this information out to as many people as possible and have people see these conversations because it's huge to see people that are like, oh yeah, no, I do know about that. Have you tried this? Right?
And also the Hutchinsons and the crystal battery builds that we're going to be doing
tutorials
with them, and bi-weekly, so twice monthly research and development private streams with them, as well as public and development and community streams on the different channels going forward with John and Nancy.
Well, why don't we close up shop for tonight then? I mean, we've been going for 6.5 hours. Why don't we do that?
Hey Tim, I just want to say
A good
thanks
use
to
Sorry,
you.
Philip.
would
Sorry,
be for
just-
Moonlight to repair the outside shell of its aircraft, and then it could, there's no human exposure.
Yeah,
The program
yeah.
the robots to do those tasks that you were showing, but to do the repairs if a spaceship is in orbit.
So yeah, I just want to say thanks. And I remember when I met you on LinkedIn. I think I thought that you were all like 100% mainstream, and then I sent you my manuscript, and then you said, "Wow, that's cool." I said, "Oh, phew," and I was pretty happy that you didn't.
Thank you,
reject
Phil.
it because
Thank you.
It was not all mainstream, so
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Absolutely. Well, guys, happy second APEC anniversary. Why don't we close things down for this evening? I will feed my teenage daughter, throw some food in the door, and hope she doesn't bite my arm off. So
Have a great one. Take care of yourself, and
have a
thanks
good one,
everybody.
guys.
All right, thanks.